What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 Fate Chapter 106, Fairy Tale Farewell Party. This uncle is the great demon king Dragneel, the magic power of this world. This uncle accepts it bluntly. Natsu spit out flames and declared. The citizens below looked nervously at Natsu, trying to call for help. Natsu? Mistogen also cried out when he saw the person. Your king has already been cleaned up by this uncle, but I am very kind to leave him alive. Ahahaha. Natsu laughed wildly. Fully play the attitude that a big devil should have. Red Fox, Marvel, my loyal men, let's destroy the city to welcome the king, ha ha ha, Natsu ordered. Rumble. The city was destroyed by an unknown force. The building was destroyed like a knife. Gajeel appeared with a ferocious face, his arm turned into a blade and destroyed the dilapidated city. Wendy below is also intimidating, although I can't hear others, it is quite hard work. These people are big villains who want to destroy our town, and these people are simply the incarnation of the devil. Gajeel in the Edalus world below also quickly created fear. It made the surrounding residents even more afraid. The acquaintances hugged and looked pitifully at the few people who were trying to rule the world. Palace direction. Mistogen yelled at Natsu, what the hell are you doing? Stop messing around. And Natsu continued to destroy the city unmoved. The citizens of the next 25 squares are very curious. Whose voice? In the direction of the palace, who is he? Yeah, who is he? The citizens were very curious, not knowing who the person dared to scold the great demon king. See the atmosphere arrives. Natsu smiled and said, do you have the ability to stop me, Prince of Edalus? Shocked, citizens were taken aback by Natsu's words. Suddenly looking at the past, it seems that he wants to prove whether this is true. And Gajeel of Edalus world also spoke quickly, as if to give people popular science. Boom. The bang happened again, and this time, the loud noise appeared in the direction of the palace, beside Mistogen, the prince. Who is it? Mistogen also hurriedly retreated, looking at the palace corridors shrouded in dust, busy asking questions. I am the devil, the great devil who rules the world. Dieter appears. He has strange lines on his body, a strange and hideous demon mask on his face, and his body is twisted with an abnormal deformity. Dieter, you guys. Mistogen gritted his teeth, realizing Dieter's purpose. It's useless to do this, there's no way to save this scene, stop it. Mistogen said, reaching for the magic wand and reaching towards Unique. Oh, Mistogen, have you misunderstood me? Is it possible that your hypnotic magic can work on me? Dieter sneered. Advertisement. The body moved instantly, and the next second came to Mistogen. So fast. Mistogen hurriedly retracted his magic wand and used magic in front of him, but when the magic was just used, the magic was disappearing. Now you still have the skills, Dieter whispered, punching Mistogen in the stomach. Boom. Mistogen was knocked out in an instant, and after falling to the ground and rolling for several laps, he grinned and rubbed his stomach. Today, my big brother will tell you that with or without magic, you are not my opponent, and I will always be your big brother, Dieter grinned. Rush over and hit Mistogen. Damn it, I'm older than you, and I didn't even recognize you as a big brother, Mistogen shot back. Both fists are very heavy. You punched and I punched each other, and no one flinched. You think I'm talking to you? Dieter raised an eyebrow. With more force, Mistogen slammed into the wall, shattering the wall in an instant. He moved his arms and replied with a smile, what? The Prince of Edalus has this kind of strength, he's just a waste. Ahaha. Go to hell, Prince of Edalus. Natsu over there also controlled the flames and slammed over, crushing the house in an instant and smashing Mistogen into the ruins. The citizens couldn't help but tear up when they saw this scene. Cover your mouth and cry. Tears welled up in my eyes when I saw the prince standing up with difficulty. Prince, come on, you must defeat this big devil, come on. Damn, it's big devil actually fights 1 by 2, Prince, you must do your best. Come on, Prince. Defeat the great demon king. The citizens shouted and cheered the prince continuously, expecting the prince to defeat the big devil. Damn it, since it's acting, there are 2 who fight 1. Mistogen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, there were some scars on his body, and muttered to himself. How can it be? Yeah, it's absolutely impossible if you think about it, you still have to have the identity of the great demon king. Natsu and Dieter countered. The 2 of them rushed over again, and the 2 of them blasted at Mistogen. Hey, Natsu, hold back a little, don't make any problems. Mistogen was beaten and didn't even have a chance to resist, and Dieter, who saw him, complained a lot for him, and whispered to Natsu. The latter also seemed to sense that it was too serious. Quickly slow down the opportunity. You too. Mistogen fought back hard, albeit to little avail. Our brothers are giving you a fun farewell party and tell you the rules of fairy tale by the way. Dieter punched Mistogen straight in the face. Hey, Dieter, you did it on purpose, I'm not Jelal, don't slap your face. Mistogen complained. His face was aching, and he quickly warned the Unique in a low voice, complaining again and again in his heart. This guy is definitely mad at him for the Jelal who heard Erza. Oh. We must convey 3 rules to those who leave the guild. Dieter's charge was a series of consecutive blows. First, you are not allowed to spread any news against fairy tale for the rest of your life, Natsu said. Dieter immediately added. Second, you are not allowed to casually contact past clients and pursue your own personal interests. Pung. Advertisement Mistogan took the opportunity to punch Dieter in the stomach. Thirdly, even if you take a different path, you must never take your own life lightly and for your beloved friend. Then grab Dieter's head and slam it towards the ground. Instantly smashed Dieter's head deep into the ground, looking as if he had lost his head. I can't forget it for the rest of my life. He lifted his foot and kicked Dieter out, knocking open buildings and shooting into the distance. Then an uppercut hits Natsu's jaw. A hurried hit by Natsu was about to fall. Dieter said he will come back to travel in the future. Natsu said a word, and his body fell down. Huh, is that right? Mistogan gasped and grunted, taking Natsu's last words with a little concern, knowing that Dieter was a mystery. The prince wins. That's great, it's amazing, His Royal Highness is amazing. That's great, the prince defeated the big devil and protected our world. The townspeople cheered, and Dieter, who was beaten out, has now come to another location. Here is the fairy tale guild in the world of Daedalus. Dieter. The people here, 637, mistook Dieter for their own when they saw Dieter and hurriedly said hello. Dieter chuckled, walked up to Lasana in full view. At this time, Dieter's body was shrouded in golden light. Lucy Ashley hurriedly asked, "Are you?" At this time, Lisana's body was also shrouded in golden light. Dieter smiled and said, "Welcome home, Lisa Shanna." When the latter heard the words, he immediately covered his mouth and his eyes filled with tears. Turning to look at Elfman and Mirajane in this world. Dieter thanked. "Thank you for taking care of Lasana." Sister Mila, brother Elfman, Lasana reluctantly gave up. Mirajane wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "It's okay, we already knew that." Elfman also said with a smile, "Although I discovered it long ago, I have been unable to say it. I'm sorry, because you were a kind child like the dead Lasana." Dieter didn't bother, but looked at Lucy Asherai. He grinned, "I'm sorry, but there's actually no one named Dieter in your world. I'm acting from start to finish." "What?" Suddenly these people in the guild widened their eyes and couldn't believe it. "What? I said that there are so many lost people in the guild," Lucy Asherai complained. Wendy and the others stared as if angry at what he had done. "Ha ha ha, sorry." Dieter laughed and apologized. The body was shrouded in golden light and floated up and sucked into the air. Fairy tale of the Daedalus world. I will show you the real world of Aslan in the future, just wait, it won't be long. Dieter waved. Fly to Anima with Lasana. Finally disappeared in the world of Daedalus. Chapter 107. The S-Class Mage Upgrade Exam. The drizzle of J. Lily was pouring down. Dieter is back. After scanning the surrounding environment, he turned around and left, and we should wait until we return to the guild to talk about the old times. All that needs to be done now is to find Ms. Polyashika and check her body. It stands to reason that I have no magic in my body, so I shouldn't be rejected by the Daedalus world. Why would I be brought back? Dieter is weird. He couldn't learn the magic of the fairy tale world, so he shouldn't have magic power. Forget it, I have too many secrets in my body, don't worry about it if you don't understand it, so as not to be found out. Dieter thinks twice about giving up his doubts, go to the guild. A few days later, the story of Daedalus was told by Erza et al. Some people want to go to that world, and some people feel envious of their lives in that world. This day, in the guild, Dieter walked outside with a fishing rod, forming a completely different extreme from other members who were enthusiastic about doing tasks. Hey, Dieter is going to fish again. Speaking of which, hasn't Erza been looking for you for a few days? Macau immediately greeted Dieter after seeing Dieter. Why don't you go fishing, but as old people in the guild, you won't work hard, it's the end of the year, Dieter said. Forget it, it's better for us to give up this strength. Lo Kaba smoking a cigarette and Macau's drinking, it's basically hopeless. Hey, I don't know how many little cuties will be left by me this year. Dieter shook his head with pity on his face as if someone prayed. In front of the counter. That's the way it is, Miss Mira. Kana doesn't give a reason at all, don't know what happened to her. Lucy spoke to Mirajane. Dieter squeezed over to take care of her and said, Kana, I didn't expect her to work hard all these years together. Mirajane didn't care at all. Don't worry, Lucy, everything will be alright, every time Kana says she wants to leave the guild. Lucy wondered. What period is this period? You'll find out soon enough, Dieter sneered. Lucy complained. Dieter, don't be a fool. After watching Dieter leave, Lucy was also speechless, and looked at the other people in the guild. Natsu, Gray, and the rest of the team hurried to do their jobs. Even Levy's combination is temporarily over, but Erza and the others were calm and weird looking. How come some people are rushing to work and some are still doing the same thing? What the hell is going on? Lucy wondered. Mirajane smiled and replied, tomorrow you'll find out. The next day. The sky has not yet fully dawned, there are already countless people in the guild, and almost all members have gathered in the Fairy Tale Guild. The huge stage at the front was blocked by a curtain. Possilily looked at the strange atmosphere of the guild and wondered, what the hell are you arguing about? Gajeel, who was next to him, couldn't figure it out either, and murmured impatiently, who knows? Wendy then explained to Sha Lulu. I heard that the president has something important to announce. In the guild, there are only a few who do not know why. But most people still know. This moment is finally here, so nervous. So excited. Natsu, calm down. Advertisement, this tense atmosphere is really manly. The secret is finally revealed. Just as everyone was thinking about each other, the curtain on the stage was slowly pulled up. I see. On the stage, President Makarov stood at the forefront. Standing behind him are Dieter, Mirajane, Erza and Gear-Das. President, we've been waiting for a long time, hurry up and announce it. Hurry up and announce? Do you want to announce 10? It's strange, everyone in the guild seems to be too excited. On the stage, President Makarov cleared his throat to signal everyone in the guild to be quiet. According to the rules of the Fairy Tale Guild since ancient times, I am now announcing the list of participants for the S-Rank Mage Promotion Exam, the President announced. Wow! All the people in the guild immediately raised their hands and cheered enthusiastically. S-Rank Wizard Upgrade Test. Lucy was stunned, she didn't expect that what everyone had been waiting for turned out to be such a thing, S-Class Mages. That is, even the strongest guild, Fairy Tale, has only a few reputations. No wonder everyone is so excited, I'm on fire. A strong flame erupted from Natsu's body, and the excitement could not wait to start immediately. Dieter looked at the noisy guild and immediately said, everyone, calm down, the rules are about to be announced. Everyone in the guild immediately closed their cheers. The excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Really, the president's words are not over yet, Gear-Das said. After seeing that everyone was quiet, President Makarov continued to add, this year's exam venue is located on Sirius Island, which is the holy place of our guild. The guild members became even more excited after hearing about the venue for this year's exam. The sanctuary of the guild. Where's the place that all goblin members yearn for? No one wants to go to Sirius Island. Lucy asked in a low voice. Hey, what is the content of the exam? Max, who uses sand magic, replied. The content is different every year, but the difficulty of the exam is the same. Alzak excitedly added. After all, those who pass can be upgraded to S-rank mages. From this, it can be seen that S-rank mages are quite attractive to guild members. On the stage, I have carefully observed the ability, mind and soul of each of you this year. There are 8 participants in total. President Makarov spoke. His eyes swept over all the members and began to call, Natsu Dragneel. Natsu let out a smile and tightened his fists to cheer himself up. Great. Happy, next to him also congratulated. I did it for you, Natsu. Makarov. Second, Gray Fullbuster. Gray, the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Makarov. Juvia Loxer. Juvia said, huh? Is it Juvia? Makarov. Elfman. A man should be an S-class mage. Makarov. Kana Alberona. Advertisement. Kana sighed, hey. Makarov. Freed Justine. Freed, if you want to inherit Legozis's position. Makarov. B-Mark Garden. Levy is excited, I finally got selected. Makarov. Mest Reda. Since then, the 8 selected members were successfully announced. Everyone in the guild was very frustrated, while others sincerely congratulated the 8 members. Asterisk this time, only one passer will be selected from among the participants. The exam is scheduled for 1 week later, so you can adjust your physical condition, Makarov said. The people below were sighed. Only one of the 8 members can become an S-rank mage. This screening condition is really quite strict. Makarov continued. Some people are participating for the first time, so let me explain the rules first, Dieter. After the roll call, Dieter took a step forward and announced, the 8 people selected this time must find one person to be their partner during the week of preparation. Partner? Lucy was a little surprised. Someone next to him explained to him, because this is a team battle of 2 people, this test will also test the friendship between the partners. Dieter added, there are 2 rules that must be followed when choosing a partner. First, the other party must be a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Second, you can't choose an S-class wizard as a partner, which means you can't find me, Erza, Mirajane, and Gear-Das. Chairman Makarov said, the details of the exam will be announced to everyone after arriving on Sirius Island. This time Dieter will try to stop you. Shocked, the entire guild exclaimed. However, Mirajane on the stage also greeted with a smile. This time I will also take the responsibility of Wang Haojiao to obstruct everyone's way. Erza smiled. I'm honored to be blocking you this time too. What? Shocked. All the people were stunned. Lucy grabbed her hair even more frantically and said, can't I be promoted to S-rank mage without first defeating Erza, Mira and Unique? The other guild members were also ashamed. Well, maybe they will put some water in, now you understand how difficult it is. On the stage Gear-Das also comforted everyone. Don't complain, this is the only way to become an S-rank mage. Wait a minute, is it Gear-Das will be participating too? Makarov said, the 8 people selected and their respective partners will all gather at the port of Harjin in a week, it's over. The speech is over. The members of the guild all sat down to discuss. Fishing sinker. Dieter hummed a tune and walked outside. When Lucy saw it, he immediately called out, don't brother Dieter have to prepare in advance? Yes, I'm going fishing on Sirius Island, Dieter responded. Lucy immediately covered his forehead with shame. Brother Dieter is really keen on fishing. Blow. Chapter 108. Very bad luck, Dieter vs Gajil, Levy. A week went by quickly. Dieter and Mirajane of the S-rank mages were already waiting on Sirius Island. And the 8 participating members and their partners also set off. In a channel, Dieter sat cross-legged on the stone and muttered, 4 S-rank mages, which means that there will be 4 teams to meet this time, and the remaining 4 teams should be caught and killed 2 by 2, but not do you know who will meet me with such bad luck this time? All contestants will play against people. That is to say, there is no channel that can pass through unharmed, and actual combat is necessary. Ding. Sign into Sirius Island's S-level wizard upgrade test. Reward 40 skill points, close black lens bracket. The system in my mind successfully signed in. Reward 40 skill points to Dieter again. It's 40 points again, and both the armament and overlord colors have been upgraded to full level. Now that the knowledge color is level 2, plus 40 points is level 6, and it will soon be upgraded to full level. Speaking of which, the next stage after the full level seems to be the Devil Fruit treasure chest, and I don't know what abilities can be unlocked at that time. It would be nice if it was the ability to destroy the world. Dieter boredly looked at the upside-down tree map in his mind. He looked at the 6 types of navy, rubber fruit ability, and 3-color domineering in order, and then his eyes came to the treasure chest on the 4th floor. Soon the treasure chest on the 4th floor will be opened, and 637 will gain more powerful abilities. Adding 40 skill points directly to the knowledge color, there doesn't seem to be much difference in the knowledge color at level 6. Maybe it will change when you reach the full level. Dieter felt a level 6 perception, a little further away. The picture of predicting the future is slightly improved, but the overall progress is not too great. The future is promising. I hope that the treasure chest will not give me the ability to open garbage fruits, Dieter muttered. At the same time, the boat on the sea has approached Sirius Island. The members of the ship have been waiting for a long time. It's finally here, isn't it? Is that the Sirius Island? A strange shape, there are islands on the island. It's amazing, I can feel that Sirius Island is full of magic from here. The group of participants looked at Sirius Island in a trance. In the cabin, Makarov came out and explained to everyone. It is said that there used to be fairies on that island, and it is also the resting place of Mavis Viviamilio, the first president of Fairy Tale. The people mourned, watching the president wait for his next words. Advertisement, then I will announce the content of the first exam for CFBB, you guys, Makarov said. The first one? Someone wondered. Someone explained. Basically every year is divided into several stages. Chairman Makarov pointed to the smoke rising from the shore of Sirius Island. Have you seen the smoke rising from the shore of the island? First of all, everyone should go there. There are a total of 8 roads to take, and each road only allows one group of people to enter. A map appeared beside Makarov. As for the configuration in front of the road, it is basically as shown in the picture. The 8 groups of people looked at the map. I saw fighting and fierce fighting written on the map. The order is fierce fighting, fighting, fierce fighting, fierce fighting, fighting, fierce fighting. And there is a unique and other person's avatar above the fierce fight. If you have a way to break through the team here, you will be considered to pass the first test. 2 groups of 8 groups of men and horses will meet on the dough route, so only the winning group can pass. As for the fierce battle, it is the most difficult route that must defeat the active S-rank mages before they can move forward. The purpose of the first test is force, Makarov said. The 8 groups of people are also full of bitterness. 4 of the 8 passages are guarded by S-rank mages. It stands to reason that at most 6 groups of people can pass the first stage. It can't be said that it is very difficult to defeat the active S-rank mages. No matter how unlucky you are, don't choose the channel of Gear Das and Dieter. It's as if Mira and Erza are weak, each of the S-rank mages is super strong. The worst may be only 2 groups can pass smoothly. 8 groups of people are helpless. This upgrade exam is really super difficult. It might really be the worst outcome. Okay, get ready, let's start the exam. Makarov announced instantly. Island, inside the passage where Dieter was. Da, the sound of footsteps came. Dieter didn't use the sense of sight, and it was useless to him no matter who it was. This road turned out to be fighting, don't know who it will meet, as long as it's not Dieter. Gajil and Levy walk in. Seeing the fierce battle hanging up high, I was also ready to move. Anyone is strong. Levy complained. Dieter, who was sitting in the corner, was overjoyed when he heard the sound, and slowly got up and walked closer. Advertisement both sides look at each other, ruined. Dead. Levy and Gajil cupped their heads in a frenzy. I didn't expect it to be Dieter, it's really hopeless now, anyone can change it, why is it him? Gajil growled. He was not afraid of anyone, but still had a little impression of Dieter. Before entering the passage, he thought that even a fierce fight would be fine, as long as it wasn't Dieter. Result. Should we admit defeat? Levy said sadly, and if there is any help for Dieter, Gajil will definitely be repaired severely. Gajil said unhappily. It's really unfortunate, I just fight, and the worst result is to be repaired. Besides, I have become very strong now. Levy was speechless, wondering where Gajil's confidence came from. Dieter's strength is what he knows. The rumor about Dieter in the guild is that even if you don't see Dieter for a while, his strength will increase again when you see him again. To put it bluntly, it means getting stronger all the time. Opposite. Dieter swept over the two with a smile on his face, gloating over his misfortune. Zizi, it's unfortunate Levy, Gajil brought you and me here, what should I do now? It's a bit difficult for me to release the water. Brother Dieter, forgive me, I'm innocent, Levy grimaced. Gajil was very unhappy with Levy's confession, and mocked. Don't ask him, there is still a chance for the two of us to join forces, and I will help you become an S-class wizard. Dieter grinned. Gajil, who gave you the courage to say that? It's really hard to beat me, are you too sure you want to fight? Dieter asked. Levy looked at Gajil and was in a dilemma even if he was afraid that he didn't admit it. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, fight, hit. Nice job. No matter how good Dieter is, I've been beaten half to death by him. Don't worry, the big deal is to lie down for a few days. It's not that I haven't been beaten. Gajeel thumbs up. He spoke of the worst outcome very shyly, and did not take this kind of thing as a shame at all. Instead, he enthusiastically talked about his experience in a half-dead state. Hearing these words, Levi wanted to cry without tears, but when Gajeel said it, Dieter instantly became more terrifying in her eyes. Since 99 Chapter 109, fighting with no chance of winning. Since that's the case, let's not gossip, come on. Dieter hooked his index finger to the too provocative invitation. Stereoscopic. Word fire. Moment. With a wave of Levi's hands, a row of flames condensed in front of him and quickly pushed towards Dieter. Gajeel also rushed immediately. The fist turned into an iron rod and smashed towards the unique. Haha, Levi, you've also learned badly. Dieter was stunned. He didn't expect the first attack to be the cute little girl Levi, which really made Dieter a little distracted. Fortunately, the body quickly retreated with a timely response. At the same time, Gajeel's iron bar smashed into Dieter's position in anticipation and just collided with Dieter. When he didn't use the sight, he naturally couldn't predict where Gajeel's iron rod would fall, so he could only fight hard. Dieter hurriedly raised his arms above his head. Yo! The iron rod instantly fell on the forearm of the flesh and blood, and a dull sound was emitted. Dieter's body immediately sank to buffer the strength of the iron bar on his arm, relieved the heavy force to his feet, and instantly shattered the ground. Breaking stones splash. A pit the size of a washbasin was cracked on the ground, and there were ferocious cracks spreading round it. There's no way, brother Dieter is too strong, so he can only be surprised. Three-dimensional text butterfly. Levi stuck out his tongue and smiled shyly, waving his hands again. A strange butterfly was summoned from the sky, flapping its wings and flying towards Dieter, trying to confuse him with its appearance. Humph. Gajeel rushed forward, clenching his fists and hitting Dieter with a bang. The fist that is like a broken bamboo doesn't take anything in its eyes, as if to shred some of the things in front of it. Illusion magic is of little use to me. Dieter wasn't in a hurry to beat them either, and the bottom plate was as steady as Tarzan, with his fists also rubbing together, slamming against Gajeel's fist. The strength is not too big, and while facing the bombing, he is also retreating step by step, in order to defuse Gajeel's heavy strength. Three-dimensional. Text cave. Dieter and Gajeel are entangled here. Levi over there continues to support. The three-dimensional text magic is used. Suddenly, Dieter hangs. There was a cracking sound as he stepped back, and he suddenly felt a slump under his feet. Instantly understand that Levi's magic is to create a cave under his feet. Stepping on it will be a footfall. I am afraid that other attacks will follow. Do not. Dieter had no choice but to use magic to avoid the edge. While teleporting, he does not forget to counterattack, and his target is Levi, who is petite. Come to Puby's back and make a fist. That Gajeel hurriedly reminded, and at the same time his arm turned into an iron rod and grabbed it directly. Ruined. The speed was too fast, and Levi had no time to react. Although Gajeel's reminder was timely, a distraction on the battlefield would determine the winner. She knew that she was defenseless. Once hit, you can even declare the game over. Yo! Just in time for danger. A heavy muffled sound rang out behind him, and Levi hurriedly looked. Gajeel's arm turned into an iron bar and came directly from the front to support him, while Dieter obviously failed to attack and was pushed back by the iron bar and pulled out. Iron Dragon Stick. Knowing that Dieter couldn't be hurt, Gajeel drank again after seeing that Levi had stalled the danger. There were several bumps on the long Iron Dragon Stick. Sniff, it blasted out again with a slam, just to get Dieter's body stuck in the gap between the Iron Dragon roots. Gajeel is triumphant. Iron Dragon's roar, taking a deep breath and puffing out his cheeks, he released the Dragon Slayer magic again. The gray-colored whirlwind roar was mixed with iron scraps, and it drowned towards Dieter as if its power increased. Armed color. Dieter said softly, his whole body was shrouded in armed color. Ding ding ding. Advertisement. The collision between the iron piece and the body also made a ding sound, and the seemingly powerful roar did not cause considerable damage to Dieter. Boom. Dieter could hold back the magic, but the wall behind him was not spared, and the dark roar slammed against the wall. The stone-built wall was heavily scarred by Gajeel's roar, and the super-destructive force blasted the wall out of the pothole. You guys' magic is really weird. Gajeel saw that Dieter, who was covered in black matter, also complained silently. It's amazing, I didn't get hurt at all against Gajeel's magic head-on. Levi admired the 5-body throw. As expected, he is the eldest brother who can control Erza, Mirajane and Lagoses. Neither Erza nor Mirajane would say that Iron Dragon's roar doesn't do any damage at all. This shows how strong Dieter, the elder brother of his age, is. Good fight. Dieter moved his neck to give the compliment approvingly. Are you kidding me? Gajeel was speechless. It's impossible for someone else to say that Iron Dragon's roar doesn't look embarrassed at all. Ha ha. Dieter laughed without saying a word. With your hands on your knees, your waist sinks. Cheer like a cheer. The legs were pressed into a spring shape, and when they recovered, the body thumped violently. The skin starts to turn red. White smoke emerged, and an aura was brewing on his body. Levi, be careful. Dieter's speed and strength have been greatly improved in this state, and it is impossible for us to even see how he attacks. Gajeel quickly reminded Levi. Seeing the white smoke on his body, Dieter couldn't help but recall how badly he was beaten on the day he attacked Fairy Tail. 3D text gasoline. Levi nodded, waving a lot of gasoline on Dieter with both hands, ready to find a chance to bless the power of other magic. Gah, however. Just as Levi made plans in his mind, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blow. I saw that the gasoline she spilled was scattered. How can it be so fast? Levi exclaimed that she didn't see Dieter moving at all, and the gas seemed to be scattered for no reason. Opposite left hand palmed at Gajeel and Levi. The right hand is clenched in front of the body like a bow. What? The arm flashed violently. Levi felt a gust of wind blow across his face. Yo! Boom! Then Gajeel, who was next to him, opened his eyes wide and flew out without warning. What? She was stunned. This speed must be too fast. She couldn't see any attacking movements at all. That Dieter maintained a bow-drawing posture from beginning to end, but even so, he shot Gajeel out. Cough cough. Gajeel looked away from the wall with a rather solemn expression. It's been a long time since he played against Dieter, and his speed is so fast. Even if you stare at it very intently, you can't see when the arm is moving. The speed is too terrifying. How to fight this? Gajeel was in trouble for a while. He really has no good way to deal with it at the moment. The speed and strength are surprisingly fast. He couldn't find any chance at all. Rely on intuition, since your eyes can't keep up, then let your mind go blank and use your Dragon Slayer's intuition to perceive the attack. The naked eye can deceive many people, but intuition won't. For flowers, Dieter reminds. Advertisement. The purpose of intercepting the contestants to upgrade to the S-rank mage is to let them improve. Let them feel their own lack of strength and the psychological quality in the face of death. Dieter knew exactly how to lead. At this moment he is mentor, teacher, master and senior. Three-dimensional text metal. Gajeel, eat it fast. Levi immediately summoned the iron block and gave it to Gajeel to replenish his stamina. Brown. Gajeel also picked up the iron block and drank it. After eating, the power surges up. Gajeel's fists collide. His body instantly turned into dragon scales, and a magic circle appeared in front of his hands. Iron Dragon Sword. His arms turned into weapons with rotating serrations, smashed the ground and rushed towards Dieter, slashing his arms high. Rumble. Dieter's body also moved quickly. Under the blessing of the rotating sawtooth, the destructive power and sharpness of the Iron Dragon Sword have been greatly improved. This prevents Dieter from being slashed casually. Pointing to Gunban. Dieter also started to fight back, dodging Gajeel's sharp arms, while also using the Navy 6 to deal with him. Dang dang, the defensive power of Gajeel, whose whole body is transformed into dragon scales, is different from before. It is also impossible to break through the defense easily. It seems that there is no point in wanting to relax, so come on. Dieter sighed. Moment. Arms are covered in arm colors. The eyes are slightly red, and the sight and smell are also full of firepower. Dong dong. The body is more flexible to dodge under the perception of seeing and hearing, while the double fists are constantly attacking Gajeel's body. Every punch to Gajeel made him grin in pain. The body trembled. But even so he didn't stop to distance himself, because doing so would give Dieter the chance to fight back. You must be constantly entangled in close combat to have a chance of winning. It's fast again. Levi wanted to use magic, but his magic was bad for both men in melee combat, so he could only pin his hopes on Gajeel. Watching Gajeel's intensive and fast slashing, there was nothing he could do about Dieter. Although Dieter has been avoiding, but Gajeel couldn't hit even a single hit, and every now and then his body trembled slightly because of Dieter's fist. If this goes on, Gajeel will be exhausted, no chance. It's good for Dieter. The power he's showing so far is already so powerful. If he goes all out, won't he defeat us in an instant? Lay worried. Dieter's power is unfathomable. It seems that there is no point in continuing to fight, instead, it will be dragged. The final defeat is certain. Your strength is not bad, and it is considered a first-line strength in the guild. Like Natsu, Gajeel has a potential that cannot be ignored. In general, it is very malleable. Work hard in the future. Dieter teaches by precept and example. Also tell them after each of Gajeel's attacks is easily dodge. And Levi and Gajeel shuddered in their hearts. Knowing that Dieter was getting serious, it was time to end the fight. Suddenly my scalp felt numb. In my heart, I pray that Dieter will take it lightly for a while, and if it is too heavy, it will be very uncomfortable. Then I will let you see the momentum that a strong man should have. Dieter flashes away. His calm eyes seem to be promoting an inconspicuous thing. Overlord color, activate. B chapter 110. Our children will definitely be very cute. Overlord color, activate. The powerful momentum is released from Dieter's body, and a single targeted moment envelopes Gajeel. That moment. The ground was hanging. The soil turned out. Gajeel's face changed dramatically, his body sank and knelt on the ground, the veins on his neck exploded, and there was a terrifying fear in his eyebrows. A shallow pit was squeezed out under his feet, and the surrounding of the pit spread out like a spider web. Cracks spread throughout the cave, and the pressure generated by the momentum was visible to the naked eye. Gajeel. Levi could clearly see the odd stance around Gajeel's body at the moment. Also know that at this moment Gajeel is under unprecedented attack. She dared not take the initiative to rush over. I can only stand there and call Gajeel, and I desperately want to find a way to help Gajeel get out of danger. Don't get close. This, 63-7, momentum is not something you can bear. Gajeel sipped low. He held his body to resist that power. The eyes carry fearless eyes, will to fight against everything. Okay. Dieter's unabashed praise, not being instantly crushed by the Overlord, is enough to show that Gajil's strength is strong enough. Too bad he didn't do his best. As long as you can stand it, you'll pass, Dieter said. The momentum of the Overlord is fully released, in that moment. The sky changed dramatically, and the blue sky and white clouds over Sirius Island were dissipated by Dieter's shocking smash. Like the wrath of heaven, the flowers and trees were all swaying and trembling. They were all afraid of this momentum, and Susu's voice was like a begging cry from them. Boom! Thunder rolls. In the cave, dragons rolled, overturned mountains and seas, and fissures were all over the place. Levi ducked his head in horror and hid in the corner, looking at Gajil and Dieter with a pale face. The fearful brain tightens its heartstrings, and the parties involved were embarrassed. Gajil, who was about to resist, was instantly enveloped in a more terrifying aura, and goosebumps exploded all over his body. Nerves snapped instantly. The mouth is slightly open, the eyes are dull, and the body is shaking. The previous strong will to resist also disappeared in an instant, and the whole person was like a fish that left the sea, a goshawk that couldn't fly. Advertisement fear. The murderous aura made him short of breath. The cells all over the body are screaming in fear, and the mind is screaming from the inside out. Powerful, too powerful. How can there be such a suffocating momentum? Deathly breath. He no longer has the will to fight, he just wants to run away, he just wants to escape. I admit defeat. Gajil conceded defeat intermittently. Under this momentum, he has no resistance at all. Momentum returned. Dieter stopped attacking the two of them, and swept the embarrassed Gajil with his hands behind his back. Patiently explained. There are many enemies in the future, and there are also many who are so powerful that they are despairing. Everyone must understand how big the world is when he becomes an S-rank mage. After scanning Levi, he smiled and said, "You passed." Whoa whoa whoa. The front gate of the passage is opened. Dieter announced the passage of the two, and without saying a word, turned around and walked back towards the entrance. Levi and Gajil were left to sit still. Get out of the aisle. Mirajane and Erza and several members who had already been eliminated were soon found. Dieter is back. I don't know who was so unlucky to meet Dieter. Speaking of which, did the person who met Dieter also fail? Mirajane and Erza greeted quickly. The latter also asked eagerly, as if he knew that Dieter would definitely not let his opponent pass. Alara Erza took it too seriously and forced his opponent out. Mirajane laughed. Erza retorted, "Isn't our job to stop them?" Dieter's mouth twitched. Looking at the temporary tent, Lasana and Juvia lying there shook their heads and smiled wryly. Gajil and Levi. The two of them work well together, but unfortunately their strength is a bit weak, so let's just pass the level, Dieter said. Hey, Erza said in surprise, what, did Gajil and Levi ever fight Dieter? The president didn't make us have to defeat them at all, just let them understand that it is not easy for S-rank mages, that's why they arranged it like this. I'm afraid you were the only one who will seriously compete with them, Erza. Dieter answered Erza silently. Advertisement suddenly Erza and Mirajane's eyes widened in disbelief. It seems that I didn't expect it to mean that. Gear DOS, the people over there must have passed the customs too, and they can't all get along if we're going to be hard on us, Dieter said. Erza was instantly ashamed. Well, then Juvia and Lasana are really innocent. Erza sighed. But she still said proudly, there are winners and losers in the game. I have always been brave to fight for the first place. Only Gear DOS and Dieter have no competitive spirit at all, so they will let go. Mirajane, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed. After all, she didn't plan to release the water herself, but no one expected that the two of them would say such a thing to shake her. Then the question is, how can you possibly let your opponent win, Mila? Erza's face is full of gossip. Thinking this way, it seemed that only her opponent was eliminated, and she suddenly felt a little lonely. Mirajane was a little ashamed and said, Evergreen said he was going to marry his brother, and I was too frightened to be attacked by them to win. Elle stopped immediately. The wedding, no, should you say when did they become that kind of relationship? No, Mirajane denied it, explaining. I think it should be their battle plan to shake me up. I don't think the two of them will have that kind of relationship, because if the two of them get married and have children. Mirajane thought of that scene, instantly covered her face and cried, she couldn't believe the picture at all. Ha ha ha, laughing to death, me. Dieter burst into laughter, not to mention, it would be a disaster if Elfman and Evergreen's children were like the former. Fortunately, I'm handsome, you two will give birth to my child, it will definitely be 1.1 very cute. Dieter sings. Immediately, Erza and Mirajane stared shyly. What a shame for a child. Dieter, going back next. Wait for the results, Erza interjected. Dieter shook his head. If you don't go back, the Sirius Island thing is not over yet. I feel that there will be changes in the future, and I can help if I stay. Can't go back. Then there's the Grimoire Heart, and the Black Dragon and Zareth, and it would be a shame to leave now. Hey, I can't beat it. Dieter shook his head and sighed after thinking of the Black Dragon and Zareth. He really wanted to help the guild resolve this Black Dragon crisis, but it was right that his strength was very strong at the moment. But it is still much weaker than Hailong. He can only watch, and even H chapter 111, Dark Guild, Grimoire Heart Attack. That's it, Mirajane suddenly realized, nodded and agreed. It is indeed a big event to witness the birth of the next S-rank mage. Apparently Mirajane thought that what Dieter was talking about was the birth of an S-class wizard. Instinct would think so. Mest and Wendy haven't come back yet, I'm taking Juvia to them. At this time, Juvia and Lasana wake up. After briefly communicating with them, Erza realized that Mest and Wendy hadn't come back yet and decided to go look for the next two. Okay, stay safe. Mirajane was cooking and agreed after hearing what Erza said. Remember to fire the flares sometime. Dieter said hello. Okay. Erza took Juvia towards the interior of Sirius Island to look for it. And Dieter yawned and looked at the sky board. If Dieter is fine, go catch some fish, just enough to make fish soup, Mirajane suggested. Lasana immediately raised her hand. I want to, I'm going fishing with brother Dieter. Okay. Dieter agreed with a smile. He took the fishing rod he brought when he came to Sirius Island and started to go fishing. Lasana followed behind him, smiling like a follower. At the same time, Gajeel and Levi, entering the second mission, are suffering at the moment. How could it be? Levi looked at Gajeel, who was injured, with tears in his eyes. Levi, run away. Gajeel held his stomach and said in pain. This is not a simple war, the severity is beyond imagination. Levi retorted. But, how can I without waiting for him to speak? Gajeel turned his head and drank. Everyone must be notified of this matter as soon as possible. I can deal with this kind of garbage alone. Tears welled up in Levi's eyes. Constantly wiping, she got up and turned away. She knew she had to leave, so as not to distract Gajeel. And Gajeel sneered. Sweeping over the two guys in front of them also satirize, how similar. Did you want to start an all-out war with Fairy Tail? Advertisement Gajeel murmured with his arms down, it's like the scene at that time, stupid guy, there are so many monsters in Fairy Tail, they came to die. Erza, Mirajane, Dieter, Gear Das. These S-rank mages are all there, just pulling out anyone is enough to defeat these people, they are really a bunch of ignorant guys. Quadruple A, Gajeel lowered his head and recalled the memory of being picked up by Dieter, and sneered. Yes, I will let you taste the taste of that time. Jang, Pa, when fishing was comfortable, a red flare was fired over Sirius Island. Hey, flare, red flare, what is that? Lasana looked curiously at the flare while holding her unique oily hand. Dieter got up and put away the fishing rod. The red signal flare means that Sirius Island was attacked by the enemy, and the S-class mage exam is about to be suspended. Let's go back quickly. After he finished speaking, he hugged Lisana's slender waist and moved back to the temporary tent. Dieter, Lasana, you're back. Mirajane also greeted. Dieter nodded his eyebrows and said, I didn't expect that an enemy would attack at this critical juncture of the S-rank magistrate exam. It seems that the S-rank magistrate exam can't continue. I'm going to be busy, Lasana and Mila. Stay here to meet. Gear Das and Freed should come back, and remember to let them enter the island to expel the enemy. Mirajane nodded, pulled Lasana down beside him, and cared about Dieter seriously. You also pay attention to safety, don't underestimate the enemy. Hey. Dieter nodded and disappeared in place. Use the knowledge and color to quickly come to the battlefield on Gajeel's side. Erza and Juvia are also there. Erza, Dieter stepped out and glanced at Gajeel, who was weak but had already defeated the enemy and raised his eyebrows. Well done, I thought you would be defeated. Gajeel curled his lips and replied with a smile. Who will be defeated? They're all rubbish, it hurts. Because of talking, it also caused huge pain in the ribs. Dieter, here you are. Erza's eyes softened and greeted. Miss Erza, Mr. Dieter, what's next? Juvia asked. Dieter said directly. You and Erza find Wendy and Mest first, they may not know where the camp is, and they may be lost. After looking at Levi, he also warned. Levi will take Gajeel back to the camp, and leave the enemy's words to our S-rank mages. Way, no matter how many enemies come, I can beat them. Gajeel disagrees. Advertisement Levi complained. You can't stand up alone, why are you trying to be brave? Don't move, I'll send you back. Watching the two people walk with each other. Juvia also wanted to find Gray, but was forced to obey Deer's orders. Don't worry, Gray is strong enough to deal with a lot of people, and I'm sure he'll love you very much when he knows you trust him so much. Perhaps sensing Juvia's worries, Dieter also quickly comforted Juvia. Love you, get married, have kids. Juvia's eyes suddenly turned into heart-shaped, and her hands covered her blushing face and shyness. Juvia will definitely trust Lord Grey. Juvia's fighting spirit is awe-inspiring. Immediately put aside worries and obey orders 100%. Okay, then I'll ask your purpose first. Erza put on his valiant armor and walked up to the dog-headed warrior to ask questions. Humph. Who is going to tell you about these 637 kinds of women? Boom. Erza slammed a big bag out of his head with a punch, waiting for his answer. The dog-headed warrior said in pain and aggrieved. It is Zareth, the legendary black magician Zareth. He is on this island now. Erza and Juvia's eyes widened. How is that possible? Erza exclaimed. Juvia hurriedly said, I don't remember Zareth being hundreds of years old. The dog-headed warrior affirmed. It's a person from 400 years ago. After hearing the affirmative words, Erza immediately retorted. No way, how could he still be alive, because Jelal him. At this time, Dieter said, as far as I know, the person Jelal saw at that time should be someone else pretending to be, and the purpose is to lure him into depravity, and Zareth should be alive and well. See the dog-headed warrior to add. Dieter continued. The Zareth that all the dark guilds are looking for is currently in a sleeping state and has not woken up, so the average person can't find him. It also made him uncomfortable that the dog-headed warrior had nowhere to say. His eyes were full of complaints, staring at Unique, wondering how someone in a regular magic guild could understand so much. So the purpose of Grimoire Heart is, Erza said in horror. Juvia also looked very serious. It should be an attempt to awaken Zareth, the Dark Mage, to rule the world. Dieter said what was on their minds. Chapter 112. Seeing and hearing the colorful level, listening to the voice of all things. This is impossible. This is the holy land of fairy tale, on this island protected by goblins. You dare to do anything wrong. Erza couldn't believe it, and yelled at the kobold warrior. Ha ha ha, the dog-headed warrior laughed. The seven kin of Purgatory, President Hades' direct troops, is coming soon. I advise you not to underestimate him. Pung. Dieter didn't give him a chance to continue, knocking him out with a punch, speaking like we're weak. I didn't expect the Grimoire Heart to attack. It seems that our fairy tale is going to eradicate all the dark guilds. Dieter, you. Both Erza and Juvia looked heavy. I'll go find Wendy, Dieter suggested, and you go meet Gray or Lucy. Juvia's eyes twinkled when she heard the words, and she could not wait to fly to Lord Gray's side and fight side by side with Lord Gray. Okay then. Erza thought about it and agreed. She really had no idea of rejecting Dieter's request. Just as I was about to leave, I remembered what I said when I had a conflict with Mila. He turned his head again and came to Dieter. How? Dieter didn't understand what Erza was going to do, and looked down at Erza's pretty face, who was close at hand. Dieter, who lives in Erza's building, said softly, I ignored you when I was Erasion Cease. Sorry, but I won't. You are more important than Jelal in my life. Woolen cloth. Dieter was stunned, stroked her hair gently and said, It's okay, you are also very important. The two survive, and Juvia pulled her face and watched enviously. She also wanted to hug Lord Grey like this. Be safe, I'll wait for you to come back. Erza reluctantly left Dieter's arms and took Juvia away after caring to find other members. After witnessing people leave, Dieter scratched his head and laughed happily. Oh, we common people, I'm so happy. Looking at the spot at the top of Sirius Island, he muttered with his neck moving, I'm in a good mood, so I won't torture you all, let's end it early. Ding. Sign into the Grimoire Heart Guild, reward 40 skill points, close black lens bracket. Just as he was about to leap into the air and fly towards the highest point on Sirius Island, the system in his brain rang in time. Marvelous. Dieter rejoiced. Sirius Island S-Class Mage's upgrade exam and the Grimoire Heart Attack are really 2 events, you can get 2 sign-ins. This time, you can also directly upgrade to the full level. It's one step closer to opening the next stage of the Devil Fruit treasure chest, it's really cool. Dieter is excited to get a new 40 skill points to add to his experience. At that moment, I succeeded in bringing the experience to full level. So scary, why is this? Evil breath, evil power. Who is going to save us? Help. That moment. A large number of calls for help poured into the brain, causing Dieter's head to run rapidly, and countless voices poured in from all directions. What is this? Dieter clenched his brows, and the pain in his brain gave him a splitting headache. Those sounds are weird. It sounds as if the voices of all things in the world are pouring into the brain, like a cry for help from animate and inanimate objects. Is this the ability to hear the voice of all things? Dieter wasn't so sure. Advertisement, but obviously this kind of voice from all directions cannot appear out of thin air, so maybe it is really possible. So you say that the extra attribute you get after you reach the full level is the ability to listen to all things? It's a bit strong. Dieter turned that ability off. The cries for help disappeared at the same time, and Dieter was relieved. His eyes swept over everything around him with lingering fears. It looks like this ability can't be turned on all the time, otherwise the sound of all things will be enough to drive people crazy, Dieter said. Ding. The first stage is over, the system is updated, and the second stage will be entered after the update. The remaining time until the end of the update. 2,554 days, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. F***CK. Immediately after seeing and hearing the colorful level, the brain system jumped out of the information again. And this information is actually written. System update. And this time, 7 full years. F***CK ridicule, which means that no matter what I do in 7 years, I have not improved Goldfinger. Dieter is crazy. Whose system update takes a full 7 years? Damn, system, doesn't that mean that the only way for me now is to be sealed? Dieter's head hurts. A good mood turns bad all of a sudden, Dieter complained. Thinking of the Dark Guild attacking Sirius Island now, his mentality suddenly became unbalanced, and he decided to put his resentment on them. Don't blame me, who made you so unlucky? Dieter leapt and charged towards the highest point where Wendy was. Above. A lot of flowers are planted here at the top, and the fragrance is full of fragrance. Shah Lulu and Pomsalili were confronting Mest at the moment, and the two cats noticed his problem. You. What do you mean by that? Mest laughed and said, I'm a disciple of Mistogan. Bang. Pomsaliri's body instantly became huge, and he punched the stone next to Mest's head. He glared at Mest and said, Prince, he can't accept disciples in this world. It is really good to use people who are no longer in this world to confuse everyone. Too bad your identity is wrong, Mest. Wendy behind him immediately exclaimed. Wait a minute, what's the matter? Why did the fight suddenly start? Shah Lulu stopped. Wendy, don't talk yet. Mest's forehead was sweating from the tension, and he stammered. You, what are you talking about? Pomsalili analyzed. Your magic might be able to manipulate people's memories. You cast magic on a guild member and then disguised yourself as a member of the guild. Add in your self-proclaimed prince's apprentice, there's just too much in you, and we can't even think of anyone you've been in contact with. What's more, you don't even know what the guild's signal flare means, so you can't make excuses now. Gollum. Mest swallowed with palpitations. Hey. In the next second, he disappeared in front of his eyes, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Wendy. It's teleportation magic. Oops. Pangsalili and Sha Lulu realized it later, and immediately looked over. I saw Mest grabbed Wendy and fell to the side, bang. Just that moment, the position where two people were standing was detonated. Gravel splashed. Advertisement. Who is it? Come out to me, Mest reprimanded. Both Pangsalili and Sha Lulu looked at it in astonishment. I saw a bulge on the tree trunk not far away, and a person's face slowly appeared. Anyone in the tree? You. Who are you? Mest, Pangsalili and Sha Lulu immediately watched the figure slowly forming from the tree trunk with vigilance. My name is Ozma, one of the Grimoire Heart 7 kin of Purgatory. Ozma's body shaping. Stepping out of the tree trunk, he slowly revealed his identity. Grimoire Heart, Dark Guild. So the signal flare just now is to inform us that there is an enemy? Wendy and others immediately alerted that Ozma was unmoved, and his eyes swept across the few people in front of him with no interest. Originally, I thought I could find a few clues by sneaking into the fairy tale, but I didn't expect Zareth and Grimoire Heart to come. Fortunately, I had the foresight to arrange for the troops of the Senate to stand by nearby. Now I can be considered to be able to completely destroy the Grimoire Heart. Destroy. Mest excitedly told about his plan, and Ozma pointed to the distant battleship. Sudden. Boom, the battleship that was slowly approaching not far away was instantly detonated. The sky-high firelight reflected on Mest's face, his eyes widened in disbelief that, Wang Haojiao, this man could destroy the council's battleship in an instant. Oh. Pangsalili instantly seized the opportunity and rushed towards Ozma. Want to seize the opportunity to beat him, steam explosion. Ozma raised his hand expressionlessly. Boom boom boom. Pangsalili's body was instantly enveloped by the explosion, and the violent explosion drowned him. At the same time, Wendy also took a deep breath and prepared to use Dragon Slayer magic. It's really boring, Ozma said boringly, reached out and aimed at Wendy and used magic instantly. Wendy. Sha Lulu and Pangsalili screamed, but Ozma's magic was still detonated. Boom. A loud roar detonated where Wendy was, smoky. The place was a mess. It's boring, are there only cats and children in this guild? Ozma said. When he was about to leave, he suddenly found a figure in the smoke. Call. A strong wind blew, leaking the scene inside. I saw a handsome young man standing in front of Wendy, blocking Wendy's smaller body with his body. Hey, you Grimoire Heart will only bully our guild children, it's a shame. Sounded. Chapter 113. The Arc of the Big Tree, the Ineffective Explosion, the Strong Dieter. Wendy and the others immediately burst into laughter. Brother Dieter. Dieter, great, well, here comes Dieter. Several people were talking, obviously feeling very relieved about Dieter's arrival. As long as he is there, no matter what the strength of the enemy is, he will destroy all foreign enemies. Even Grimoire Heart is no exception. Finally, there is a person who is worthy of a fight. I hope your strength will not be too bad, that would be too boring. Ozma moves muscles and bones. The look in Dieter's eyes was full of fighting intent, and the desire to fight was stronger than ever. Brother Dieter, his magic is very strange, Wendy quickly reminded. It was impossible to tell what type of magic was used from the previous magics, and this was the most careless thing. Ozma smiled without explaining, and Dieter squinted his eyes and shook his head with a smile. One of the 7 kin of Purgatory, Ozma. Magic is lost magic, the arc of a big tree. It can inject the magic of the earth into the fruit and cause an explosion. Controlling the magic power accumulated in the earth, in short, as long as it is within the scope of his magic, it can be directly detonated anywhere. Isn't it, Ozma? Shocked, Ozma stared at Dieter in disbelief. He never thought that this person would be able to say the magic that he used completely. Even the nature can be told. This is lost magic, it is impossible to understand so clearly without any knowledge. There is something wrong with this guy, what? It turned out to be lost magic, it is really strong. It's no wonder that being able to bond the warships at will, and infuse magic into fruit, is basically no solution. Several people exclaimed. They didn't expect that the man in front of him was using the same lost magic as Dragon Slayer magic. This kind of power and almost incomprehensible characteristics is really taboo. Suck, I didn't expect fairies to know so much, but now that you know it, how do you resolve it? Ozma laughed. After speaking, he reached out and waved his hand, and instantly released the magic again. Boom boom, the sound of an explosion resounded through the sky, wrapping Dieter's figure, and a large amount of powerful magic exploded beside him. If it was another person, it would be important not to die. Smoke rises. The ground after the explosion was a mess. The potholes show the power of the explosion. Wendy looked over worriedly. Advertisement. It's true that Dieter is strong, but is it really okay to be enveloped by that sudden explosion? Even if they are injured, they do not want to see it. That's it. Smoke dissipated. Dieter's figure appeared without any scars on his body. Not even the clothes were blown up. How can it be? Ozma was taken aback, and the large amount of explosive fruit drowned this person. Even the other people who were also 7 kin of Purgatory could not be safe. But the guy in front of him was unscathed. How is this possible? At the same time, he was constantly searching for the magic and information of the guy in front of him in his mind. Suddenly surprised to find that there are not many clues about this person. Who the hell are you guy? As a dark guild, the most hated is the fairy tale, and President Hades often investigates the first place in this regular guild. Therefore, there are also investigations on the strength and magic of the internal members. The information about this guy in front of him is only a few words. Love fishing. Don't go home all year round. Living in a guild since childhood. These are the only information, and there is no other clue. How can it be? Ozma couldn't believe it. Soon, Ozma took a deep breath and his eyes were extremely solemn. Although there was no clue about this person, he was not afraid. Although I don't know what's going on with your magic, my strength is stronger. The chains explode. Ozma shouted angrily, and saw the tree where Dieter was standing broke out of the ground from the ground, wrapped around the unique, and at the same time detonated instantly. The tree exploded from its roots all the way to Dieter. Boom boom, the power is stronger, and the range of the explosion, CFBB, is denser. He was about to blow the Dieter in front of him to shreds. A series of explosions formed a unique scene. Ozma did not stop, reaching out and aiming again. Crazy edge. Blasting claw. The branch looked at Dieter, and the tip of the branch exploded again, and a more concentrated explosion rang out. Furthermore, it is compressed into plump fruits through the magic of the earth. 3 claw-like explosions were generated. Advertisement. A series of explosive attacks blew up the area around Dieter's body. The flames from the explosion scorched the ground black. The ground is sinking. It is enough to prove how terrifying the power of that series of explosions is. How many times do I have to tell you, your explosions are nothing but tickling. Dieter's voice emerged lazily from the smoke from the explosion. At this point he was no longer as clean as before. The clothes on his body were a little dirty, but even so, he didn't break a hole. Brother Dieter. It's amazing. Dieter's strength is too terrifying, those explosions are useless to him. This guy. When did Fairy Tale have such a number one? Humph. Dieter is still very strong. Both Ponzalili and Wendy were pleasantly surprised and had a clear understanding of Dieter's strength. And Mest was a little shocked. He really didn't expect that there are such terrifying people in the Fairy Tale Guild, and those explosive explosions with such power did nothing at all. And Ozma was also moved. No solution, simply incomprehensible. Dieter gave him the feeling that he was an iron bucket that he couldn't attack, and this kind of defense was too amazing. Defense? Ozma was stunned for a moment, and his brain was running fast. From the beginning to now, this one called Dieter is just passive defense, and has never shot. Is his magic a defensive magic or something? There is no attack power, so the defense power is so terrifying? Right. It must be. Ozma was ecstatic, thinking that he must have guessed right. Dieter's eyes were slightly red, and he instantly understood what Ozma was going to do next, and sneered with disdain. Narrated. Your magic is rubbish, and today I will let you experience what it means to be powerful. Gah! As soon as Dieter's words fell, he himself disappeared. In an instant, Ozma's back was cold, and his powerful fighting instinct felt that his danger was approaching rapidly. Immediately with both hands. Flame tower explosion. The sky-high explosion shot straight into the sky, and the explosion was like an unyielding giant tower bursting open in an instant, and its power was raised to the extreme. This is to prevent attacks from behind. Chapter 114, 6 Kin of Purgatory left. Armed color slow flow. Dieter's voice did not fluctuate, and the figure appeared in front of Ozma again. He clenched his right fist and placed it on his waist. The fist was wrapped in a red airflow, and the arm turned black. A straight punch came. Fear. Ozma felt extreme terror. That terror is as if facing something, the great terror of despair. That straight punch was very slow, but Ozma's body screamed endlessly. It's like begging for mercy. His brain nerves were tense, and his body's intuition sent him a message of escape. Let him run quickly. The body can't move at all. It was as if the person locked in that fist had to fight it hard. Boom, the fist landed on the stomach, and the pain like death broke out instantly. Ozma's eyes were instantly bloodshot, his brain was rapidly congested, and his heart stopped because of this punch. Severe pain followed by force. The strength was something he had never experienced before. His body was flying backwards at a rapid rate, falling on the ground and rolling down constantly. Every time he collided with the ground, he could smash the ground into a big hole. Pung! But it's not over yet. As his body kept rolling, Ozma saw Dieter's figure continue to come slightly in the sky. Fall hard. Another punch hit the right chest. Taste. Cough cough. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and Ozma felt that his right chest had been sunken. The bones and internal organs may have been broken. Cough cough. Ozma wanted to speak, but he opened his mouth to spit out blood, and the blood was mixed with minced meat. I don't know what it was. Die. The fear of death strikes. Ozma's body was unable to move, and his consciousness was constantly blurred. He felt like he was dying. His eyes were also moved when he saw Dieter's handsome face. Really, powerful and terrifying, this kind of person is afraid that no one in Grimoire Heart can compete with him except President Hades. Advertisement funny, what a big joke. They even want to destroy Fairy Tale incidentally. How is this possible? With this guy around, no one can destroy Fairy Tale. Your strength is very weak, your physique is vulnerable. Dieter looked down at him, opened his palms to grab his head, and muttered. As the price of attacking Fairy Tale, you will die here. Boom boom boom, the earth was torn apart, and a huge pothole became the burial place of one of the seven kin of purgatory. Destroyed one of the seven kin of purgatory with 2 punches in 1 palm. It's amazing. You beat that guy so quickly, Pomsalili admired. When I thought of Edalus, I was also knocked down by 1 move, and I felt extremely sympathetic in my heart. It's just that this guy was unlucky to run into Dieter. If it was someone else, there was still hope of victory, but it was a pity that Dieter didn't even have a chance to survive. Dieter, messed, he's not blowing, why are people gone? Shah Lulu saw that the enemy had disappeared, and she should also deal with Mest's affairs, but she just found out when Mest had disappeared. Yes, Mr. Mest doesn't seem to be a member of our guild, but a member of the Senate, Wendy said. Dieter nodded. Mest's matter is not important, you don't have to worry about it, now the top priority is to deal with Grimoire Heart, since it is safe here, then I should go to the next place, you all go back to the camp. Wendy, a few people are strange though, but there was no refutation, and the camp left after agreeing to ask questions. And Dieter was figuring out who to deal with next. Whatever, deal with whoever you find first. Dieter decided to follow the fate and headed in a random direction, ready to eradicate the enemy there. Purgatory. There are still 6 of the 7 family members left. In the woods. Natsu wraps his fists in flames and wipes out enemies that fall from the sky. Incredibly powerful. Haha, okay, you all quit. A guy with unkempt blonde hair and red eyes came out of the woods. Lord Zankoro, the group of beating up embarrassed people, immediately called respectfully. You are not his opponent, he. Zankro swayed towards this side with a swaying pace, making arrogant laughter. Zankro waved away. Go find Zarif, I'll be enough to deal with this guy. Yes. After Lord Zankro came, we too were saved. This guy is terrible. Advertisement, he must be the rumored fire dragon. For flowers, Grimoire Heart's subordinates immediately breathed a sigh of relief and praised Natsu. Zan K. Luo's smiling face suddenly solidified, and said coldly, Stop, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** something is wrong. Did you just say he was strong? Zancro demanded. The subordinates immediately knew that they had said something they shouldn't have said, and immediately made amends. Ah. Not. There is no guild stronger than Grimoire Heart in this world. Several subordinates immediately announced that Grimoire Heart is the strongest guild, trying to make up for what they said earlier. But Zancro didn't give him a chance at all, with a gas-black flame in his hand, and angrily scolded. We are the strongest guild, Grimoire Heart doesn't need the weak. Zero boom. The flame was unleashed by Zancro by the way. The subordinates were drowned, and the flames burned their bodies, listening to their tragic cries. Ha 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 ha. Zancro laughed uncontrollably while listening to the beautiful scream. Black flames. Natsu was also surprised when he saw the flames, but still scolded. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zankro responded with a fire. A tornado of flames released from his fist and swept toward Natsu. Flame is useless to me. Natsu's mouth widened to devour the black flames. Ah! Surprisingly, the black flame was not swallowed by Natsu, but drowned him, burning his body. Natsu was beaten in a hurry, and he grabbed the black flame with both hands and was surprised. I can't eat, what's the matter with this flame? Dragon hunters dared to be so arrogant. Zankro was disdainful, and the flames heated up again, instantly knocking Natsu out. Boom, ah! Natsu's screams rang out. He. Zankro smiled and said, if you still want to devour the flame of the gods, which is far higher than the flame of the dragon, you will be punished by heaven. With a mad smile, he continued, your magic can't be compared to mine, but I'm just a god-destroying magician. Killing god. Natsu propped up and looked at Zankro in disbelief. Natsu roared and attacked Zankro frantically, his fists turned into afterimages, grabbing the red flames and attacking continuously. Second. Chapter 115. God-destroying magician, all the moves are ineffective. The power of dragon hunting is nothing but that. Zankro sneered at the barrage of attacks that would be enough to counter Natsu with one hand. Natsu slammed his fists and asked, what is a god-destroyer? Is it a god who taught you magic? Boom boom boom. Zankro is constantly at war with Natsu. The magic of both of them has very powerful destructive power, and every blow can shatter the ground. The pothole swore how fierce the battle was. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. God of Fire. Kagetsuchi. Rumbling, the ground shattered, and the two men's battle destroyed the surrounding trees. The ground and weeds burn with black or red flames, igniting everything around them into a sea of fire. Ah! Natsu screamed, and his body was knocked out. In the confrontation of flames, Natsu's dragon flames were defeated by the flames of the god, 670. He is suppressed. UB**************. Natsu became more and more brave, took a deep breath and swelled up, and roared at Zankro. Fire Dragon's roar. The flames shattered the ground. Breath smashed all the way towards Zankro. Did you know? God gave the concept of fire to human beings, and it was neither human nor dragon who gave birth to fire, but God. Kind Zankro speaks. Looking at the roaring breath, he took a deep breath and instantly swallowed Natsu's flames. How is this possible? After watching the flames being swallowed alive, Natsu also felt powerless, flame restraint, strength restraint, how could he fight? He felt more difficult than ever. It's a delicious flame, a flame that burns forever. Zancro praised Natsu's fire, savoring it. But it can kill dragons, but it can't kill gods. The wrath of the flame god. A more powerful flame spewed out of Zancro's mouth, and the power was several times stronger than Natsu's. Instantly hit Natsu. Ah! Natsu was kicked out, and severe pain came from all over his body. Gah! At this moment, a light flashed, caught Natsu from the air, and landed again. Dieter. Advertisement. Natsu looked at the person who caught him with difficulty, and smiled embarrassedly when he saw Dieter. He didn't seem to want Dieter to see him in a mess. Enough, Natsu, rest well, all enemies who hurt your comrades will die here. Dieter placed Natsu on the large rock next to him. Sweeping the injury on Natsu's body can't help but love eyebrows, it's really hard to start. Natsu was smiling. Ahahaha. Zancro laughed wildly, his perverted face swept over Dieter in front of him, and said, another one, great, let me have fun. Have fun? Dieter laughed and stepped forward, and replied with a playful smile. Yes, Ozma from your seven kin of purgatory really made me happy, so I gave him, death. Ah! Zancro, who was laughing wildly, stopped in the summer, and looked at Dieter with some doubts about his hearing, whether he had auditory hallucinations just now. 2 punches in 1 palm, said Dieter, holding out 3 fingers. Kill him. Impossible. Zancro immediately denied it. We, seven kin of purgatory is the most powerful, how could it possibly die? You must be lying to me, trying to distract me, right? Hee, it's useless, you have no idea how powerful we are. Zancro reasoned himself. His eyes were fixed on Dieter's body without shifting, wanting to see the expression he wanted to see. Pity. Dieter has a playful smile throughout. This makes Zancro have to wonder if Ozma is really dead. Impossible, it shouldn't. When did Ozma become so weak that he would be killed? No, absolutely wrong. Zancro muttered frantically to himself. The next second, he put on a perverse smile again, and said cruelly. No matter how much, as long as you are torn to pieces, it doesn't matter if you live or die, hee. Boom. Saying that, he stepped on his feet hard. The huge force collapsed the ground beneath his feet, holding the black flame of God in his hand and attacking Dieter. Dieter punches. Boom. The 2 fists slammed together. A wave of air blew around the strong fist wind. Your flame is no different than the flame of my grilling fish, Dieter scoffed. Hee. Zancro laughed, took a deep breath at Dieter and roared. The wrath of the fire god. The black flame slammed into Dieter's body at close range, and a powerful force knocked Dieter out and flew into the air and fell to the ground. Hee. Go to hell. Zancro raised his body and wrapped his fist with this rich black flame. Advertisement. The arrow of the fire god. Aiming at Dieter in the air, he launched a penetrating and powerful flame column. The black arrow was extremely fast. What he thought was that Dieter couldn't control his body in the air, so he thought of this method. Once he was hit, he would definitely penetrate his body, and he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Pity. Zancro would never have imagined that Dieter's body had been knocked out on purpose. The black arrow was about to penetrate. Dieter's body slid sideways to avoid the arrows. Zancro's laughter stopped abruptly below, and his face was a little stiff, looking unique and unbelievable. How is this possible? Hee. If you can dodge once, you can dodge the second time. Zancro responded very quickly. Seeing that the fire god's arrow had failed, he immediately held both hands in half. The black flames condensed, and soon formed a draft-shaped broadsword, which was ready to wait until the moment Dieter fell. Ha. Dieter sneered. The moment his body fell from the air, the draft-shaped broadsword slashed towards him. Suffer to death, great sword of flames. With a sound like tearing apart the space, Zancro swung the broadsword in his hand and slashed horizontally. Armed color. Dieter stood unmoved, his body quickly covered in a layer of black matter. Hard against that big knife. Ding. Dumb blade. Collision with the body. Dieter's body did not change at all. But the big knife in Zancro's hand cracked 1.1, and it quickly shattered and disappeared. How is that possible? My broadsword has a very powerful severing power, how can it be broken? Zancro regretted it. Looking at the big knife slowly disappearing in his hand, he exclaimed, and he couldn't figure out why it was useless. Your weak sword. Dieter's heart was aimed at Zancro, and an air bomb shot out instantly. You. The force instantly hit Zancro, causing him to groan, and his body was knocked out a few meters away. How can it be? Zancro looked at Dieter in front of him. His magic power was also consumed a lot, and he probably didn't have much magic power without flames. And the person in front of him had nothing to do from the beginning to the end, as if he was not disturbed by magic at all. The fight was unscathed. Chapter 116, 7 Kin of Purgatory, 5 remaining members. I gave you a chance to show it, but you're not strong enough, you didn't even hurt a single hair of mine, you're really weak. Dieter shook his head mockingly. Steps towards Zancro, it's time for him to attack. Hee, wait to die. Zancro laughed again, his hands covered in black flames, quickly forming a pair of jackpots, ready to devour Dieter. An interesting magic. Dieter shook his head and sneered, his stride did not stop, and he continued to move forward to kill the man. The fire god's supper, there seemed to be a pair of eyes on the pair of grand prizes, and the red light flashed, forming a giant fireball that covered the sky and the sun. The fireball was enormous, covered the sky where the two were fighting. It looks a bit powerful, Dieter replied with a smile. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. Gah, extremely fast, the rushing wind is blowing in. Zancro's face trembled as he blew, and he felt the depression of the room's breath hit. Zancro's heart skipped a beat, and Dieter in the distance was already in front of him, so close at hand, he could clearly see those deadly eyes. The right fist is clenched tightly, the fist is covered with a pitch-black color, and there is a cherry-red airflow around it. The fist was aimed at the throat. Zancro's eyes kept shrinking, his neck tightened, and the fist seemed to be slowed down countless times in his eyes. A little bit toward the throat. Can't escape, are you going to die? Zancro only had this thought in his mind at this time, and the feeling of powerlessness was very obvious. Taste, the fist hit the throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Tay smashed Zancro's throat and beat him out. Wow lala. The body knocked down one tree trunk and set it on a boulder blocking the road. The blood from the nose and mouth could not stop flowing out, infecting the clothes on the body, and there was a strong panic in the eyes. Too fast. Too much power. Zancro also believes that Ozma may indeed be dead. Advertisement. It's really hard to survive against such a terrifying enemy. The power in the body is constantly flowing, Zancro's body is cold, and he can clearly feel the smell of death. The gap is too big, and the magic can't cause any injuries. Instead, he was hit by a move and was on the verge of death. Da da da, Dieter walked towards Zancro, and the sound of footsteps on his fragile heart made him feel hopeless. Go in peace. Dieter came to Zancro again step by step, raised his palm and patted his forehead. Added, your death will not be the end, it won't be long before the seven kin of purgatory others will go down with you. Taste. Die. Since the death of the god-destroying magician, there may be no more fire-destroying magic in the future. Purgatory, 5 of the 7 familiars remain. Dieter grumbled and walked towards Natsu, came to him and saw that although he was bruised, there was no big problem in general. Have a good rest, I'm going to deal with the others. After muttering a few words to Natsu, Dieter also left. Get ready to screen the next unlucky 7 dependents. Boom 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 7 kin of purgatories, Caprico. Single-handedly beat Lucy, Kana, Gray, and Loki to the brink. This guy. A guide to the 4 of us. So strong, Gray's body is weak, and looking at the guy who looks like a goat, he can't believe that the 4 of them were beaten without the ability to fight back. What the hell are you guys doing? Why bother me to take the S-rank wizard upgrade exam? Kana supported her heavy body and looked at Caprico questioning angrily. The great magic world has created a world with only magicians, and all those without magic power will be wiped out. Caprico pushed the glasses on his face with endless yearning in his tone. What? You want to destroy all those who have no magic power? The great magical world. It's so weird to do this. Such a cruel world. It's not good for anyone. Gray and the others immediately denied it. Everyone said that the world is too extreme, ordinary people do not exist, there is only a magical world. Actually, I can't understand the real intention of President Hades, that is probably the realm that can only be achieved by those who understand the abyss of magic. Capelli Science explains. Zarif is on this island, and when we get him, the world will be surrounded by magic and reborn. Advertisement, boring. Just as Capelli Science was about to continue speaking, a voice sounded. Gray and the others looked at the sound. Dieter came out of the woods with disdain written all over his face, and continued. You guys are so weak, you don't deserve to be Zarif's subordinates. Weak? Kana and several people's faces are not good looking. The 4 of them fought desperately, but they were still easily evaded. As the guys from 7 kin of purgatory, they can really understand what it means to be strong, and that kind of strong strength really makes it impossible for them to continue fighting. As a result, Dieter's mouth has become very weak. Dieter brother, this guy is very strong, the 4 of us can't hurt him, Lucy reminded. Dieter's mouth twitched, however. Disgusted. Gray, you are so weak, you can't even deal with such a small role, and Loki, you are celestial spirit anyway, the feet of real vegetables. Loki shook his head awkwardly, he really had nothing to say because it was true. And Gray complained impatiently. What, obviously this guy 683 is too strong, and I haven't been serious, otherwise I can definitely beat him. Dieter disagreed. He glanced at Caprico in front of him. He answered, the so-called 7 kin of purgatory is just a good title. In fact, their very dishes, such as Ozma and Zancro, can't support my 3 moves. Caprico's eyes narrowed. He said calmly, it's not justified, none of us 7 kin of purgatory is so easy to defeat. I can't feel any magic power that threatens me from you, so you are framing me. Ah. Dieter started his classic sneer again, looking at Caprico unmoved. As if to say whether you believe it or not. Since you are so confident, let me test out how you can hold me up. Caprico didn't see any panic and fear on Dieter's face, and began to mutter in his heart. Could Ozma and Zancro really be defeated? Simply test the strength directly. Gah, that moment, Caprico stomped hard. The strong leg of Lamb exerted force, smashed the stone bricks under his feet, and rushed forward, so fast that the 4 of Gray couldn't even see it. Dieter, watch out. Although she didn't see any movement, Kana quickly reminded Dieter. Chapter 117. Dieter's power, the fearful 4. But Kana's voice was still much slower. When the reminder she blurted out sounded, that Caprico had come to Dieter, raised his knees and hit Dieter's chest. Once it hits a solid rib, at least a few will be broken and the combat power will be greatly reduced. Can Dieter do it? Although Caplico's speed is extremely fast. In Dieter's eyes it is still no different from the speed of a snail. The moment he lifted his knee and hit it, he immediately raised his leg and swept. Pong! The legs of the two people collided immediately in the air. The powerful force made the collision sound particularly harsh, like a sonic boom. Kick. The two legs are wrestling, uniquely understated, resisting the huge force from the goat's leg. Something good. Caplico's strength is different from Dieter, and I didn't expect to be able to withstand it in the wrestling stage. But he was unafraid. With his hands together and waving forward, a strange line appeared. Turn it on. Ruben Coluto's hero, Sonya Osen. Sudden. A man in ancient costume with a crescent knife appeared and slashed at Dieter with a weapon. Instant power release. Knock out Dieter's body. What happened? What is that? A person. Several people in Cana said that it was the first time they saw Caprico's magic. Is it also a summoning type? Otherwise, how could a person appear out of thin air? Stab. Dieter was slashed by the force with both feet on his feet, causing him to tear two deep grooves out of the ground. His clothes were slid open, revealing the muscles inside. Question mark. QG. Plus. %. But the huge crescent knife did not scratch Dieter. He is the young hero who led the anti-kingdom army to victory in the Ruben Coluto civil war that broke out in X779. General Sonya Osen. According to records, his whereabouts are unknown after the war, and the truth is that he became my puppet. Caplico doesn't seem to mind answering everyone's confused questions, and answers them diligently. But Gray and the others looked at the person who came out in horror. You actually captured humans and summoned them? Loki asked through gritted teeth. Lucy also felt creepy. Celestial spirit arresting human beings, this kind of thing happened in front of my eyes, I can't believe it. Advertisement. Hey. When Caprico was complacent, he only felt a strong wind blowing from his side. Looking at it, he found that there was only a huge fist coming towards him, and a punch hit him in the face and knocked him out and slammed into the stone wall, creating a pothole. Too weak. Your strength is too weak. Dieter took a step forward, his feet were stomping, and the armed colored glue was released violently. The hanging floor hanging under your feet. It's smashing. The violent power is venting wildly from Dieter's body. That power is extreme and powerful. A visible momentum formed around Dieter's body, shattering the stones on the ground into small particles and suspending them around. And the whole scene of Sirius Island caused a small-scale earthquake due to Dieter's crazy operation of power. A powerful aura made Gray and Caplico clearly visible. Long. Hearts are pounding. The heart palpitations are constantly rising. This power. Could this be Dieter's true power? It's heart palpitating. I feel the aura of the edge. It's too shocking. Dieter's strength is so strong. How can this guy be so powerful? Brother Dieter. So strong. The four of Lucy said that they were different, and they were amazed when they watched the stones on the ground show off their wealth because of their imposing manner. It was the first time they had seen each other, and just the release of power could cause such a situation. You guy. Caprico stared in surprise. He didn't expect Dieter's strength to be so powerful. At first, he thought that the strength of the two was almost the same, but he didn't expect that he had been trying his best. Is it the real power now? 5 stars. Caplico didn't hesitate too much, and with one hand, 5 soldiers with weapons were summoned and attacked Dieter. It's useless. Dieter replied coldly, clenching his fist and punching him forward. Boom. The fist instantly in the air caused a sonic boom. With one punch, the 5 summoned soldiers were instantly torn apart by mysterious power. Disappear directly in front of the eyes. Just one punch. The punch made those present feel tricky and frightened. Too strong. The power of the physique is too strong, isn't it? Is this really the power that a person can temper? Gray gasped as he watched the 5 soldiers who had been punched out. It was only at this moment that he realized that the previous Dieter had never fought seriously at all, and this moment was the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Advertisement. Fear. It's simply too terrifying. That force might even cause a tsunami if it hits the ground, right? The 4 of them were all moving and imagining. He was really shocked by Dieter's strength, which was truly terrifying like never before. That Caprico couldn't help but be moved. I can't believe that there is such a person in this world. That strength is too strong, it is simply terrifying. But that's fine too. Tricky is the first feeling, and then I feel very lucky, and immediately leaked a strange smile. His hands were instantly opened, and the blue-black magic power was visible to the naked eye and released by him. He roared at Dieter. Submit, you are so strong that you can definitely become my puppet, ha ha ha. Be my puppet. Human sunlight. He released his magic power and tried to subordinate Dieter, trying to subdue Dieter into a puppet. Lucy and the others stared at each other and their hearts tightened. They clenched their fists and stared at Dieter, for fear that this move could really subordinate Dieter, which would definitely be a disaster for Fairy Tail. Watching with sweaty palms. Belong to me. Dieter seemed to hear the funniest thing ever. What qualifications do you have? Dieter uses the Navy 6. Immediately disappeared in place, instantly came to Caprico, clenched his fist and smashed it hard. Hidden mice, get out of lousy. Boom. Dieter roared and slammed into Caplico's stomach. In an instant, a figure appeared on Capelli, Wang Chinhao, science and floated out of his body. Hee, it just so happens that I can change my body, so just merge with me. The figure rushed towards Unique with a smile, apparently intending to merge with Unique to temporarily live in his body. Ah. Dieter laughed. The eyes narrowed sharply. Overlord color activated. With Dieter as the center, a powerful and visible imposing field appeared, instantly shrouding Dieter and the phantom that floated out. Puff! At that moment, the phantom body sank instantly. A sense of terror from the heavenly palace descended, and immediately fell to the ground in shock, with fear written in his eyes. Looking at Dieter, he panicked. How could it be? It's terrible. Why is it so terrible? Terrible. Please spare me, balls. Study neighbors. But before he could finish speaking, the phantom turned into magic power and slowly disappeared before his eyes. Dieter took back the overlord color and whispered, "Seven kin of purgatory, the remaining 4. Chapter 118. Dieter, you want to beat my siblings, have you asked my opinion? What's the matter? Why is there a phantom? Is it because the soul cannot be formed, but how can a sheep have a personal soul? So what exactly happened just now? Lucy and the others were very puzzled. It was indeed a phantom that floated out just now. If it was a soul, why would it be a sheep? Loki said, Capilico, talk about it. Caprico, who was phantomed, stood up and walked towards Lucy. Although Lucy was at a loss when he saw this, he immediately ran to Dieter's side and looked at Caprico worriedly. Don't worry, let him finish. Dieter grabbed Lucy's hand and patted her comfortably. Both Gray and Kana over there looked over curiously, and seemed to find that there should be something indescribable here, waiting for the next words. Caprico came to the front and knelt down and said, Master Lucy, it is an honor to be your celestial spirit, I will have it to protect you. Hey, Lucy is confused, celestial spirit. When did it happen? At this time, she saw the key bag on her waist lit up, and quickly took it out to check, and found that there was an extra key. You're Capricorn celestial spirit, but why on me, and when did I sign a contract with you? Lucy asked. Caprico replied. That was 20 years ago, when Layla Sama quit her job as a wizard because of her ill health. Etc. Lucy hurriedly stopped. She asked, Layla, yes. Dieter touched his chin. It's Lucy's mother, I heard that she is a very beautiful beauty, very similar to Lucy's 683. Gray and Kana were also surprised. Unexpectedly, this matter even involved Lucy's family. They all knew that Lucy's father used to be very rich. Sure enough, her mother was not simple. Yes, Lord Layla is the most merciful host I have ever met. She handed over the celestial spirit, I, Lord Aquarius, and Lord Cancer, to 3 servants. Caprico continued speak. Seeing that there is an inside story, Gray, Kana and he also gathered around to listen. One of the servants was Zoldio, and I gave him the keys, and Zoldio was the phantom that floated out of me, Caprico said. But in fact, I also made another contract with Layla Sama. The content is that if Layla Sama's descendants set foot on the path of the sorceress, I will always protect her family. Quote. Hearing this, Gray and the others understood why Caprico called Lucy the master. Loki also said, so your contractor has also become Lucy. Caprico nodded and continued. Zoldio also agreed to this contract at the time, but soon after he was eroded by the darkness of the magic way. Fortunately now with the help of Lord Dieter, I finally returned to the master. The voice fell. Caprico's body also turned into light and slowly disappeared in front of his eyes. The magic power is exhausted, it should be the celestial spirit world. Dieter released CFBB, Lucy's little hand, stood up and sighed. Advertisement. Lucy was a little surprised, touched the Capricorn key in his hand and smiled, whispering softly, Mom. Gray and Kana were also a little surprised. It turned out that it was not Caprico who attacked them, but the possessed Zoldio. You are also very tired, go back to the camp, and leave the rest of the battle to me. At present, there are only 4 people left in 7 kin of purgatory, and the battle will be over soon. Dieter told the 4 Greys to go back early, while he himself went to find the next target. Boom. In the ruins of a dilapidated city, an odd monster forces Elfman and Evergreen to retreat. The monster punched the smoke and dust of the abandoned building hammer, and the rubble flew around. Damn it, what monster is that? Elfman couldn't help but question when he looked at the monster in front of him. Evergreen complained. Only you are not qualified to say that. With his hair combed back and with sunglasses on his face, Lastros explained, this is my guardian beast, Belukushas of Thunder. Boom. The monster roared and punched again. The 2 people dodged the attack in embarrassment, the wall was smashed, and the power was amazing. Lastros pushed his glasses and said poetically, the meeting of demons and angels is an inevitable fate. The following Elfman was dissatisfied with the provocation. I don't care if you are a devil or an angel. If you are a man, you will fight with me in a dignified manner. Hearing this, Lastros smiled and replied, Barukushas, you can decide the outcome in a dignified manner. The monster was ordered immediately. Stepping forward and waving fists, he attacked the 2 of Elfman. Goblin machine gun. Compared to Elfman's provocation, Evergreen used magic directly, and a large number of small light points burst out. Ding ding ding. But Evergreen's attack did nothing. The explosion on the huge monster also failed to form an effective attack. What? No effect on it. Evergreen was startled, and the huge monster turned towards her with its fists, and was about to tear her apart completely. Looking at the fist that was getting closer, Evergreen could only hold his head to endure the blow. Yo, sounded. But the monster's fist didn't fall on him, and Evergreen quickly looked at it. I don't know when a figure appeared in front of me. He was not very tall, but it gave people a sense of security. The person who came was Dieter. Brother Dieter. Elfman also hurriedly called out with a smile. Advertisement. Whoever has the most sense of security in the guild is definitely Dieter. As long as he is there, no matter how powerful the enemy is, there is no fear. Is it too much to bully my younger brother and younger siblings? Dieter raised his hand and flipped the monster's fist, and even its body was forced back several meters by inertia. Who is your brother and sister? Don't talk nonsense, Brother Dieter, I have nothing to do with him. Elfman and Evergreen rebutted immediately. Listening to Dieter pretending to be weird, he turned to look at them and said, "You're kidding me, but I heard Mila say you're going to have a baby." Nonsense. That's a plan. The two retorted again, obviously not admitting 100% of his words. Dieter showed an expression of sudden realization, and nodded with a vague understanding. It's okay if you don't have a baby, after all, you have to get married first. After we go back, Mila and I will prepare the wedding for you, and by the way, I will go to Lagos's to pay the bride price. Try to get Evergreen over as soon as possible. Ah, no, I don't have that kind of relationship with this big guy at all. Yes, Brother Dieter, don't get me wrong, we really don't care, we just lied to Sister Mila before. The two continued to deny, obviously not intending to agree with this kind of thing, after all, it is about innocence. Dieter pretended to be confused, and nodded seriously in agreement. Don't worry, I won't reveal it, and Alba doesn't have to be shy. My brother is slow, but he is still very nice and obedient, he won't fail you. Ah, Evergreen frantically grabbed his hair and explained, I have nothing to do with him. Elfman also muttered, Dieter, I'm not stupid at all. Did not continue to listen to their explanation. Dieter turned his head to look at Rusty Rose and said again, as the price of your beating my brother and sister, I give you death, please me before that, let me feel your weak strength. Quote. Evergreen opened his mouth to refute, but kept his mouth shut after struggling for a long time. Have to. Dieter didn't listen to her explanation anyway, and it was totally unnecessary to explain it any further, so forget it. Why don't you explain? Elfman immediately asked straight male questions. Why should I explain? That's your brother, you should explain. Evergreen retorted. Elfman muttered. It's obviously you who lied to my sister's attention, you should explain it. Evergreen turned to him. Do you guys want to be turned to stone by me first? Huh, I'm not afraid. You stupid. The two immediately got into a quarrel. The fighting Dieter and Rusty Rose feel that they are a good match. Chapter 119. Sevenkin of Purgatory, the remaining three. Balukushas, crush him. No matter who the opponent is, Rusty Rose immediately ordered the guardian beast to rush over to attack. At the same time he followed closely behind. I am the king of the underworld, and these hands are the dark swords that can cut everything. Rusty Rose recites a poem. In conjunction with the fist of the guardian beast Balukushas, it swung towards the unique. He said in his mouth, fall down, fall to the other side of darkness. The arm turned into a huge steel claws, and the pain went straight towards Dieter's chest. Roar. The guardian beast also raised its arms high, and fell from the sky. The heavy force, carrying the strong wind, aimed at Dieter's head, and was about to defeat him with one blow. Yo. Dieter raised his right fist to Rustyrose's giant steel claw. Bang. The left arm rests overhead. Dieter's feet sank sharply when the huge arm hammer landed on the resisting forearm on Dieter's head. The stone brick hanging is broken and hanging. The feet were inserted straight into the ground, and the surrounding cracks were like lush branches, extending in a criss-cross manner. The strength is good, Dieter replied with a smile, his forearm lifted hard, and the body of the guardian beast was tossed out with a clanging sound. The guardian beast was once again driven back by inertia. After overturning the guardian beast, Dieter lifted his foot and kicked the body of Lastros, also kicking him out. Immediately afterwards, the branches and leaves on the ground continued to bloom like lush branches. More cracks continued to spread around. Blast. Dieter's body followed Rusty Rose, who was pulled out. When he is about to come, Rusty Rose is in front of him, his palms are slapped on him, and the power is gathered in both palms. 6 types of profound truth and 6 king's spears. Boom. Explosion. Terrifying explosion exploded on Rusty Rose in an instant. The rumbling roar sounded like thunder. Behind him, Evergreen and Elfman stared wide-eyed, as if waiting for Dieter to defeat his opponent. Pity. When the smoke from the explosion disappears. There is a golden shield in front of Rusty Rose who appears in front of him. Even though the shield was in tatters at this moment, it still resisted Dieter's move. Cough cough. Advertisement. The shield disappeared from Rustyrose's hand, and he coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking pale and not feeling well. How come you didn't beat him? What the hell is this guy's magic, why is it useless to explode close to him? Both Evergreen and Elfman say no. That close-range explosion only injured Rusty Rose, not directly defeated. Dieter didn't think much of it. This situation is also within his expectation. After all, the attack just now was not fast, and after being beaten, Rusty Rose must be prepared, and it is a very good result to be able to injure him. His magic is the loneliness of imagination. It can materialize everything he wants, and it can be called omnipotent except for a few limitations. Dieter calmly explained Rustyrose's magic to the two elfmen. How could there be that kind of magic? Evergreen said. Imagination and so on are too incomprehensible. How to win this fight? Yes, this is the invincible magic, so far no one has been able to defeat it. Rusty Rose didn't care about Dieter speaking out about his magic either. The powerful strength gave him the confidence to ignore all existence, even if he knew the source of magic, he would have no solution. Come out, Tower of the Empire. A towering tower rose straight into the sky, instantly growing from the feet of Elfman and Evergreen, and instantly controlled the two in the tower. Ah, yeah ah, the two cried out in pain. Rusty Rose recited, release all grief and let the foolish goblins return to dust. Dieter narrowed his eyes. Elfman struggles on the tower. What is this? Can't move, Alba, hold on. Evergreen next to him paled and said weakly, I'm sorry, if your partner is not me, you may have become an S-rank mage, and maybe you won't lose to this kind of guy. Listen to Evergreen. Elfman put on a smile and replied, idiot. I only got this far because of you. Thank you, Elba. The corners of Dieter's mouth twitched below. These two people are really welcome, and he dares to flirt even though he is still there. Disappear. Go to the end of the darkness. Rusty Rose pushed the glasses on his face to detonate the Tower of the Empire. Gah. At this moment, Dieter appeared in front of Rusty Rose in an instant, his body was steaming white, and his body turned red. He's in second gear. Dieter grabbed with one hand and clasped Rusty Rose's head in a straight line. Why so fast? Rusty Rose struggled constantly, holding the unique hand tightly in both hands. For flowers. Dieter lifted his body into the air, unable to exert any force. Advertisement. It just feels like my head is locked by a big hand. The power in that big hand is stronger than the guardian beast Belukush's. You like to recite poetry, right? Dieter ignores Rustyrose's struggles. In terms of strength, Dieter can easily beat 7 kin of purgatory in a few streets. In terms of speed, so far, he has never encountered an opponent who can keep up, and he can't even give Rusty Rose a chance to use his imagination when he enters the second gear. Keep chanting. Dieter laughed. Rusty Rose struggled and roared. I am the king of the underworld, and these hands are the dark sword that can cut everything. His hands turned into steel claws again, waving toward his unique body. Yo! The steel claws hit Dieter's body. But it was completely resisted by the dark unknown substance, and the steel claws felt pain faintly. How can it be? Rusty Rose was horrified as to why the power displayed before and after was completely different. Why is the power and defense so powerful at this moment? You stop here. Let's see how you defend this time. 6 Style Profound Truth's largest round 6 King Spear. Dieter pinched Rustyrose's head and said that the 6 forms Profound Truth also comes with the characteristics of the upper-class Sakura, use moves. Breath of Death. Rusty Rose can clearly feel the terrifying power contained in that palm. Feel death from that power. Dying. Boom. Rustyrose's head exploded instantly. He didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy, using the power of thunder to kill people. Blood sprayed on his body. Dieter kicks Rustyrose's headless corpse out of the way. The Tower of the Empire also disappeared because of Rustyrose's death, and the 2 people who were flirting just now survived. Look at each other. Dieter said. Keep flirting. Evergreen pretty blushed, ashamed intolerable. Elfman muttered, man, never repeat what was said. Roll your eyes. Both Dieter and Evergreen rolled their eyes. Okay, you rest and go back to the camp, I'll deal with the other people first. Dieter waved his hand and didn't stop. Turning around and walking in the other direction, he looked into the distance and said to himself, 7 kin of purgatory, there are 3 people left. B. Chapter 120. The Horror of Blue Note, 2 powerful beings. At the same time, inside the Grimoire Heart airship at sea. Ha ha ha, it's really enjoyable. President Hades sat in the chair and laughed. At the side door of the house, Blue Note sneered, old man, are you in a good mood? Ah, Hades took off his helmet and said in a somewhat surprised tone, the 7 kin of purgatory has already killed 4 people. The little devils in Makarov are quite capable. It's not killing it, it's already dead. There is a strange creature in the gang of fairies. It should be my turn to appear. If this goes on, everyone will die. Blue Note got up and went to President Hades' desk. Hades shook his head. Don't worry, just wait and see, after killing 4 people in a row, the guy shouldn't have much magic power left, and the remaining 3 people are enough to kill him. You also let me go out and play. Blue Note retorted. Staying here, my body has become stiff. Blue Note put his hand on the table, and the entire airship was instantly oppressed by force. The entire airship was pushed down from the air by gravity. You're not going to stop soon. Hades President Abu. Blue Note murmured, what, if I sink the ship, they won't be able to find us, will they? Hades disagreed. It doesn't matter if the ship is discovered, just let the little devils from Makarov come over, a group of little devils who don't even know it. Blue Note said. Do you have to wait for the prey to fall into the trap before taking action? I prefer to take the initiative to go out to hunt. People will inevitably be besieged when they die. Let me meet that guy. Hades persuaded. You just stay. As soon as you attack the scene will be in chaos, you better calm down for me. Blue Note waved and refused. Shay, I feel like I can have a good time today. J. Lily. Is it raining? Dieter, who was walking in the jungle, raised the sky to look at the rainy weather covered by dark clouds and muttered. Boom. The roar sounded, and a powerful magic power came from a distance. All the surviving people couldn't help but look at the place where the magic power was transmitted, and they all said that there was something more terrifying in the Grimoire Heart. What a powerful magic. I didn't expect Grimoire Heart to have even more terrifying guys. This magic power is too strong. Who did it? No less magic than Gyarados, could this mysterious guy be the president of Grimoire Heart? Fortunately, Dieter is also there, so he should deal with this person. The other members of the guild clearly felt the horror of this magic power. Fortunately, they weren't too worried. Because Dieter is there. Advertisement. Blue Note. At this time, Dieter also looked over, and this magic power should be Blue Note, the vice president of Grimoire Heart, the owner of gravity magic. I didn't expect it to come out so quickly, so doesn't it mean that the remaining 3-7 dependents survived? Dieter muttered and turned and walked towards the release of the magic. Thinking of the battle for a while, I couldn't help but shudder. Then let me see how strong you are. Dieter smiled. A stalwart aura was surging around the body, and the realm of tyrannical colors was released. Around the body, the trees bowed their heads, the rain was falling, and the stones on the ground were floating around. A powerful aura provocatively rose into the sky. In the woods. Blue Note looked at the group of people who fell in front of him and muttered, "Under my power, no one can move." Looking at Kaina's arm, he said, "I didn't expect that the magic I was looking for would come to my door." Saying that, he raised his arm to take Kaina from the air. "Then I'll accept this magic," Blue Note said. "Prepare to kill Kaina with magic and take the fairy radiance." Hey, have you ever thought that you would be killed by being so arrogant? Dieter appears. All are well. Brother Dieter, you are finally here. That's great, Dieter. Let's get this guy down. Be careful, Dieter. His magic is to use gravity. Natsu, Lucy and others also quickly explained to Dieter. And Blue Note looked at Dieter and smiled. "Are you the guy who killed the 7 family members? How much magic power do you have left now?" He raised his hand and waved. "Fall down." Boom. The turbulent gravity was released, and the enormous pressure created a bottomless pit under Dieter's feet. That's it. Dieter's body was suspended in the pit, and he looked at Blue Note with funny eyes. The body slowly flutters forward. The veins on the forehead exploded. Advertisement. The mighty overlord-like aura enveloped Blue Note when he wanted to, and he said coldly, "Have you thought about how to die?" Blue Note's eyes widened. Feeling the powerful aura acting on him also moved. His eyes were much more solemn, and he said in a different way, "With such a powerful aura, it's no wonder that the 7 dependents are not your opponents at all. I'm afraid they didn't consume your physical strength at all." Overlord hanging color. The physical damage of the effect crushes the stones on the ground. Dieter landed on the ground not far away and replied with a smile. "It's all right, 3 strokes will kill you. Look at the blood on my body. It's all theirs, especially the guy named Rusty Rose, whose head is alive by me. It's a wonderful moment when you pinch it, and the blood splashes in and out." Blue Note had a gloomy face. Looking at Dieter's innocent face, it was hard to imagine how cruel this little guy could be. "Go to hell, kid." Blue Note used gravity magic again, trying to tear Dieter apart completely. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared. Raise one palm and type Blue Note out. Gyarados is here. Natsu and the others immediately laughed when they saw the person coming. This time it was no problem, they would win this battle. There's Dieter and Gyarados in Grimoire Heart as well. This guy is Gyarados. Neither the kid over there is weak. How could a guild have 2 strong men of this strength? Blue Note was shocked. He'd heard the name Gyarados before, but never took it seriously. But now after the fight, I understand that this guy is really not easy. There are 2 such strengths in one guild. Your fairy tale guild is really not easy. Blue Note's tone was stronger than ever. He hadn't played against the little guy next to him called Dieter, but a strong instinct told him that he might be stronger. "You guys get out of here." Gyarados spoke, and his body rushed towards Blue Note. Gravity magic was used, and the ground was flipped towards Gyarados. Dieter's body immediately dodged to a large rock next to him, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, ready to cut into the battle and kill Blue Note at any time. Chapter 121. Dieter and Gyarados team up to bully people. Rumbling. The 2 collided instantly. The ground exploded, and the rubble flew around, knocking Lucy and Natsu over several times on the ground. I was actually suppressed. Blue Note couldn't believe it. What? At this time, a strong wind was felt beside him, and a huge fist came towards him. Damn it! Blue Note cursed inwardly and raised its arms to resist. But in an instant, a mighty force was transmitted from that fist, instantly knocking Blue Note's body flying again. Hey, Gyarados, this guy is obviously my prey. Why do you want to steal the head? Dieter walked to Gyarados' side and said angrily. Ha ha ha. Gyarados smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head. "It seems to be good to leave it to you. I'm sorry." He also clearly saw Dieter's strength. There seems to be no problem dealing with this Blue Note, but if you grab it, you will grab it. What else can you do? This guy. Blue Note rubbed his arms and looked at Dieter in shock. It was indeed suppressed again. 25. That power is really not ordinary. Let's join forces and destroy the enemy. Gyarados came up with an idea, patted Dieter's shoulder and rushed towards the enemy first. Dieter grinned at this. Why? But he still covered his arm with the arm color, and then blue. The body becomes a different look. 4th gear. Gah. Dieter and Gyarados are killing Blue Note strongly. The people behind Natsu were dumbfounded. Just kidding. Well, Brother Dieter actually joined forces with Uncle Gear. Is this enemy so strong? Where is the alliance? It is obviously bullying. I really want to join. Advertisement. Don't worry, Lucy, Dieter and Gyarados have both beaten that guy. The 2 of them joined forces to bully people on purpose. Let's get out now. Several people pulled Natsu, who was about to move, to leave here. And here. Dieter punched Tribal not out again. This exam is an important life event for them. The children put an unimaginable amount of affection into this, and they all made up their minds in order to take a step into the future, but they were trampled on by you bastards. Gear DOS also continued. Rubber King Gun. The fist roared out. Dieter came to Blue Note, using the system, and made a powerful move. Boom. Yeah, Blue Note was hit by a punch, and the body suddenly made a loud noise as if it fell apart. A punch even embedded his body into the ground. The ground on the scene was like a cobweb formed by giant spiders, and terrifying cracks spread in all directions. That Blue Note has run out of fuel. Under the cooperation of Dieter and Gear DOS, Blue Note is not enough for 2 people to fight, and everyone's attack is quite heavy. Almost every move can bring terrifying damage. As the remaining price for disturbing me to kill the 7 family members, I will end you. Dieter stood in front of Blue Note. Muttering to himself, he raised his palm and aimed at his body to release the armored color flow glue, which instantly shattered Blue Note's internal organs and beat him to death in front of his eyes. End the fight. Since this is over, let's hurry up and deal with President Grimoire Heart. See that the enemy has stopped moving. Gear DOS looked at Dieter and suggested that the strongest person is to deal with the other party's president. Dieter shook his head. Walk up to Gear DOS and say, Gear DOS, do you know Kana? Gear DOS nodded. I know, very cute girl, but when she grows up, she is a little bit addicted to alcohol, but in general, it's okay. Dieter's mouth twitched. Do you know who her mother is? Gear DOS was puzzled and didn't understand why Dieter said this. Her mother's name is Cornicia. Dieter said. Gear DOS's brows were even more together, and he always felt that the name was a bit familiar. Can't you remember that Cornicia was one of your women? Dieter grumbled. La la la. Gear Daston showed a sudden realization, nodding in agreement. Yes, 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 there is such a beautiful woman. Advertisement. Dieter. So clear, Gear DOS, haven't you heard it yet? He was also speechless and complained. So, Kana is your daughter, don't you realize that Kana is very special to you? Especially when you know that you are the strongest wizard in the guild, you are more towards S rank. The sorcerer is very persistent. Gear DOS stared at Dieter with wide eyes, and seemed to have some affection. You mean, Kana is Cornicia and my child? Gear DOS couldn't believe it. Dieter nodded. You don't know that you haven't been in the guild all the time. In fact, Kana said before that she would become an S-class mage before she would recognize you, but she didn't expect so many years to pass. She works very hard every year, but it's a pity. Gear Darth Love. The brain keeps recalling unique words, and it keeps comparing Cornicia and Kana. It sure looks very similar. Okay, that's it. As a companion I hope you can't even say her mother's name when Kana arrives. Dieter waved and turned away. After being silent for a few seconds, Gear DOS immediately rushed towards where Natsu and the others left. Dieter walked into the woods, combing through the remaining enemies. President Hades. That guy should be the intermediary for Legusis 683 to rejoin the guild. He can't move. Then go to Ultir. Speaking of which, Galuna Island may have been gone for a long time after a quick farewell. After screening out opponents one by one, Dieter directly used the sight color to find Ultir, and rushed over there. Looking at the time, the black dragon Akulonoia should appear soon. I knew it was so. In a clearing, Gray rescued from Ultir Juvia looked at her and said. Ultir smiled and replied, oh, that's surprising, when did you find out? I didn't believe what you said in the first place, Gray said. Ultir smiled. So, you pretend to believe me, but you want to discover my true intentions, what a bad boy. After Gray placed Juvia, stand up against Ultir and Merity. Ultir recounted. I, actually don't want to fight you, because you are that woman's beloved disciple, right? This makes me can't help but choose the most brutal method of killing. And, you seem to have a big misunderstanding, I am the leader of the 7 kin of Purgatory, and your level is not my opponent at all. Gray took off his jacket, ready to attack Ultir. Do not move. Dieter suddenly appeared. Chapter 122. Don't ask, it's brother's willfulness. He appeared next to Merity, and directly reached out to lock Merity's throat, ready to crush at any time. Merity. Ultir exclaimed quickly. Merity was also alerted immediately, she didn't realize when this person appeared beside her. Ulu. Merity called softly, but didn't dare to move. Dieter, are you here? Gray also avoided the edge for a while, and instead supported Juvia to retreat to the safety zone. Dieter grabbed Merity by the throat and said to Ultir, you must not move, or this little girl will be the 5th 7 kin of Purgatory to die at my hands. Oh no, your Vice President Blue Note is also dead in my hands. In other words, the entire Grimoire Heart is left with you, her and your guild leader, and the others are either dead or defeated. Excited to think I'm going to kill you all. Quote. Dieter showed an innocent smile, and his eyes were full of excitement. How could it be possible? Blue Note, how could he be? Ultir naturally didn't believe it. 7 kin of Purgatory killed 4 of them, and even Blue Note died in his hands. This guy's intention to kill is a bit too heavy. So now do you hand over Zirf or do you want me to kill this girl? Dieter asked with a smile. Ultir's eyes faltered, resting on Merity for a moment. She smiled and said, you kill, yesterday. Ultir wasn't finished yet. I saw Dieter grab Merity by the throat and kill her. Ultir's eyes widened, looking at Merity who was already dead on the ground, stunned, and looked at the corpse in disbelief. 7 kin of purgatory 1 left. Dieter looked at Ultir and walked over, saying as he walked, then how are you going to die, Ultir? You. Ultir's face changed dramatically. The brain was still stuck in the picture of Dieter killing Merity just now. Can't let go. He actually said he was killed. Gray next to him hesitated, trying to make Dieter show mercy. Cut. Dieter used the move, and instantly came behind Ultir. He reached out and grabbed the back of her neck. Then you die too. Taste. Ultir's head tilted, his body paralyzed in Dieter's hands. Advertisement. Gray stared in disbelief. Dieter, disapprovingly, helped Ultir to Merity's side. He reached out and twisted a few times around Merity's neck. I saw that Merity, who had already died, moved his eyelids a few times and then slowly woke up. And when she saw Ultir, she was short of breath. Demon, Hardmaster will be dead in no time, now you either leave with Ultir or I really kill you. Dieter handed Ultir to Merity to speak to her. Merity quickly felt Ultir's pulse, and only after realizing that he was in a coma, did he look strangely unique, not knowing what he was going to do, why he let them go. Don't ask, it is willful to ask. Dieter waved his hand impatiently, banishing Merity. Merity didn't ask what to do, but she could only credit something she didn't know about when she fainted. Change and help Ultir walk towards the coast opposite the Grimoire Heart Guild. People go. It was only then that Dieter noticed Gray's odd look. How do you think Ultir looks? Dieter asked. Gray thought for a while and said, it looks good, but it's a pity that the figure is a bit small. Dieter rolled his eyes and scolded angrily. You know shit, a little kid like you doesn't understand the comfort of that kind of body at all, and only looks for a lady like Juvia who doesn't understand anything. Gray suddenly blushed. He retorted sharply. You are the brat, I have nothing to do with Juvia, don't talk nonsense. Ah, Dieter didn't smile. Sarcastically. Brother is no longer a boy, you are already a man, and you are still a little boy, how old you are, you are still a baby, shame, ah. You. Gray blushed and tried to find something to rebut. Dieter said with a wicked smile. Actually, the most beautiful side of a woman is often in the bridal chamber. Don't miss this opportunity, boy. Gray grinned. But he couldn't tell Dieter no matter what, so he could only curse inwardly. Let's go, the president and the others have gathered, I am afraid that Sirius Island. Dieter stopped joking. He patted Gray on the shoulder and led the way forward. Zirf doesn't care. Gray was busy asking. The Zirf that fell on the ground was a hidden danger after all, and it would be dangerous if it was not dealt with now. Don't worry, Grimoire Heart will be dead in no time, and it's too late to deal with Zirf. Dieter waved. See here. Gray had no choice but to support Juvia to follow, and felt Juvia's body go soft when he was supporting him, and he couldn't help thinking of Dieter's previous words. Somewhat curious. Rumble. Advertisement. A powerful magic power rose up in the distance. Both Dieter and Gray looked over. What a powerful magic. Gray looked over there in amazement, and felt timid. This magic power could be so powerful. Should be Hades and Erza fighting. Dieter thought about it a little and understood, and after speaking to Gray, he quickly rushed over there. When Dieter and Gray came here, in addition to a mess, there was only Hades lying on the ground. Kiss, it looks like you guys are doing well, you actually beat Hades, it's a bit amazing. Dieter lost his voice when he saw that the battle was over. Everyone smiles when they see Gray and Dieter. The dark clouds in the sky also disappear at any time. The bright red sun rose slowly from the sea in the east. Everyone fell to the ground exhausted and looked at the dawn sky. Da. In the distance, Happy, Sha Lulu, and Pang Salili ran towards this side, and were chased by a group of people behind them. Wow, help, Happy, they kept calling, and ran towards the unique side quickly. The group of people were chasing and shouting at the same time. Stop for me, smelly cats, how dare you break the president's heart? Kill them. The group of people, Wang Qinhao, ran aggressively, and the weapons in their hands were about to kill the 3 happy cats. Behind Dieter et al., President Makarov and the wounded also came out. Leave this island for me now. Makarov scolded. The group of people turned around and ran, not daring to continue chasing and killing the 3 happy cats. None of them could beat Makarov. Makarov walked forward, saw Lagos's next to him, and said, just come back. Immediately afterward, he yelled at Lagos's, do you think I'm going to say that? You are an idiot. You are now in the period of expulsion from the guild, and you dare to set foot on this Sirius Island. Saying that, he's going to beat Lagos's. Dieter hurriedly grabbed Chairman Makarov's body so that he could continue the performance. Let's rest at the camp first. While pulling Makarov, Dieter also instructed everyone. Everyone after a tiring day now needs a rest. Have a look chapter 123. Black Dragon, Akulonoia, incoming. Inside the camp, a group of people are resting here, and whoever has nothing to do is probably only Dieter. Noisy. Natsu, could you sleep peacefully? Hey, you're not hurt, Lily. You're finally back, Lagos's. Elfman did something bad to me while you were away, avenge me. Don't talk nonsense. The camp was noisy. Dieter leaned against the boulder and looked up at the sky. Soon, the black dragon Akulonoia is about to appear. Softer. Saddle. A strange sound resounded through Sirius Island. Dear Dustin, who was reminiscing with Kana on the island, widened his eyes and stared at the sky with a numb scalp. This feeling. Come on Kana, everyone in the guild is in danger. Geardos shouted to Kana, and immediately pulled her towards the camp and rushed over. And the camp is now. Everyone also felt the strange sound. Very noisy. This voice. What's with this sound? Everyone didn't know why, but they all stood up from the ground and looked around to find the source of the sound. It's the dragon's cry, Wendy said suddenly. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Wendy in disbelief with cold sweat on their foreheads. At this time, Geardos also rushed out of the island. Everyone be careful, that guy is that. Roar. The dragon roared. Everyone in 683 covered their ears in pain and looked up at the sky. There is a dragon in the blue sky, and the dark wings have strange patterns. What is that? What exactly is going on? Seriously. Sure enough, dragon is still alive in this world. Everyone was a little panicked in the discussion, and it could be seen that their faces were not very good. And Dieter recounted. This is the black dragon from the Book of Revelation, Akulonoia. Natsu yells. Hey, do you know where Agunyal is now? And Grandini and Metallicana. Shut up, Natsu. Geardos immediately reprimanded. The black dragon Akronika swooped down from the sky. Boom. Advertisement. After the loud noise, Akulonoia fell to the ground, and the gust of wind overturned all the branches. Shatter that rubble. The mud splashed, and the wind blew the face aching. Roar. The dragon roared loudly, and Akulonoia attacked and killed everyone. Boom. The powerful destructive force affected everyone, and the rocks splashed by the force hit everyone without a chance to fight back. Everyone fled. Is that a lie? What an amazing destructive power. What the hell is this? What is this guy doing? Escape back to the boat. Compared with dragons, they are so insignificant. All confessed to trying to escape. The destructive power of Akulonoia made everyone not even have the energy to escape, and could only be played around. Sudden. President Makarov stood up. Standing in front of all the members, he ordered, quickly run back to the boat. As he said that his body became extremely huge, he wanted to cover everyone from fleeing. Too messy. Can't win. President, please stop. Everyone advises. Seeing that Makarov and Akulonoia had collided, they were all crazy, raising their sleeves and preparing to fight the black dragon Akulonoia to the death. Can't you just listen at the last minute? You bastards. Makarov snarled. There were tears in everyone's eyes, and they wanted to help. Come on. At this time, Dieter roared and rushed towards the black dragon Akronoia. The others gritted their teeth at this. All of them worked hard to attack the black dragon Akronoia, no matter how insignificant the attack was, they dared to resist. Dieter, you guys. Chairman Makarov looked at the uniqueness of taking the lead. The old man also blames me. I have always been yearning for dragons, and I simply want to try my skills. As for the others, I don't know why. But how could they leave an old thing and run away by themselves? That's someone from your guild. Quote. Dieter said, instantly entered the fourth gear and rushed towards Akulonoia. Attack after attack. That fist landed on Akulonoia didn't do anything at all. Wow, this black dragon is really rough and fleshy, and a full blow is like scratching a tick. I thought that my strength now, CFBB, is enough to compete with the black dragon. Now it seems that I overestimate myself. Dieter was a little uncomfortable. He had always thought that now his strength could compete with Zerf and black dragon. It turned out to be useless at all. What a shame to throw it home. Advertisement. Akronoia roared away everyone and flew into the air. Dieter sucked in a breath, and his body moved quickly to catch Mirajan and Erza, and the force that flew out was quite strong. Fortunately, Dieter could stand it. It's a pity that the strength is still a bit far behind. In the air, the black dragon Akronoia opened his mouth wide and aimed at the entire Sirius Island. No, it's a roar. It doesn't want to wipe out the entire island. How come? Everyone was terrified. Looking at the black dragon that covered the sky and the sun, the breath of despair rose from the bottom of my heart. Erza immediately commanded. Those who can use defensive magic will cast magic with all their might. Freed over there was very remorseful. There's no time to write spells. There are many other defensive magics in word magic. As expected of Levi and the others immediately thought of a plan, intending to use word magic to resist this attack. Everyone, hit the magic on Freed and the others. Hold hands. Let's all unite. Let him see the bonds of our guild. We must not end up in a place like this. Never give up. Let's go back together. Go back to fairy tale. Hand in hand, all the members stood in a circle, closed their eyes and prayed. The roar of the black dragon Akulonoia spit out loudly. That black beam of light fell like the annihilation of the world. A huge explosion covered the entire Sirius Island. The aftermath of the explosion set off a tsunami, and the turbulent seawater swept around, and the seawater surged. Sirius Island completely disappeared from sight. On the sea not far away. Ultir woke up from his stupor and muttered when he saw Merity, as this hell, I'm coming down to join Merity too. Merity smiled and shook his head. No, we are still alive and have left Sirius Island now. Ultir said strangely. Aren't you dead? Merity said. No, Dieter just knocked me out and knocked out Ulu, so let me take you away. Ultir was silent. Dieter. Recalling this person, she vaguely remembered that when she was on Galuna Island, she seemed to have said that she would. What about the others? Where is this place? Ultir looked at the rough water and wondered where he was at the moment. Merity remained silent, waited for a few seconds, and said, This is near Sirius Island, he should be dead, the whole island was completely smashed by the black dragon Akulonoia, he can't survive. Looking at the empty sea, Altair couldn't help remembering Dieter's face. Take a deep breath. We both owe him a life. Chapter 124. 7 years later. Thanks to 1575 4594 for the reward, I will add more for you. On December 16, X784, Sirius Island was destroyed by Akulonoia. Akulonoia disappeared again, and after that, although a 6-month-long survey of the nearby waters was conducted, survivors were found. And just like that, 7 years passed by. Year X791. Sirius Island. Ding. System upgrade completed. Enter the second stage. Ding. Hello Master, I'm your system assistant, just call me, Little Cute, take care of me in the future. There is a very cute voice in my head nagging from time to time. Wake up the sleeping Dieter. It's a pity that even after waking up, Dieter can't move his body and open his eyes to speak. He can only use his brain to keep himself awake. After a while, I went to communicate with the system in my mind, Little Cute. Has the system become a voice assistant after the system upgrade? What is the difference between you after the update? Let's talk about it. 683. Hello Master, after the system upgrade, I have this little cutie, which can help the Master to sign in, add skills, and chat with you. The little cutie in my mind spoke very sweetly. Dieter is speechless, to put it bluntly, is one more artificial intelligence speaking. The system is still broken as always. Then you can help me sign in the future. Dieter gave little cutie an order with his mind. The little cutie immediately agreed. Okay Master, sign in now, and the sign in location is Sirius Island in 7 years. Get a chance to draw a lottery, do you want to use it? Lottery. Dieter was a little surprised. Isn't the current system not as simple as Cute said? Smack smack, smack right away. Dieter ordered. Xiao Kawai agreed. Okay. This time, the ability of the devil fruit in the pirate world will be extracted, with a 58% chance for superhuman abilities, a 32% chance for natural abilities, and a 10% chance for animal abilities. Please wait. Probability. Dieter was surprised. He didn't expect the upgraded system to have such a probability. But why is it superhuman again? The rubber fruit ability he has now is superhuman. It can't be said that it is not strong, but he always feels that the force is not high enough, and he quite wants to draw an element-type ability such as nature. Ding. Congratulations to the Master for winning the superhuman-type shock fruit ability, and a friendly reminder, the upgraded system, the devil fruit ability eaten by the Master is not afraid of seawater. The little cute voice will sound soon. Immediately. Dieter's heart was beating wildly with excitement, he couldn't believe his auditory nerves. It turned out to be the shock fruit of the strongest superhuman type. My mom. Advertisement. Come again. Hailong, I must fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Cowhide cowhide. Dieter is very happy, this time his true combat power will definitely be able to fight against the black dragon. Shake the fruit leather to cause a tsunami. Shatter the air. It is also possible to destroy an island. And due to the difference between the two worlds, the abilities of all pirate worlds have been further strengthened. The power will increase a lot. Then do I need to continue to sign into other places to increase the level? Dieter asked hurriedly. The little cute replied. It's not noisy. The current system rewards skill points with rich boundaries. For example, winning the game, ending the plot, and defeating the strong can all be rewarded with different skill points. The minimum is 1 point, and the maximum is 100 points. Cow wow. Dieter really feels admiration. Today's system is really rich. This way his system won't be so slow to upgrade, so it's really great to have so many places to check in. Rumbling. Just then, Dieter felt a frantic vibration. He found that he can already perceive the external environment. Sirius Island, which was wrapped by the fairy ball, slowly appeared, and the ship in the distance also docked, and some people landed on the island. Are you going to come out? I didn't expect it to be 7 years in the blink of an eye. Dieter sighed. In fact, if he wants to escape, he can escape, but as long as he thinks that he will be old in 7 years, he suddenly does not want to escape. Who knows if he will be so handsome when he is old? Just take a nap. Dieter. Dieter. Someone was calling him. Dieter tried to open his eyes, and soon light slowly appeared, and Dieter opened it again after a long time of relief. It's all there. Why are you here? Dieter pretended not to know, so he got up from the ground and looked at a few people not far away. Soon everyone was woken up. By the way, who are you? Someone looked suspiciously at the little girl on the stone not far away and asked curiously. Dieter looked too. My name is Mavis Vermilion, the first-generation president of Fairy Tale, Mavis said. At that time, I transformed all of your bonds and trust into magic power, and your beliefs activated one of the 3 magics of the fairies. Fairy Ball. This magic can protect the guild from all evils, it is absolutely defense magic. Advertisement. But it took 7 years to lift everyone's frozen seal. Quote. Mavis tells the whole process. Makarov was moved. I didn't expect. The first generation guarded us. Mavis shook his head. No, I'm just a ghost. I can only convert everyone's power into magic at best. It was your unshakable faith and strong bond that created the miracle. You have made the guild great, the 3rd generation guild leader. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Romeo. You don't go with them, is it really okay? Macau asked her child. Romeo sat at the table and looked at the magic book in his hand, and said, even if they find Sirius Island, they can't be sure, everyone's life and death. Macau immediately said, how can it be? Believe them, believe they are still alive. But there was no news for 7 years, Romeo said. Hey, there are very few people here today. It's better to change the name than to say it's a guild. Ha ha ha. A group of people walked in from the outside, and they mocked with impunity. Tipo, didn't you agree to pay next month? Macau said. Thibaut refused. Our president said it, but this is not acceptable. He said that it would be very troublesome not to pay back the money on time. Since the president has spoken, there is nothing we can do. Romeo got up from his seat, angrily reprimanded this group of people. We will not give money to people like you. Dad and everyone who obey this kind of guy are cowards. I want to fight. Going on like this is too bad for Fairy Tail's reputation. PFF'd. Thibaut replied with a smile, your reputation has been damaged long ago. Saying that, he took out a huge mace from behind and punched Romeo. Pong. Sudden. Someone came in from behind and took Thibaut out with one kick. Bang 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 bang. There was a flurry of chickens and dogs, and everyone who came to the Fairy Tail Guild to make troubles was released. We are back. How did the guild become so small? Drink. The people in the guild couldn't believe it, and tears welled up in their eyes. Calling Natsu et al. You are finally back. Chapter 125. The Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts. The guild resumed its usual liveliness again. Everyone cheered and laughed, raised the glass and pushed the glass for a change, venting the joy after the reunion. Dieter smiled and found a place to sit. Close your eyes and feel the power of shaking the fruit in your body. 7 years have passed, and the current situation of the guild seems to be not good. I am afraid that it is not the first Fury Guild. Who is the first guild now? Over there, Gray, Lucy Natsu, and others sat and chatted. The tiger that bites the sword. Previously, Blue Pegasus and the Scales of Snake Princess had always looked down on it, but now it has become the strongest wizard guild in the Kingdom of Fury. Romeo speaks to Natsu and the others. Gray was stunned and complained. I've never heard of such a guild. Alzak helps explain. It wasn't famous 7 years ago. In other words, it has grown up suddenly in the past 7 years. Gray said. The strength of a guild that has never been known can grow into the strongest wizard guild in just 7 years. The opportunity to become stronger should be that the president of the guild found 5 exceptionally powerful mages. The guild's max was talking about the turning point when the sword-bite tiger became stronger. Lucy Yi. Only 5 people can be that strong. Late. Feeling good. Natsu started to move. At this time, Wendy looked at Romeo curiously and asked, then where is our guild ranking? After hearing the questioning, the Alzaks and Romeo were embarrassed. It's number 1. Super Weak Guild 25. The first weak guild of Faioli. Immediately, Wendy and others were extremely embarrassed. No one thought that the strongest would suddenly become the weakest. Boom. Natsu jumped on the table and said excitedly, wow ha ha ha. Not bad. So interesting. Gray looked at him speechlessly. Natsu said excitedly, this is a very rare opportunity to reach the sky in one step. I'm burning. Everyone in the guild laughed. At this time, Max quickly said, Natsu calm down, the 7-year gap is no longer what it used to be, and now you can't even beat me. Shock. Wendy Gray et al. Are a little weird. I think Max is a little too arrogant to say this. Nani? Natsu retorted. Really? Max said disapprovingly. In the past 7 years, we haven't been idle, and we are also exercising our mouths. Before the table, Dieter returned to his senses, swept over the conversation over there and stepped forward. Max should be a peer of the same age. Come out, my brother will teach you how to be a man today, and let you know that 7 years later, the big brother is still the big brother. Dieter said. Immediately Lucy and Erza and the others all widened their eyes. Okay. Max was on the move, excited at the thought of potentially overpowering Dieter. Go outside immediately. Everyone in the guild was eager to try, and one by one came to the open space outside the guild. I'll come first. Natsu immediately came out to learn from Max. Dieter looked over. At this time, Gray promptly said, Dieter, don't come forward, even if you sleep for 100 years, you can't lose to Max, let's do it. Lucy nodded in agreement. The existence of such level as Dieter's brother Geardos and uncle and Lagos's may have no effect on sleeping for 7 years. Max and the few people who stayed behind in the guild were a little stunned. He quickly felt that what he said was very reasonable, and immediately agreed. Well, I think it is too. Fighting or something is too hurtful. Brother Dieter, don't fight. I and Natsu can learn from each other. Advertisement. Roll your eyes. Several people in Naboo were speechless to Max. I didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. He was just about to make a move just now, and now it's a shame. If Dieter wants to try his hand, I can help you. Erza smiled and walked to Dieter's side, talking to him, obviously willing to discuss with Dieter. Ah, don't, I will feel bad if I hurt you. Dieter was torn between accepting or rejecting. Discuss with Max, it's not a big deal to hurt him, but if you get hurt with Erza, you'll be reluctant. The ability to shake the fruit is very powerful. Or don't use it on your own people, if you don't control it well, it will not be easy to solve. I'm on fire. There. Natsu and Max quickly got together. The two fought back and forth, but this scene made Gray and others feel extremely heavy. It's unbelievable that Max actually suppressed Natsu. Could we win Natsu too? The gap is too big. The battle continued, and Natsu continued to explode his strength. Although he finally defeated Max, Natsu also ran out of magic and fell to the ground. Gray said solemnly, "The problem now is more serious than we thought. Monsters like Dieter and Gyarados and Lagoses are fine, but our power is completely out of step with the times. Everyone realizes the seriousness of the problem. It is not so easy to keep up with this era." Dieter nodded at their words, feeling very right, although his strength was still invincible. But Natsu and they are really not enough to watch. The 7-year blank period has made us lose a lot of things, and it is not easy to get them back. Quote. Erza sighed. Dieter nodded thoughtfully and followed Erza's footsteps back into the guild. After entering the guild, at this moment, President Makarov is announcing a major decision. So, the old man has decided to retire. Next, I will introduce the next president, Makarov announced. Dieter found a place to sit down and watch silently. The 5th generation, the president of Fairy Tail is, Gyarados Clive. Dang dang. Mirajan walked in from the side room and greeted everyone with a smile. Gyarados, where did you go? Makarov asked. Mila took a letter out of her body and handed it to Makarov. He left a letter. Makaluf felt bad. He took out the envelope and started to check. As for the president and the whole guild to be the president, to be honest, I'm not that material, but if a man has the chance, I will do 2 things as the 5th generation president. The first, allows Laxus to become a member of Fairy Tail. Below, Lagoses was stunned. He couldn't help lowering his head, and he didn't seem to expect that Gyarados would have such an arrangement. How dare you make your own decisions? Makarov was angry. His tone changed. Well, since the 5th generation said so, they can only obey. Many people laughed tacitly. Second, appoint Makarov as the 6th generation Fairy Tail president. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the guild laughed, and they didn't expect to turn around or Makarov to be the guild leader. Fairy Tail is my home, and I will definitely come back. By that time, I hope, Fairy Tail will already be the #1 guild in the Kingdom of Fury, but that's not my mission, it's your mission. President, this is your last job, turn Fairy Tail into Fury #1 again. Advertisement. The content of the letter ends here. Makarov was silent, and suddenly burst into a roar. UB*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** case, I won't give up the position of the president. I want to die. Wine. Bring wine. Everyone in the guild leaked a knowing smile. Dieter yawned and counted the time with his legs crossed. Dear Darth, that guy, what did you say Fury First Guild? It's just a distant dream. Time has changed. Countless people are bad-mouthing, although they have confidence in Erza and others. But 7 years is not so easy to make up for it. It is quite difficult to become number 1 in Fury, and it is impossible to achieve in a short time. There is only one way to quickly become number 1. Sudden, Romeo popped out and told everyone in the serious group in the guild. When it was necessary, Macau, Naboo, and the others were so frightened that they hurriedly stopped it, not to let Romeo continue talking. This reaction made the people in the serious group even more curious. The 6th generation President Makarov asked the 4th generation curiously, that? Which one is it? The 4th generation. Macau immediately retorted. No way. Didn't you say that? You absolutely can't participate in that. 683 is in trouble. 6 generations, don't call me that. Erza was curious. Mirajan was curious. The people in the serious group heard what everyone refuted and hadn't said yet, and were even more curious about what they were talking about. Macau and Romeo and a group of people who stayed behind the guild immediately quarreled. No one is willing to agree to the words of the place. We are back. Natsu and other people walked in from outside, and it was not clear why they heard the noise in the guild. What are you talking about in a mess? Natsu asked curiously. Romeo immediately explained. While Natsu-san and you guys were away, Fury started a festival to decide the strongest guild. At that time, all Fiore's guilds will gather and start a magic competition, which is called the Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts. In an instant, everyone in the serious group had gold stars in their eyes. Very curious about this festival. It seems interesting. That's it, if it wins there. Fairy Tail will be number 1 in Fury. Everyone was very excited. Makarov said hesitantly, but can you win with your current strength? Macau seconded. That's it. Romeo immediately spoke. If you win, you will get a bonus of 30 million J. Join. Makarov immediately changed his mind and decided to participate. I'm on fire. When does that match start? Natsu asked. Romeo replied. 3 months later. Natsu immediately clenched his fists and said, that's enough. Before that, practice hard and turn Fairy Tail into the number 1 guild in Fury. Max immediately came to Dieter's side and said, Brother Dieter, hurry up and persuade them, the great demon fight is definitely not as simple as imagined. Dieter eats fruit. I looked at Max and then looked at the members of the serious group who were about to move and immediately slapped the case. Kill him, Mother's Sword-Biting Tiger. Chapter 126. I feel like I lost 100 million. The sea with blue waves and blue sky. The guild members came to the seaside for training in preparation for the competition 3 months later. But there are people who are quite laid back, comfortable, while sunbathing and fishing, training is boring. Dieter sits in the boat, drifting on the sea with a fishing rod, watching hot beauties catching fish. This kind of life will not be changed for a president. Boom. There was a huge roar from Lucy and the others. Dieter looked over and found that Lucy and the others had disappeared. So I didn't get to sign in at Celestial Spirit. Feels like I lost $1,000,000. Hoo. The north wind is full. Blowing Dieter a little suspicious of life. Why did it become like this? Why did the Celestial Spirit world look so good and abandoned him? Yeah, and you two are with me. Back on the beach, there was a hint of sadness to watch Jed and Droy, who were equally sluggish. Brother Dieter, they are. Droy asked involuntarily. I don't know, just wait here. Dieter was speechless. He also wanted to go to the Celestial Spirit world to have a good discussion with the Celestial Spirit King, but in the blink of an eye, everyone was gone, so who should make sense? Suddenly fishing is so boring. Dieter walked towards the distance with his hands behind his back, a feeling of being unlovable. 3 months. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and when Lucy and the others came out again, they regretted it. Erza, you guys are coming to the bad bridge in Nishinomauka now. Sudden voices came from the heads of Erza and the others. It's Dieter's voice. Erza's mother-in-law looked at the other people and became curious when she heard the sound. Leave Brother Dieter for 3 months. I guess it's hard, Miss Erza. You must persuade Brother Dieter, Lucy said hurriedly. Both Natsu and Gray nodded. Last time I planned to train, but because of Otherworld's problems, I couldn't train. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. Erza muttered, it's not my fault, it's Lucy's celestial spirit for taking us so quickly, forget about Dieter. A group of people walked towards the destination. Come to the broken bridge soon. I saw that the broken bridge quickly returned to its original state, and Erza and others walked over to the bridge. Go into the woods. 3 suspicious figures appear with capes. Advertisement. Who's where? Where is Dieter and what happened to the others? Who are you and where did Dieter go? Erza and the others were busy questioning. So you guys are really here, fairy tale. The 3 took off their cloaks, revealing 3 familiar faces. Erza asked with a sullen face. Jello, where did you take Dieter? Why are you here? Natsu and others also immediately alerted. Don't be nervous, I'm fine. At this time Dieter appeared on a tree and greeted Erza and the others. Explains. Jalal's memory has been restored, he was rescued by Ultir and Meridi, and he established an independent guild, Witch's Sin. Jed and Droy responded immediately. I've heard of the Witch's Sin. It is rumored that in the past few years, a guild has wiped out many dark guilds. We have only one destination, Ultir said. Clear Zirf, the Dark Guild, and all the darkness in this world, so that mages like us who have been swallowed by darkness will not reappear in the world, Jelal said. At this time, Dieter waved his hand. You guys can gossip for a while, then quickly get down to business. Okay, Jelal agreed, nodding at Ultir. Ultir stood up and explained to Erza. My time arc magic can improve your strength, but I heard Dieter say that you urgently need strength right now. Natsu several people are very curious. Dieter said. The magician has something like a container in his body to determine the limit of magic power. For example, after emptying the container, the body will automatically ingest the magic particles in the air, and after a period of time, the container will become full again. But recent research has shown that there is another vessel in the sorcerer's body that is not normally used. It is the potential ability that everyone has, that is, the second source of magic. Quote. Ultir added. The Arc of Time can awaken the second source of magic for you to use, which means that your magic power will be greatly increased. Immediately, Natsu and the others leaked wonderful smiles. Although I didn't understand it at all. But it's true that you can improve our strength. You're becoming more and more like a woman. Several people were very excited. They don't understand the second magic source, but they also know that the magic power will be improved, so that's it. Then go ahead, and as your punishment for keeping me for 3 months, use a little force. You know Ultir. Dieter laughed. Ultir replied. Okay. Immediately, Natsu and the others pulled their hips down with their entire faces. Inside the hut. Advertisement. Woohoo. The screams kept coming, and the heart-piercing roar was extremely miserable. Then can you say why Sirius Island let us go? Ultir Meridi asked, standing in front of Dieter. Sirius Island obviously had the opportunity to kill them, but Dieter released them. There must be a very big problem. Hey, I originally wanted to bring you home as a maid, but I didn't expect that I would be sealed for 7 years. If I knew it earlier, I would have killed you all. It's a pity. Dieter leaned against the tree trunk. Looking up at the starry sky is extremely regretful. Ultir and Meridi were unmoved, apparently not believing Dieter's words at all. Okay, just think I'll be sealed for 7 years, so let's make arrangements in advance for you to liberate the second source of magic for Natsu and the others. Dieter said. Ultir really believed it after saying that. Because Dieter has always been mysterious. Then why the second source of magic doesn't work for you? Ultir wondered. Dieter's mouth twitched. Because I have no magic power, I don't even have the first source of magic, how can I get the second source of magic? You are so funny. Impossible. How come? Meridi and Ultir retorted immediately. No matter how stupid they are, they can't believe it. Dieter's strength was so terrifying, how could he not be able to use magic, and he didn't believe his words at all. Look, you don't believe me if I say it. Dieter shrugged and it didn't matter. To be honest, there are many people who don't want to believe these days. Dieter. At this time, Jello came up to talk to him. What do you think about what I told you before? Jello asked. Dieter knew what he was referring to. During the 3 months, Zhao's time, Dieter found Jello ahead of time and had a fight. Although it was just a sparring session, it was also a bit intense. But then Jello asked Dieter for one thing, that is, he wanted to participate in the Great Demon Fighting Tournament, in order to investigate the abnormal magic power. Dieter replied, I have no opinion, but I can help you introduce the president of our guild and see how he arranges it. If he has no opinion, of course. Jello nodded in relief. Then I'll trouble you, it seems that you like Erza very much too. Dieter nodded and said nothing more. The relationship between the two people can't be said to be good, but it is not as necessary to kill each other as in Tower of Heaven. Dieter doesn't really care now anyway. Jello has a heinous criminal identity, and it is impossible for him to provoke Erza out of thin air. Mostly a crush. Dieter was already a winner, and being a winner shouldn't really matter. Chapter 127. Defeat the Sangyong of the Swordbite Tiger. Kingdom of Fury. Capital. The Flower Capital Crocus. Here, the Sorcerer Festival is held every year, that is, the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts. The city was crowded with wizards and tourists from all over Fury. In the center of the city is Fiore's palace, Merilia's. On the west side of the mountain is the Flow Dome, the venue for the great demon fighting and martial arts. On the street, Erza was almost paralyzed on the street, physically exhausted. Hey, he's still in a bad state, is that magic really okay? Gray is worried. Erza scoffed at them. You are such a disgrace. You are finally here. Makarov walked over to Erza and the others with a few members, the entry formalities have been completed, let them see the strength of Fairy Tail. Immediately. Hey, it's Fairy Tail, the guild at the bottom of the 10,000 years, they actually came to the competition again. Anyway, this year will also be the bottom. People passing by around covered their mouths and laughed. Natsu's teeth tickled with hatred. I wish I could immediately annihilate the people who mock the guild in one fell swoop. They can laugh if they want, are you ready? Makarov didn't care, looking at Erza and the others. 30 million J. In order to become the largest guild in Fury, we must do our best to go, don't embarrass the first president who saved us. Erza and the others all nodded. At this time Lucy wondered, why didn't the president let Gajiel, Lagos's and brother Dieter participate? Hearing question 717, Erza was also curious. In terms of strength, there are too many powerful people in the guild, and Dieter is the most incomprehensible. If let him go, there is really no one to be an opponent, but the president did not choose Dieter. Makarov said with a tangled face. No way, Dieter is sick, he said he has a disease that can't compete. Erza. Several people were stunned. When did this disease still exist? Isn't this just fooling people? Why did the president believe what Dieter said? A room. Several people stared wide-eyed in the house. President Makarov is so wise, he can see such meticulous requirements for the competition and sent 2 teams. Jello, who was pretending to be Mistogen, saw the atmosphere was a bit strange, and he took the initiative to speak to dissolve the atmosphere. Mistogen is a very silent person, don't show your secrets. Lagos has held a thick book and read it over and over, advising Jello over and over again. Have you read the rules of the game? Dieter leaned on the balcony, and when he heard the conversation, he quickly turned his head and asked Lagos's. UB ************* D. Don't worry, who made the rules? How can you read such a thick book so fast? You can't reveal any problems, just wait. Advertisement. Lajerses was annoyed, and glared at Dieter again, immersed in the book in his hand and quickly read it. There Gajiel smirked. Juvia and Mirajan couldn't help laughing when they saw CFBB, Lagos's being managed by Dieter. Dieter rolled his eyes and sat beside Mirajan, waving at Lagos's. Okay, let me tell you the rules you need to pay attention to. The next few people are very curious. Lagos clapped the thick rules in his hands and said, you haven't read it, how do you know what the rules of this competition are? Are you stupid? Dieter rolled his eyes. Don't you know Feng Yang glasses? I have read the rules before handing them over to you. Immediately, everyone in the house laughed. Lajerses lost his face, and the blue veins on his forehead seemed to want to be angry. Dieter, stop teasing Lagos's, he's changed a lot from where he was before. Mirajan advised. Dieter shrugged. Just kidding, no one in the entire guild can call me big brother, but Lagos's. I am older than you. Lagos squeezed a few words out of his mouth. But Dieter directly ignored it and said to several people, there are 3 main points in the rules of this competition. First of all, the presidents of each guild are not allowed to participate, and secondly, those who do not have the guild logo are not allowed to participate. This is also the reason for letting Jello be a substitute. Quote. Jello nodded, okay with being a substitute. There are so many monsters in this team, and he doesn't need his help to win points. Dieter continued. In addition, the rules for this year are very confidential. Before the start of the competition, each project has not been announced, and the project rules are explained before the competition. In addition, there is one more note. All contestants must return to the designated residence before 12 o'clock. Mirajan et al. All love eyebrows. I don't understand why the game is tomorrow and I have to come back so early today. Such a bold assumption. Maybe the audition will start tonight. This time there will be hundreds of teams at least, and a group of people will definitely be eliminated. Dieter assumed. After hearing this, everyone immediately felt that it was very reasonable. So if the number of people in the team is not enough, then you will be eliminated, right? Juvia thinks that's how it should be. That's right. Several people agreed, and even Lagoses didn't talk nonsense when he saw Dieter. Then everyone, go out and play, and remember to come back before 12 o'clock in the evening. Dieter left the room first when things were done. Get ready to take a walk on the street. Ding. Sign into Damudu and perform martial arts, and you will be rewarded 10 skill points. Dear Master, do you need little cutie to help you add some points? Just walk to the street. The system assistant in my mind rang. Okay, let's add it to the ability of the Junjun fruit. I don't know when I will be able to meet the opponent and try the power. Dieter agrees that little cutie can help. At the same time, I also am EA bit. The ability to get the Junjun fruit has been 3 months, and I haven't encountered a slightly more powerful opponent to try it. I don't know how powerful the first level Quake fruit is. Wow lala. Not far away, there were people watching, and it seemed that someone was fighting. Dieter walked that way. In general, let's start the game, I can't wait. Advertisement. Squeeze the crowd. After seeing the scene inside, I was a little stunned. After the dragon handed over the Dragon Slayer magic to us, we solved it with our own hands, so that we can become the real Dragon Slayer. The double dragon sting of Swordbite Tiger explained. Kill your parents. Natsu is angry. I'm not interested in outdated things, let's go. Sting ignores Natsu and takes Rogue and the 2 cats in a unique direction to leave. Boom. Sudden. A huge force repelled, and Sting and Rogue were instantly beaten back a few meters, and their blood reaction was a little uncomfortable. His face darkened and looked unique. Brother Dieter. Dieter, why are you here? Natsu and Lucy greet each other quickly. Dieter narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, you two are Dragon Slayers. Do you dare to order more, the 3rd generation? The weakest generation, why don't I kill you two and take away your Dragon Slayer crystals? Who are you? Want to fight? Sting and Rogue questioned. Dieter shrugged. No way, you can't even hold back my momentum, and you still fight with me. Do you like to court death so much these days? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of teeth grinding came from Sting and Rogue's mouths. Is this the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild? That person should be an S-rank magician. If their guild are all of this level, I'm afraid. After people leave, the invisible attack hit out in an instant, and Rogue Sting was knocked to the enclave in an instant. When you want. But they also knew that if Fairy Tale were all that kind of powerful guy, they couldn't have risen to become the #1 guild in 7 years. That guy. There was a hint of panic in Rogue's eyes, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Monument. Defeat Natsu and Gajil first and talk big in front of me. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Rogue is angry. Sting didn't say anything after that. I absolutely can't forgive that guy. Dieter raised his palm at the 2. Dieter laughed, signaling for Lucy and Natsu to follow, leaving the crowd that was surrounded by the crowd. With Sting and the 2 frightened cats, they turned and left in embarrassment. Sting and Rogue stood up from the ground, their faces darkened. Chapter 128. Qualifications passed. Amazing. Brother Dieter is getting better and better. Lucy keeps up with Dieter's pace, and Dieter's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Those 2 guys. Natsu followed behind him depressedly, and seemed to be very concerned about those 2 people, especially what they said. Come on Natsu, the 2 juniors are getting more and more arrogant. As the 1st generation Dragon Slayer, if you don't work hard, you will be surpassed. Remember to defeat them and let them call you big brother when they see you. Dieter said. Natsu nodded fiercely. Well, that's right, I will definitely beat those 2 guys. Cough brother or something, it's just your fetish, brother Dieter. Lucy ashamed, warm, happy, seconded. Dieter walked around the neighborhood with Lucy and Natsu, and soon the night came. Go back early, the game is likely to start tonight. Dieter reminds. Isn't the game supposed to be tomorrow? How could it be tonight? Lucy said differently. Dieter said. Let's be back on time by 12, obviously it's a game, otherwise you won't care about other people's nightlife, go back. Lucy and Natsu also agreed to go back. Ding, congratulations to the master for defeating Sting and Rogue. You will be rewarded with 10 skill points. Do you need my help to add more points? The little cutie in my head speaks. Dieter. I didn't expect that defeating opponents can really add skill points, but Sting and Rogue only have 10 points in total. It's a little bit. The little cutie tells. Sting and Rogue are very strong, but they are a little weaker than your master. If you want to get rich skill points, then your enemies should be Tartaros, 12 shields, Sting and 12 shields. 10 skill points for Rogue is a lot. Okay, add to the shaking fruit ability. Dieter didn't say anything more. After adding the skill points, I also walked towards the hotel. Inside the hotel, Mirajan, Juvia, Gajil, Lagoses and Jelil are already waiting here. You didn't go out for a walk, did you? Dieter went to Mirajan's side and asked a few people curiously. Allah, I went out and bought some nice and interesting clothes with Erza, and saw a lot of good places. Mirajan said first. Juvia said. Juvia had the most boring meal. Lord Grey and Leon made Juvia in a dilemma. Not in the mood, Jelil replied. Gajil muttered. Gabby insists that I accompany her to buy flowers. What's so good about that thing? Why don't you eat some iron? Look at the rules. Lagos has spit out the thick rulebook. Wee-haw. At this time, the clock in the house reached 12 exactly. Advertisement. Dong dong dong. Immediately, the entire city was ringing rapidly, and all the participating guilds looked out of the window curiously. Suddenly, a huge figure with a pumpkin hood was projected over the city. The Pumpkin King announced, "Hello everyone who came to participate in the Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts Guilds. Next, in order to select the top 8 from the 113 participating teams, the qualifiers will now begin." Stare. Numerous participating teams said different. Team Fairy Tail, Lucy and Natsu were surprised. It turned out to be exactly what Brother Dieter said, and now the game starts. Lucy said. Erza wonders, what did Dieter say? Natsu replied. Before I came back, Dieter said that the meeting would start at 12 o'clock, and it was likely that the game would start at night, but I didn't expect that he really said that. I see. Erza nodded. Here, several members of the Fairy Tail B team also said that they looked unique. I was really chosen by Dieter. The audition will start tonight. I didn't expect that there would be 113 teams, and only the top 8 would be selected. It is really a cruel screening condition. Gajil replied. Mirajan nodded. It seems that tonight's qualifiers will be quite intense, I just don't know what the content of the game will be. Lagos has had to admit that Dieter was right, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief, but fortunately Dieter didn't refute when he said it during the day. Otherwise, Dieter will be seen as a joke. Outside, Mr. Pumpkin wriggled his body funny and continued to explain, as the number of guilds increases every year, we have also learned the lesson that the content of the game is limited. So it was decided that only 8 teams could be shortlisted this year. The pre-selection rules are simple. Boom. The hotels in the city shook violently, pushing out the rooms and erecting them high above the city. The balcony of the room also extends out of steps, extending towards a higher place. At the end of the steps a huge spherical object appears. Next, please start the race, and the endpoint is the official competition venue, the Frau Dome. The first 8 teams to arrive can participate in the official competition. Magic can be used freely, unlimited, the first 8 teams to the finish line can successfully advance. However, if not all 5 people arrive at the finish line, you will be disqualified. Mira and the others watched the maze that was gradually taking shape and were ready at any time. Pumpkin-kun announced. The Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts Preliminary Tournament. Aerial Labyrinth. Start. Moment. Game start. Advertisement. Don't move, I'll take you to rush over. For flowers. Dieter's hands stretched out instantly, wrapping several members around, and the bundles were strong. Do not. Gah. Dieter's figure flashed instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he had entered the air maze. What's next? Gajil asked curiously, looking at the various suspended steps and doors and constantly scanning. Towards the east, you guys show me the way, remember to look carefully. Dieter said. Several people knew that this time was not the time to argue, and immediately locked in the east and searched for a route toward the east from those 3-dimensional roads. But honestly, Dieter, what kind of magic is this? Isn't your body too weird? Looking at the arms wrapped around his waist, Lagos's couldn't help feeling weird. Mirage and they were all curious. It's just that I haven't been ashamed to ask, and I immediately pricked up my ears to hear if Dieter would explain. Dieter's body kept flickering and rushing towards the east, explaining. Rubber magic, I can turn my body into the properties of rubber, immune to lightning, immune toxins, and immune to face attacks. The properties of rubber can be enlarged and can be added to the body. Blood flows, you understand. FCK. Dieter laughed. Ha ha ha, I still use that kind of thing a lot, so I can't say it, but it's a kind of momentum, it's like feeling powerless in the face of a black dragon, it's not magic, it should be used by everyone. Ragsaston thought of the Goblin Civil War when the thunder couldn't hurt Dieter at all, no wonder it didn't at all. Dieter puts the man down. We're here. At this time, Jello was very curious when he thought about the original battle, and the pressure of that kind of momentum must belong to another ability. In addition, with the ability to shake the fruit, the use of the rubber fruit will definitely be gradually eliminated, so it doesn't matter if you say something. Doesn't his fist say useless? That's hard. Ring. And Gajil grinned a little uncomfortable. Dieter's body moved rapidly. Asterisk 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 2. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Another one immediately came to a passage door. When the black dragon is killed and Zirf is also dead, I can teach you if you want to learn, leave me some mystery now. Talking to a few teammates, these people are all their own and don't have to worry about being bad for him. To bug this kind of magic. If I changed it to the past, I would definitely not be able to tell you about my abilities, but now that I know more and more things, the ability of the rubber fruit is a bit unsightly, and I don't use it often. Then your aura. Chapter 129. The first place in the preliminaries turned out to be 11. Clack, clack, when the flowers rise, when the sun appears, the great demon fighting and martial arts begin. Inside the venue, tens of thousands of people in the audience cheered enthusiastically and greeted the annual event with piercing shouts. On the summit stage, Chabati Lola, who was reporting live, announced enthusiastically, the annual magic festival, the great demon fighting and martial arts, is about to begin. I'm Chabati Lola, who is in charge of the fact sheet. The person in charge of the explanation is Mr. Yajima, a former commentator. Mr. Yajima, please take care of him. Quote. Ajima, who was next to him, said mildly, please take care of me. Chabati introduced again. We also invited Miss Jenny Reelite of Blue Pegasus, the beautiful woman who has achieved excellence in the Miss Fury contest, as the guest on the first day. Jenny over there rejoiced. This year's winner must be our guild, shouting. Chabati took over and announced. Okay, the players are finally entering the arena. July 17th. The first to enter is the 8th place in the preliminaries, the savage team that does not fit the name of the fairy at all, Fairy Tale. Wow. With the appearance of Natsu and other 5 members, countless audiences immediately cheered. Countless people raised their fingers at them with contempt. Fairy Tale, the last to last every year, passed the qualifiers this time and is now in the top 8, Chabati said. With the news of the serious group's return shocking the entire continent, can they become number 1 in Fury? Ajima next to him explained. It's great, congratulations, Fairy Tale, you must work hard. Come on, Fairy Tale, come on. In the viewing seat, a group of guild members, led by Makarov, cheered Erza and the others warmly. Suddenly Makarov realized there was something wrong with his voice. Immediately looked to the side. Wearing a long skirt with bare feet and raising his arms high, Mavis, the first-generation president with dumb hair on his head, cheered the members. Come on. Fairy Tale. I'm here to cheer you on. After noticing Makarov's gaze, Mavis also replied with a smile. You come to cheer us on? No, that's not the problem, Makarov said. Mavis reassured him. Don't worry, only people with our guild logo on them can see me. Because I have been staying on Sirius Island and have nothing to do, I came out for a walk. Quote. Below. Erza and others also laughed. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, we can rest assured that the first generation is in charge. Although it's just a ghost. Then, Chabati continued to announce. Next, the 7th place in the qualifiers. They are the Hellhound Legion, Quattro Cerberus. The 5 members appeared slowly, causing a group of supporters to cheer and shout. Chabati went on to announce. The 6th ranked guild, whose members are all women, is Mermaid Heel, known as the Sea Dancer. Cheer, shout. A group of male actors enthusiastically encouraged, yearning for such a guild with only female characters. Number 5 is the Shining Blue Wings in the Dark, Blue Pegasus. The 4th place is the Goddess of Love and Battle, the Sacred Destroyer of the Scales of the Snake Princess. Chabati continued. The next entry is the 3rd place. Wow, this is really unexpected. The guild that participated for the first time actually entered the top 3. They are the gorillas in the middle of the night. Raven Tail. Uproar. With their appearance, Natsu and the others were all very excited. It's Raven Tail. That's the guild of the president's son, Ivan. But shouldn't that guild be the Dark Guild? In the audience. Makarov was furious and questioned. Does the Dark Guild also participate in the Great Demon fight and perform martial arts? The original Mavis murmured, there's definitely something evil about them. The audience who came to watch were all curiously discussing. It didn't seem to expect that Raven Tail turned out to be a Dark Guild, and some people immediately put on an expression of disgust. Officially, Raven Tail was established more than 7 years ago, but they have only recently become a regular guild, Chabati explained. Yajima reluctantly accepted. Since the Guild Alliance has recognized it, then it is not the Dark Guild. Below. 2 guild people meet. Raven Tail said. Fairy Tale, that little girl is a greeting gift for you. He he he. Natsu angrily. It's you, who hurt Wendy. I will never spare you. In a channel, Dieter opened his eyes to look at Lagos's and the others, and said, Raven Tail is the guild of the guild leader's son, Ivan. According to their words, they injured Wendy before the game started. Pretty bold. Lagos's eyes were cold. Ivan. Very good, I hope you don't touch me. Advertisement. Well, I'd love to meet them too, so that I can play them and die without knowing it after the game. I hope it will be as I wish. Dieter replied. Gajil hanging goods, eating hanging goods iron. Muttered. I'm afraid everyone didn't expect that the next rankings would be beyond their imagination. Allah, thanks to Dieter, we got to the end so quickly. Mirajan smiled. Several people leaked smiles. Outside, Chabati continued to announce, the 2nd place team in the qualifiers has entered. This guild is really surprising. Come out slowly from the passage. The faces of those 5 choices were not very good looking, their steps were firm and their faces leaked. They who have been leading all the time actually failed in this qualifier and became the 2nd place. They are the tigers with sword bites. Shocked, everyone's eyes widened. Those viewers did not expect that the 2nd place was actually the tiger of sword bite. In the past years, the tiger of sword bite had maintained the throne of the 1st place, but this time it was only the 2nd place. Sword biting tiger. I didn't expect us to be number 2, and I don't know who number 1 is. Rogue said. Sting replied. That's also much better than Fairy Tale, who barely made the cut. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the one named Dieter. Rogue said disdainfully. 80% of them are afraid, and that kind of thing is just a sneak attack. Fairy Tale. I didn't expect that the tiger of sword biting would only be able to rank 2nd. It seems that there is an unprecedented dark horse in this competition. Erza was surprised. At the same time, I doubt whether the 1st guild has anything to do with the strange magic that Jelil said. Damn it, those 1.1 guys are indeed there. Natsu is angry, waiting for Sting and Rogue in Swordbite Tiger to be angry. This time we have to knock them down. Lucy couldn't help but said. The 2nd guild is so powerful, doesn't it mean that the 1st one is stronger, can we really? Gray wrapped his arms and said, Whoever he is, the first guild of the Kingdom of Fury can only be our fairy tale. Say different. Surprise. Unbelievable. The audience couldn't imagine that even the Swordbite Tiger could only rank second. At the same time, I am quite curious about the first place. What kind of guild can take the first place? Chabati announced. The next entry will be the first place in the qualifiers. Wow, this is really surprising. It's really surprising. Let's welcome the first place in the qualifiers, Fairy Tail B Team. Chapter 130. The opening match of the Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts begins. The clamor sounded. 5 members slowly walked out of the passage. They were dressed in the same color. Chi Yu came out of the passage in a dignified manner and caught his eye. When you want. Countless people were shocked. Several members of the Fairy Tail team widened their eyes. Elder sister. Gajiel. Juvia. Lagos's is there too, it's a foul. My god, Dieter is even here, let's throw in the towel and award the championship to Team B. Several people panicked and leaked bitter expressions. How is it possible that Fairy Tail has 2 teams shortlisted? Rogue said. Sting said. That guy named Dieter is really there. Really good, no wonder they can squeeze us out of the number 1 position, they must be very strong. The other participating teams are also different. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. Auditorium. Why does Fairy Tail have 2 teams? What exactly is going on? Why do they have 2 teams on the field? The onlookers were a little surprised, they did not expect that there would be 2 teams in Fairy Tail. On the stage, Shambati said. 25 inches. It seems that many people still don't know the new rules of this competition, Mr. Yajima. Yajima nodded. Well, each guild can send 1 or 2 teams to participate in this competition. Immediately, everyone in the Fairy Tail team was a little dissatisfied. Looking at the positions of the president and others, he asked, why didn't you tell us about this? President. Makarov laughed, raised his arms and cheered. Ha ha ha, did you see it? This is the strength of Fairy Tail. Natsu roared and walked towards Team B. Pointing at Gajiel and others and shouting angrily, what a joke. What about the same guild? I will do my best during the competition. I will never show mercy. Since you belong to another team, you are the enemy. I will never lose to you, bastards. Gajiel stepped forward, hit the head with Natsu and disdain. It's exactly what I want, you are the 8th place in the qualifier. Advertisement. Natsu, I'll give you a chance to speak again. Dieter said with a smile. Lagos also nodded. I'll give you a chance to speak again. Ah, Natsu grabbed his hair frantically. Watching Dieter and Lagos's go crazy. Why does the B team have Dieter and Lagos's? How can this be played? Bang. In the center of the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts venue, a huge inscription rose from the ground with the words written on it. Everyone, audience, let you wait for a long time. Mr. Pumpkin appeared and announced to the scene. Now I will announce the schedule of the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts. Wow, cheers. The enthusiastic audience raised their hands and shouted and cheered. There are 2 parts of the competition in one day, the competition and the battle. The first is the competition part of the competition. In this part, each team will be ranked, and the corresponding points will be obtained according to the ranking. Pumpkin announced. Everyone's eyes were locked on the huge stone tablet to watch, and the above scores were recorded in their hearts. 10 points for the first place, 8 points for the second place, and so on, 6 points, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 points, which means that if you want to lead, you must get the first place. Gajiel looked at the ranking score on the steel and spoke. The rest of the members also nodded their heads, and their goal for ranking is to be the first. The contestants for the competitive part are chosen by the teams themselves. In the battle part of the event, the organizer will combine the votes of fans to determine the candidates for the 2 sides, said Pumpkin-kun. Lagos has murmured, can they decide who they want to fight against? So, if you are unlucky and you run out of mana in the competitive part, will you have to be forced to participate in the combat part of the game? Mirajan analyzed. Over there, Mr. Pumpkin continued. The rules of the battle part are very simple, each team only needs to face off in pairs, the winner will get 10 points, the loser will get 0 points, and in the event of a tie, both sides will get 5 points. The opening match of the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts is secret, and it is about to start. Each team will send 1 person to participate. The rules of the competition will be announced after the contestants are selected. Listen to this. Each team began to discuss who should play. The Fairy Tail B team is here. From the analysis of the name, secret, is likely to be a hidden competition, it is better to let Juvia or Miss Mira play. Juvia suggested. Mainly because she saw that Gray seemed to want to play. That's why it's so frustrating. From the analysis of the name, the 2 of them are indeed very suitable. Gajiel said. Several people looked at Dieter, waiting for his orders. In Team B, President Makarov felt that Mira was more careful, so he made her the captain, but in fact everyone listened to Dieter's opinion. Advertisement. Let me come. The people with the Swordbite Tiger and Raven Tail should have problems, let me try their skills. Dieter offered to ask. Everyone is a little different. Although Lagsa is reluctant to admit it, he has to say that Dieter is the strongest. I wanted to arrange Dieter as the last line of defense. I never thought that he planned to take the shot in the first game, would this reveal some strength? Even if I lose, it's fine. Our guild is definitely the candidate to be besieged in this match. It's good to choose a strong one even if it's just to make trouble. Dieter said. Several people agreed after hearing it. Don't be called number 8, it's not you who will be embarrassed. Lagos said. Gajiel grinned. I kinda like watching Dieter get hit with a 730. It must be fun. Watch out Vanga, Mirajan urged. Dieter waved his hands indifferently, raised his hands and stretched himself out. Ferry a team over there. Team B actually let Brother Dieter play, this game may be beneficial to us, why not choose someone to follow Brother Dieter to rank? When Lucy saw that Dieter came out, he immediately suggested to the rest of the team. Ah, what a shame. Gray was reluctant. Blue Pegasus. Eve. Natsu also laughed out loud. Dieter, I'm burning up, let me go, I'll see how strong Dieter is. Elfman snapped his head. Sword-biting tiger. Rufus. Quattro Cerberus. Yego. Goblin Team B. Dieter. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Raven Tail. Nullpudding. Gray agreed to come out. Erza said. Let Gray go, his modeling magic is also easy to hide, and he should get a good ranking. Scales of Snake Princess. Leon. At the same time, other teams also sent their candidates. Fairy a team. Gray. Mermaid Heel. Beth. $7. The above are the contestants in the competition section. He shook his head and laughed. Forget it, the second magic source has no effect on Dieter at all. It can be seen that his strength is probably extraordinary. You should not try to fight Dieter. Chapter 131. He moved. The players of each team participating in the secret, please come forward. Pumpkin Jun spoke. Dieter waved at several members and walked towards the pumpkin gentleman over there. Dieter, come on. Brother Dieter, Juvia asks you to show mercy to Lord Grey. Idiot, this is a game that has no mercy. Allah, come on Dieter. Several teammates cheered Dieter on. Soon, several members walked up to Mr. Pumpkin. Dieter looked at Grey and muttered. Juvia asked me to be gentle with you, you told me to be obedient or not. What does it have to do with her? You can just come, I won't let the water go. Gray said. Dieter's mouth twitched slightly. Gray, do you know why you're single? Why? Gray asked subconsciously. Dieter. Because you're a straight guy. What? Gray didn't understand why, didn't understand what Dieter meant. By the way, I started to care during the qualifiers, what the hell are you? Gray stared at Mr. Pumpkin and complained. Pumpkin Jun's funny introduction. As you can see, I'm a pumpkin. Eve over there said. We see it every year at the races, so we don't care much about it. Beth also said. It may be the staff of the organizer. We chatted very quickly here, and everyone didn't have any deep hatred, so there was no need to make the relationship so stiff. Wait for me. At this time, the member of Raven Tail was a little unhappy. Nullpudding he said. We don't know what the competition will be in the competitive part that starts next, not only that, but the content of the competition in the next few days has not been announced. There are two people in Fairy Tail, no matter how you think about the competition, they will be against them. Beneficial. Gray looked over. Dieter also looked at the guy without any changes in his eyes. There's no other way. After all, 2 teams in 1 guild have passed the preliminaries, which is already quite remarkable, Nan Pumpkin. Said Mr. Pumpkin. Rufus of Swordbite Tiger spread his hands and said. I don't care, my memory is singing, it may not be beneficial to have 2 people participating in the competition. I don't mind either, I'm fine. Cut. Several people have spoken out successively to express no opinion on this. Advertisement. Gray said. As expected of the tiger that bites the sword, the king is so unhurried. Companions may become your weakness instead. Rufus replied with a smile. Hostages, threats, intelligence leaks, and many other disadvantages, you have to keep your mouth shut. Dieter yawned, rubbed his eyes, looked at Rufus, and said, yeah, so I can totally get hold of your guild's Sangyong, because there's nothing they can do to stop me before I kill those 2 cats. Rufus. Smile froze. He looked at Dieter with deep eyes and didn't say more, obviously because he didn't want to have too much entanglement with Dieter. Open the playing field. Pumpkin. Pumpkin Coon waved. A city of various buildings slowly emerged in the entire field. Uproar. The audience cheered with a wow. People who are sorcerers say that a city can only be created by powerful magic. The city surrounded the entire venue. The 8 participating members were also randomly sent to all corners of the city. Dieter was in the city, glanced around and closed his eyes, as if asleep. At this time, Mr. Pumpkin's voice came. None of the 8 contestants knew the specific conditions of the others. The rules of stealth are very simple. Even if everyone catches, they also hide. The players have to find other people in the city. And give the opponent a blow. The use of any magic in the game will not be restricted, no matter whether the blow hurts the opponent or not. The one who successfully attacks will get 1 point. Quote. At this time, there are phantoms in every corner of the city. Soon a large number of models identical to the contestants appeared. Just when the players were puzzled, Mr. Pumpkin's voice sounded again. These are the players' clones. If you choose the wrong target and attack the clones, the attacker will lose 1 point. Contestants. Just like black cats lurking in the dark, disappear in silence. Stealth. Start. The gong bell rings, and the game begins. People outside are analyzing, but also aware of the important key points of this game. The key to this game is not to hide, but to find the enemy, right? The Fairy Tail B team is here. Lajerses looked at the crowd of players, and Dieter was still talking with his eyes closed. Yes, there are a lot of Grey Sama. Juvia really wants to take one away. Juvia's eyes overflowed with love, seeing so many Greys that she could no longer control. Advertisement. Mirajan smiled and said, Allah, fortunately, Juvia didn't participate, otherwise it would be really bad for him. Dieter, why isn't it moving? Gajil asked. At the same time, Pumpkin Jun added, when a player is hit, he will restart the game from another area after 10 seconds, and within the specified game time, the number of times a player can restart is unlimited. The game lasts for 30 minutes, and the team with the highest score after the game ends will win the first place. Within the city, there are replicas of the contestants all around. And Dieter stood in the crowd with his eyes closed as if he was pretending to be a clone. At this time, it could be clearly seen from the big screen outside that Raventail appeared behind Dieter and was about to attack Dieter. And Unique continued to be in a daze as if he didn't see it. What the hell is Dieter doing? Opponents are already behind him. Lagos asked. Gajil murmured. Did he lose his points? And I don't know what he's doing. This part should be no problem for him. Even if he doesn't get the first place, he won't be the last place. Dieter shouldn't he fall asleep? Jello grumbled. Juvia stared at it with a serious expression. Juvia thinks it shouldn't be missed. Mirajan rubbed her hands together in anticipation. The guild and the audience also saw the situation on Dieter's screen, mocking wantonly, waiting for Dieter to be attacked. This Zhao Hao is really asleep. Let me just say, Fairy Tail is just lucky to get promoted, and it's nothing if there is no luck. Fairy Tail is definitely the guild at the bottom of the millennium. Ha 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 ha. The audience burst into laughter, their eyes full of laughter, waiting for the Fairy Tail guild to make a fool of themselves. Over there in the guild. Dieter, what the hell is going on? The opponent is hitting him right away. Kana muttered. Macau couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't he really fall asleep? Why would Dieter be allowed to play? If he is not serious, he will lose miserably. 1 TB. Mavis also locked his eyes on Dieter, without any blame, but curious about what Dieter would do. From Makarov's mouth, this member of Dieter is a very good partner. Definitely better than the rest of the guild. Moved. Sudden. Mavis exclaimed violently. Chapter 132. The record is on the screen. In an instant, the other members of the guild immediately locked on Dieter's big screen after hearing the words of the original Mavis. The guild's change here also made other audience members, as well as other guilds, a large number of people locked on Dieter's screen, wanting to see how he responded. But when I saw it, I was startled. Only in the picture, the Raventail guild contestant who secretly approached the Unique has disappeared. In the lower left corner of the screen is an announcement. Dieter beats Nullpudding, 1 point. Shock. Everyone was stunned, their wide eyes filled with incredible. Looking at the motionless and unchanged posture on the screen, I can't imagine how he fought back. What's the matter? I didn't see him move at all. Yeah, I've been staring at the screen and it just feels like the Raventail members are gone in the blink of an eye, but Fairy Tail scores. My god, how did this guy achieve this level? It's too scary. Countless people grabbed their hair and couldn't believe it. On the guild's side, Mavis said with a very solemn expression. The momentum. There is a momentum released from Dieter when Nullpudding is about to attack, directly inflicting 730 physical damage to defeat him. Imposing. Makarov's eyes became more puzzled, and he muttered. According to my observation, the magic of Dieter's kid should be rubber magic, which can turn the body into rubber properties, so as to enlarge the body or speed up the flow of blood. To increase speed. The momentum is really rare, but from Erza and Mira, they know that Dieter can use the momentum to shock the hearts of others. But when did the physical damage also appear? How strong is this guy right now? Can't even the guild leader like me be unable to hold him down? Mavis didn't answer. She couldn't figure out why, and vaguely felt that the momentum seemed to have nothing to do with magic, and even she hadn't felt magic from Dieter. At the same time, a few people from the Fairy Tail B team breathed a sigh of relief. I was startled. I thought that Dieter guy was going to roll over, but he was already prepared. Lajersis said. Gajil grinned. This guy seems to have become more powerful. Is my idea of revenge really hopeless? What should I do? Jello also shook his head. I can't see any movement at all. Dieter is really getting better and better. Gajil, Juvia thinks you'd better accept your fate. Honestly, shout out big brother, you won't suffer. Juvia made up for the knife. Allah. Mirajan smiled. Although Dieter has enough strength to not be attacked, it should be difficult to find someone else proactively. Several other acknowledgements nodded. Advertisement. I think it makes sense. You can't always stand up and fight back when you're attacked. You won't get the first place. In the city, Dieter sees everything. In this game, he didn't plan to use the rubber fruit ability or the shock fruit ability at all. Simply using domineering and Navy 6 is enough to deal with these people. The targeted physical damage of Overlord Color and the perceptual aura of seeing and hearing can allow him to find the other 7 contestants in the entire city. The boring game, it's time to end. Dieter closed his eyes and muttered to himself, he was about to strike. At this moment, a large number of eyes were locked on the unique figure, unwilling to let go of the slightest, and had to see how Dieter attacked. Shave. Exclamation mark. The ground stirred up dust. Dieter's figure disappeared instantly, and everyone went to other screens to look for Dieter's figure. But when they see those screens, that player has already been hit, and then go to see the other players and it turns out the same. The unique figure in the breath reappears. Still with his eyes closed, he was still standing in that position, and even the footprints were not deviated. And many distracted people didn't even realize that Dieter had moved. All that can be seen is the refreshed announcement information in the lower left corner. Dieter, CFBB, beat Nullpudding, 1 point. Dieter beats Beth, 1 point. Dieter beats Leon, 1 point. Dieter beats Eve for 1 point. Dieter beats Yego with 1 point. Dieter beats Rufus, 1 point. Swipe. Instant Kung Fu Dieter's score will appear on the screen. Of the 8 contestants, only Gray from the same guild was not attacked. All the others were instantly hit and respawned in other corners of the city. Shock. Different. Advertisement. Unbelievable. All the people in the guild widened their eyes, unable to let go of the bloody record. It turns out, it can be so powerful. This guy. Sting gritted his teeth, rubbed his fists and watched the information on the screen and couldn't keep his composure. A sense of helpless depression came over him. It's too powerful, it's an unprecedented terrifying opponent. Rogue's face was also extremely gloomy, and he couldn't accept it. Even Rufus couldn't avoid it and was directly attacked. Even they couldn't lock onto his attacking figure. How could it be possible? All the people who participated in the guild looked at Dieter with complicated eyes, and they couldn't imagine how powerful Dieter was. Can beat everyone in the blink of an eye. It's scary. Even after 7 years of sleep, Dieter is still the most mysterious and scary guy in the guild. It's amazing. Macau was emotional. The first day of the competition was firmly in first place. And Makarov was also shocked for the first time. This kid is much stronger than me, Geardos can't be an opponent, and the speed is too fast. Watching Dieter's eyes was both excited and scared. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's really outrageous. Invincible. If there is no sleeping years, it is impossible to imagine how powerful Dieter will be. But she really didn't expect Dieter to be so fast. This is simply inhuman speed. At the same time, I am even more curious about Dieter. The hair on the head of the first-generation Mavis president was shaking, and she was in a good mood. She didn't care whether Dieter was strong or not, she only knew that Dieter scored 7 points in an instant. Dieter has great speed and strength, which she has experienced firsthand. Mira was stunned. This is the first time I have seen Dieter with full firepower. His speed is so fast that he can't find him. At this speed, he can quickly target other people. How did he do it? Both Lagoses and Gajiel wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and had a clear understanding of Dieter's strength. Team here. In my heart, I also felt that when I went back to sleep, I would blow the wind on my pillow and ask how I did it. Although she only knew that a man was curious about the beginning of the fall, she didn't care at all. She had been harmed by Dieter for a long time anyway, and she didn't mind letting herself fall even more. Chapter 133. Rolling Victory. It wasn't just the guilds and spectators outside the arena who were surprised. Even some of the contestants were stunned. Just kidding. Well, I didn't even notice that someone hit me, so it hit me. Did you make a mistake? Is that guy really that powerful? He was able to deal with so many people in an instant. How fast would he be? My god, how can this be played? If we continue to let him fight, won't we be able to get points? Same. The refreshed Rufus also widened his eyes. Some couldn't believe it. It can actually attack me. That Dieter is really not easy. No wonder the people who can repel Sting and Rogue, but. He took a deep breath. Not immersed in the shock of being hit. He went straight to the top and announced. This game is too boring, let me end it. All the contestants looked over. I don't understand why you have to expose your body directly. Isn't this an obvious opportunity for others? Rufus said. I have remembered the nature of your heartbeat, footsteps, and magic in each of you. I remember. Rufus smiled and put his hands on his temples, using magic, memory shape under the starry night sky. Softer. Ginger time. Several rays of light burst out from Rufus, and those rays hit the 7 players. Moment. The information of Lufa defeating his opponent is also on the screen at the same time. Even if you hit me, I can still hit. Just as Rufus was about to say a few words, he found out that there was no Dieter announcement in the defeat message. Different. Meanwhile, only those who follow Dieter know what just happened. The moment when the memory modeling magic is used. For the first time, Dieter's body was seen moving by the naked eye. His body moved to the side. The distance of movement is not very large, but the simple movement has successfully avoided Rufus, memory modeling magic. The subtle to the extreme operation makes countless people's scalp tingle. Surprised that Dieter was able to dodge the attack with precision and subtlety, and the most frightening thing was that he didn't open his eyes from start to finish. Do not. In an instant, Dieter's figure flashed again. Advertisement. At that moment, the screen in the lower left corner swiped again, and a lot of information about Dieter's defeat of his opponent reappeared. Dieter beats Nullpudding, 1 point. Dieter beats Beth for 1 point. Dieter beats Eve for 1 point. Dieter beats Yego, 1 point. Dieter beats Leon, 1 point. Dieter beats Rufus for 1 point. Screen reappearance. This level is ruled by Dieter, who is invincible and able to teleport every moment to defeat all opponents. But the opponent couldn't catch him at all. Horror, mysterious, and powerful synonyms were brought to Dieter by the audience. Countless people want to know. If you want to analyze it, see how Dieter did it. They all want to know. Crazy. No solution. The people of the major guilds all feel this way, that incomprehensible ability is extremely tricky. They just hope that the guild members can eliminate as many other players as possible before Dieter's next attack. No one dared to think about it. The competition was going fast, and Dieter would make troubles from time to time, which also caused other guilds to race against time. Yo yo yo. The gong bell rings. Time up. The voice of Mr. Pumpkin sounded for the first time, and the huge city disappeared in an instant. The figure of 8 contestants reappeared. Only the first part of the competition is currently underway, and the only temporary rankings are announced. The competition rankings are as follows. Said Pumpkin Jun. A curtain appeared in the air with the rankings and scores of the major guilds written on it. First place. Fairy Tail B Team, 10 points. Second place. The Tiger of Sword Bite, 8 points. Third place. Raven Tail, 6 points. Fourth place. Scales of Snake Princess, 4 points. Fifth place. Blue Pegasus, 3 points. Sixth place. Mermaid Heel, 2 points. Seventh place. Quattro Cerberus, 1 point. Advertisement. Eighth place. Fairy Tail A Team, 0 points. Despite Dieter's efforts to rescue Gray, either Raven Tail or the Tiger Bite are very capable, causing Gray to lose ground. Although the overall score in the secret competition is almost the same. But after all, there is a ranking order. Gray left the scene dimly, his face was ugly. Ask for flowers. Dieter was also helpless. Shaking his head and returning to the channel belonging to his teammates, he sighed when he saw that several people were already waiting here. I've done my best to help Gray, but you should also know that Team A definitely doesn't want us to support them all over again. Dieter shrugged. Mirajan replied with a smile. It doesn't matter, the unique performance is very good, the A team will definitely turn from defeat to victory. HMPH, the fire dragon guy won't be knocked down so easily, he wants both teams to be the last, and then the latter will come out on top. Gajiel didn't care. Lagoses took a breath. It's inevitable to feel uncomfortable, but Fairy Tail has no weak points. We can give them a lot of pressure to get full marks, and it will promote them to keep moving forward. 0. Juvia said. Juvia is a little worried about Lord Grey. Heard so. Dieter sat down and said, if it's not Juvia in the next game, you can go see him. Juvia nodded. A little cute voice sounded in my mind. Although it was of no use, it also allowed Dieter to see the prospect. After winning a competition like the Great Demon Fight, you can really get skill points. What's the use of only their own team winning? But everyone was not very happy, they also hoped to see the two teams of Fairy Tail win a big victory. The next thing is the battle part of the game. The players whose names are called, please come to the front as soon as possible and let us recall the rules of the battle part again. Ding. Congratulations to the master for winning the competitive competition. Hidden. Rewarded with 5 skill points. Please make persistent efforts. 8 teams duel in pairs, 10 points for the winner, 0 points for the loser, and 5 points for each tie. Competitive competition is 1 though. All teams play 1 game each, this part is not a knockout, please don't worry. The first battle of the first day. Lucy Heartfilia from Team Fairy Tail. Battle, Flare Rona from Raven Tail. After winning the game, you can also successfully get 5 skill points. Although very little, the battle table has been sent to me. With the announcement of Mr. Pumpkin. All the guilds are standing by, waiting for the candidates for the battle. The game is announced. Second. But it's also much faster than signing in a plot 1 by 1. Chapter 134. Cheers to Dieter. The Fairy Tail team live. Lucy, let her see the results of your practice. Natsu roared. Erza said. If we win this game, we can still catch up with other guilds, especially the B team, don't be downplayed by Mira. Erza was saddened when he said this. Also with a team. Team B scored a full score, and they scored a 0, and they will definitely be laughed at by Mira when they go back. Maybe she will speak bad words in Dieter's ear when she sleeps at night, which is unacceptable to her. The score must surpass the B team. Leave it to me, Lucy responded, thinking about the injured Wendy and the constantly targeted Gray, and said, I will definitely win. B team rest area. Lucy, you should have beaten the woman across from you after 3 months of training. Mirajan saw that the person who came out was Lucy, and compared the two, she felt that the odds of winning were still very high. 730. Gajiel, Juvia, and Lagoses didn't say anything unpleasant. They both felt that Lucy's victory over the other should be a no-brainer. Hey, but then Dieter sighed. It immediately attracted the attention of several people, watching Dieter curiously, wondering why he was sighing at this time. After all, Lucy's strength is quite strong, especially after 3 months of training. Dieter's analysis. In terms of strength, Lucy can now do double doors, and also has the super magic of Celestial Spirit, not to mention that woman, even other people can kill in seconds. It's a pity that the person opposite is the Dark Guild, you still expect him to obey the rules honestly. What? Mirajan's eyes widened. No, this is how they play at the scene of the game. Gajiel was a little skeptical. Juvia nodded. Yeah, with so many people staring at the game, how could there be a chance to play tricks, you must be thinking too much. Raven Tail can do it, but how will he play? Lagoses agreed. Dieter said. You should know that Wendy was drained of her magic power, which is what Raven Tail did. They can't be honest with us, they will definitely play it, and the result of this game may be very miserable. Everyone remained silent. Dieter's analysis makes sense, but it's hard to cheat in public. If Lucy does lose the game, that is a rather terrifying blow to Team A. The game is on. Lucy started to beat his opponents to pieces with powerful attacks. Too bad that Flair uses trickery. Advertisement. As a result, Lucy's physical strength and magic power are constantly being consumed. Despite Natsu's assistance, Lucy used super magic, but the magic was removed by the cunning Raven Tail. Lucy failed. The game is over. The winner is Raven Tail Flair Rona. Team B is here. The arc flashes on Logosis. Mirajan and the others also looked very ugly. As I said, Raven Tail couldn't fight Lucy honestly. It's not an exaggeration to say that he used his hair to extend his hair on the stage, and then they counteracted the attack on his own. Dieter sighed and shook his head. He could indeed help out in this matchup, but in doing so, he would be guilty of the same crime as Raven Tail. It is impossible for the organizers not to punish them. So can't get out. Wait, the A-team can't play and there are still us. I believe we can meet each other soon, and then everything will be easy to say. Dieter took a deep breath and closed his eyes for the next game. Mirajan and the others clenched their fists, swearing in their hearts that once they meet Raven Tail, they will definitely let them know the price of hurting Fairy Tail. Game 2. Blue Pegasus, Lien vs Mermaid Heel, Alanya, Blue Pegasus wins. Game 3. Quattro Cerberus, Vacali vs Swordbite Tiger, Organonagir, Swordbite Tiger wins. The next two games were also very exciting. Although the first part of the sword-biting tiger only ranked second in the competition, their reputation is still not weak. Countless people called out their guild names with enthusiasm. That guy is using Thunderbolt. Logos was concerned. Dieter replied. Orga, a member of the sword-bite tiger, the magic belongs to the thunder god destroying magic, and is a veritable god destroying magician. Different. The likes of Logoses and Mirajan were very unexpected. What they know about the god destroying sorcerer is the Sirius Island incident, the sorcerer who fought against Natsu. Unexpectedly, there are other god-destroying magicians with other attributes. Interesting. Logoses is about to move, and the Dragon Slayer of Thunder and the Mage of Thunder God must compete. Not only that, Dieter added. As far as I know, the little girl on the scale of the Snake Princess is also using a god destroyer, and like Wendy, she is a sky god destroyer. Shock. This time Mirajan and others are really surprised. How do you know so much? Gajiel muttered. Advertisement. Dieter shrugged. The information is very simple. Do you think I have been training for 3 months without doing anything? For most of the guild members on the scene, I know the magic they use. Sigh. Compared with Dieter, Mirajan felt very guilty. They didn't have time to study the magic of the enemy at all, but Dieter basically figured it out, which is really professional. The only thing left is Scales and us, Mirajan said. Several people were eager to move, obviously looking forward to the moment they entered the venue. Today's last game is finally about to start. The remaining two teams are the Fairy Tail B team and the Scales of Snake Princess. These two guilds used to be of equal strength, and this game should be very interesting. Fact report Chabati clamored for the atmosphere. All the guilds are waiting, maybe many people are very disdain for the Fairy Tail A team. But still looking forward to the B team. Mainly because Dieter's unknowing ability aroused the curiosity of countless people. The guild is here. I don't know who the B team will play. Macau was curious. Kana gulped and said, no matter who is going to win, it depends on whether it is a narrow victory or a complete victory. Team B is full of monsters. If Brother Dieter comes on, there's nothing to watch. Someone said, thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Mirajan's eyebrows are helpless. Allah, I didn't expect so many people looking forward to Dieter. I'm afraid it's really possible to make Dieter play again. But it soon felt unlikely. After all, the possibility of 2 consecutive appearances is not very large. Dieter, he really didn't expect so many people to let him play. Also, as long as I run into Raven Tail, it's okay to leave the rest to Dieter, Lagosas agreed. Dieter. At this moment, the audience did not know who started the 1.1 domain, and countless people immediately seconded. Jel-El said at this time, although I am a substitute, I also want to come out and fight. B team waiting area. Gajiel couldn't believe it. No way, how could it be possible for people to appear twice in a row without giving us a chance to appear? Several people's faces changed. Dieter laughed, hearing the whistling of the mountains and seas outside. But is it possible? Dieter. Juvia wants to perform in front of Lord Grey too. Juvia also said. For a time, there were many people in the entire venue calling for Dieter to appear. Chapter 135, Dieter vs Table Lanikis. Let's invite you, Lanikis from the Scales of the Snake Girl. Table pull. Dieter was a little surprised. If it's Sarah, it's best to let Logoses play, and Terra's magic is the most restrained Juvia, but it's a little difficult to win if it really does, and it's a holy 10 anyway. Dieter analyzed. Everyone expressed their approval, but no one confessed, and they all wanted to come forward and learn from each other. The spectator seat. Phala, how should we fight now? It is very likely that we will lose the game. Macau said. Kana retorted. Whether it's Logoses or Dieter, it might be a bit difficult for others. Do not. Makarov immediately denied it. With an unprecedented dignified expression, he said, Logoses can't beat him. Jura is holy land. The safest one is Dieter, but no matter how loud the voice is, the chances of Dieter appearing are very small. The powerful Makarov of the Holy Ten clearly knows that. It's not that he looks down on Logoses. It is not easy to defeat the Holy Ten. Even if Logoses really wins, he will be seriously injured. Even Dieter would be suppressed by 25 in magic. A team. Unfortunately, is the first place of Team B also terminated. Elfman was speechless. Natsu Ame said discouraged. I heard that he and the old man are the same as the Holy Ten. How can this fight, if only Lagoses appeared? No, Lagoses didn't necessarily play. Erza's face was heavy. Everyone is worried about the B team. Over there, Shabati continued to broadcast. He is the strongest player in this tournament, the one who holds the title of Sacred 10. It seems that this time the Fairy Tail B team is very bad. That's not necessarily true, the Fairy Tail B team is also very strong. Yajima replied. Shabati announced. Yeah, after seeing this player, I was also very different. I didn't expect that the Fairy Tail B team would be fabulous strength. His handsome appearance attracted a large number of female audiences. Crazy even for it, Dieter. Wow, wow, the clamor sounded, and everyone inside and outside the stadium was stunned. Eyes widened, they couldn't believe it was Dieter, and countless people dug their ears and doubted their hearing. Dieter, 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 cheers sounded, advertisement. Those in the audience who admired Dieter chanted Dieter's name. Its momentum was no less than the cheers of Saint Shibiao's appearance. A team. If it's Dieter, then it's safe. Erza breathed a sigh of relief. The strongest Team B team is Dieter. As long as he plays, then even Jura of the Holy Ten will not be an opponent. Brother Dieter. Man. Elfman is also very excited, obviously very happy with Dieter coming out. In the audience, the entire group of the guild also put their hearts down. Dieter is going to play again, and his words should be steady. Yeah, the unique strength is so powerful, Saint Ten will definitely not be an opponent, let's watch it. It's going to be a winning streak again, it's really a bit easy. At this moment, several people in the B team rest area did not expect it. It turned out that it was you who actually played. It seems that your supporters are really high. Lagoses was a little envious. Good luck with 2 appearances in a row. Boring. Can these audiences only see Dieter? We are not weak. Gajiel was indignant. And Dieter didn't think so, to be honest. However, he still stood up and moved his muscles a little to walk outside. Don't be careless, that is Holy Land, and the opponent who has the same title as the old man is very powerful. Lagoses reminded. Dieter scratched the hair on his head. He asked with a smile. Lagoses, how many tricks do you think I can beat him? Way, Lagoses said disdainfully. It's true that you are strong, but Biala is also Holy Land anyway, and a narrow victory is already very good. Dieter shrugged. He raised 3 fingers and said, as long as I make a move, I will defeat him with 3 moves. Go out to the field. The cheers for him around the listeners are also very enjoyable. I didn't expect to fight Mr. Dieter, I really want to admit defeat. Pila said. Although Dieter's strength is still at Oracion Ceases 7 years ago, he clearly knows that a strong man like Dieter will never lead to a decline in magic power due to the passage of time. He wasn't even sure if he could win with all his strength. Mr. Jura is very polite. I have never been serious about my attack. Before I went on the field, I even said that I wanted to beat you with 3 moves. I hope you can pay more attention to your defense. Dieter said politely. Tila smiled and distanced herself from Dieter and replied, if you can defeat me in 3 moves, then I will only be more gratified, of course. You can do it in advance. Advertisement. 818. The gong is ringing. The moment the competition started, Phala immediately directed the dance. Rock pillars shot out from Dieter's feet, sending Dieter up into the air. Rock tip. Jura didn't dare to make any big comments, seeing Dieter use magic again immediately after being hit in the air. Towards the Dieter barrel in the air with a mass of iron hard rock tips. He was so ruthless that he even had the idea of one-hit kill. Air. Dieter was knocked out, seeing so many rock tips stabbing at all kinds of tricky angles and knew he had to defend. He raised his right fist high. Sudden. A white orb wrapped his fist. 730 slammed down. At that moment, a unique fist smashed into the air. But the air actually cracked open gaps, spreading around like a spider web. Boom. The massive rock tip shattered before it even touched Dieter. On the other side of the guild, Makarov and others were a little surprised. That's magic, right? It's the first time I've seen Dieter perform this kind of magic. What is the principle behind it, and why does it shake the space out of cracks? Makarov kept thinking. Dieter has fought before, but every time it's his rubber magic that's the main thing to do. But this was the first time Dieter had seen magic visible to the naked eye. But he really didn't know what type of magic it was. Interesting. It's really interesting. I didn't expect Dieter to have a new move. I don't know what kind of magic this magic belongs to. It looks a bit strong. It's more than a bit strong. This punch smashed the rock that was pulled by the table in midair. Amazing. It's amazing. I didn't expect Dieter's strength to be so strong. B team rest area. What kind of magic does Dieter belong to? The white halo can crack the space and shatter rocks indirectly. Gajiel wondered. Mirajan's eyes were even more engrossed. Dieter is really getting more and more attractive, mysterious and powerful and unknown magic. Really great.
5 Fate Chapter 136. The Fruit of Junjen shows its prestige and defeats Jura with 3 moves. Thanks to Wei Xiao's monthly pass. On the playing field, after Dieter shattered the rock with a punch, he landed firmly on the side and aimed at the watch, clenching his right fist and a white halo appeared on it again. There are blue veins on the arms, it looks a lot.
Rock Mountain. That Jura didn't dare to be careless, and when he put his hands together, he immediately summoned the strongest defense. The huge mountain turned into a majestic soldier, protecting Bela inside, without fear of Dieter's upcoming moves. Air shock. Dieter swung his fist in Jura's direction. That moment, the crack extends 1 meter high at the fist, and the hideous lines look extremely dazzling. Boom boom, the ground behind the crack was shattered by an invisible force, and a road full of gravel and tattered stretched out. The road stretched out to the great rock giant of Tiara. Brown. That hanging watch is the strongest hanging. The defensive rock giant has cracked cracks. It spreads from the feet to the whole body. Jiangxi's smooth line rock giant has become very embarrassed. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, boom. In the end, it was no longer able to support it, and the huge rock giant was shattered by invisible force. The watch that leaks out is protected inside. After the body of the table was exposed, he did not dare to stay in that position at all, and immediately retreated quickly. Taste. As expected, when he retreated, the ground was shattered again and again. What kind of magic is that, hurting people from the air? How did he do it? The guild spectator. Makarov looked at the ground blasted by a punch, and the bleak scene of the gravel-paved floor was delayed, and he was unable to see any effective signs. Space is broken. Why was it broken? And after being broken, you can still see with the naked eye. What kind of magic does the white halo on the fist belong to? How much is Dieter hiding? The first generation, can you see what magic the Dieter kid uses? Makarov asked. The original Mavis also wrinkled his beautiful eyebrows, and the dull hair on his head seemed to be troubled by moving back and forth. Staring at Dieter for a long time, still shaking his head. I can't feel the magic from him at all, but the white halo is obviously magic. Why is it like this? Neither Makarov nor Mavis could see anything. Not to mention other guild members, they were at a loss for a long time, but they couldn't come up with a reason in the end. But they knew that Dieter had suppressed the watch at the moment. On sight, Jura's face was extremely solemn. Looking at Dieter, it is impossible to imagine that such a powerful magic is contained in this body. Tricky. Tricky like never before. Mr. Dieter's strength I am willing to be defeated, but it is not easy to defeat me in the next move. Advertisement overlord. Rock break. Jura's palms are right for Dieter, using his strongest magic to block the opponent's actions with numerous rock realities, and then detonate it instantly to smash the opponent. If this trick is replaced by other people, then the table pull will never be used. But in the face of Dieter, you must go all out, and defeating Dieter is definitely not easy. The many rocks shot out around Dieter, trying to block Dieter's body. But how could Dieter give in so easily? The moment Jura used the magic, she immediately swam and rushed towards Jura. Tila will never be beaten standing up. The many rocks are constantly restricting Dieter's movements on his path, trying to trap Dieter's figure. Dieter moves fast. Every time I can travel through the many rocks, I want to come to Shihula's side. You are defeated. The white halo on the fist is reproduced. The muscles on Dieter's arm exploded, and the terrifying power contained in it was about to be used. Not necessarily. Heading rock iron powder explosion. Jura smiled and folded her hands in front of her, and the iron hard rock points around her stabbed Dieter sharply, trying to penetrate his body. I said no use. Empty place, yo, the fist hit, but it didn't hit Biaolaw's body, but had a certain distance from him. That punch down. The crack in the space between the two people spreads. Like a spider's web, the fissures crawled all around. That Jura's move was instantly shattered, but you didn't beat. Biaola wanted to say that the 3 moves did not defeat him, but before the words were finished, he only felt a kind of tearing pain in his body. Internal organs are instantly damaged. Eyeballs are covered with bloodshot eyes, and the unbelievable gaze is sluggish. Dieter retracted his fist and took 2 steps back and nodded, I'll give it up. Turn away. Just when everyone didn't know why, they didn't know why the two didn't continue to fight. Sudden. Tablepool's body hastily took 2 steps back. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body fell back weakly and fainted. Jura is defeated. Uproar, everyone in the audience cheered, and the people from the major guilds were stunned. Several people in the scale of the Snake Princess couldn't believe it. What's the matter? Dieter's last move obviously didn't hit Mr. Yingluck. Why did Mr. Jura vomit blood? Yuka wondered. Leon was sweating coldly on his forehead. This Dieter was too strong. Advertisement 3 strokes to defeat Santa 10 Jura. Is this really the power of an S-class wizard? It's a bit outrageous. A team. It's amazing. Dieter is really getting stronger. I'm burning. Natsu was excited. Dieter's mysterious and powerful magic is truly breathtaking. Elfman said. Man, so strong. Dieter's strength hasn't declined after 7 years of contemplation, and it has improved so much. That's Saint Tanjura, who was defeated by him with 3 moves. Erza also said something different. Team B Lagoses was really stunned and muttered. This guy really defeated Sarah with 3 moves. I thought he was just talking about it casually. Powerful. Too strong. Compared with the original Goblin Civil War, Dieter's strength has improved so much that it seems like he's hanging on. If I were to compete with Dieter now, I would be killed instantly, right? Gajil also had cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't expect Dieter to be so strong. What kind of S-rank magician would he be? He also decided in his heart that it would be better to provoke Dieter less in the future. Allah, Dieter is getting stronger and more manly, Mirajane laughed. In the field. He's down.
Saint Tanjura he's down, and Dieter ended up with 3 moves. The winner is Dieter from Team Fairy Tail B. Cheers! Countless people in the audience stood up from their seats, raised their hands and cheered. Dieter, Dieter, it's so powerful, it's so powerful, it's so powerful. Fantastic, wow, Dieter G is strong. It was really enjoyable to watch today, and I will let him play next time. The audience, Jiao Jiao people cheered enthusiastically. Countless people are crazy, and they are blindly admiring Dieter's charm. They can't wait to rush up to get autographs. Chabati announced. So far, the first day of the Great Demon Fighting Tournament is over. The overall ranking for the first day is: first place, Fairy Tail B Team, 20 points. Second place, Tiger of Swordbite, 18 points. Third place, Raventail, 16 points. Fourth place, Blue Pegasus, 13 points. Fifth place, Scales of Snake Princess, 4 points. Sixth place, Mermaid Heel, 3 points. Seventh place, Quattro Cerberus, 1 point. Eighth place, Fairy Tail Team, 0 points. Seeing the score of the last place, Ujima said, the competition has only been going on for a day, and I hope to see a wonderful battle of score reversal later. Jenny also said, our guild also aims to be champions, and the second day's game is really looking forward to it. Chabati thanked. Mr. Ujima, Miss Jenny, I am really grateful to both of you today. See you tomorrow. Chapter 137. The bait is disobedient, it's right to beat him. End. You can really do it. Do you really have 3 moves if you say 3 moves? Alala, thank you for your hard work. You are very powerful, you have brought down Jura of the Holy Ten. You're fine, but Juvia still likes Lord Grey, a few people in the background sighed. Give the most sincere affirmation to Dieter's victory, but also look at him differently. Let's go. It's time to go back. Speaking of which, I played twice in a row today. It is not possible for me to play in tomorrow's game. It's a pity. Dieter waved a few people away boredly. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Santa Tanjura and getting 10 skill points. Do you need cuteness to add points for you? As he was walking outside, the system assistant in his mind, Little Cutie, reminded him. Add it. Dieter agrees, currently has 15 skill points, and it takes 10 points to add 1 level. As a result, the ability of Junjen Fruit has now entered level 3. You don't need to ask to know that the power has been greatly improved, and it should not be so difficult to deal with Saint Tanjura when it reaches the full level. A pub. Kana drank the wine and complained. It's a shame, the strongest fairy tale has lost like this, what are you all doing? Elfman muttered unhappily, how does Kana know how hard it is to deal with those guys when she's not on the court? Kana retorted. What's difficult? Look at the B team. They won the 2 games and scored 20 points. They're the first place. You are really ashamed. Many people in the guild were speechless. Dieter is different from them. Dieter is so powerful that no one will be an opponent. Chairman Makarov said indifferently. Forget it, in order to commemorate the great victory of Team B and the fiasco of Team A this time, let's have a good fight. Everyone in the guild was drinking and laughing, and 763 didn't think there was anything wrong with losing so badly today. There, Erza and Mirajane also sat together and chatted. What an unexpected day. Erza sighed. Mirajane jumped her eyes and smiled. Yeah, we all have to work hard tomorrow. Dieter, who was eating with a spoon, said nothing. If I can play 2 games today, it is unlikely that I will play tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, no matter how loud the audience's voice is. The King of Fury certainly couldn't have seen Dieter's one-man show. Do you want to find a place to fish tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll play, we'll definitely get it back. Natsu announced eagerly, he was unwilling to continue watching the countdown, and wanted to break the current danger. Over there after Gajeel heard Natsu's words, he also immediately said, huh? If the fire dragon is on the stage, then I'll play too. It's almost time for everyone to see the results of my practice. Dieter smiled. Practice results, motion sickness battle, right? Be sure to go over and take a good look tomorrow, and then when Gajeel comes down, he will mock him fiercely. Too bad there is no recording. Otherwise, you must record what Gajeel said at this time, and let him listen to it tomorrow. CFBB, Gray and Lucy from outside came in too. Although it seems a little forced to smile, it is clear that he is no longer so worried about the previous failure. Okay, everyone is here. At this time, President Makarov stood up and swept over all the people in the tavern to speak loudly. Advertisement, little bastards, listen up. Today's defeat is the ladder to tomorrow's victory. We are Fairy Tail. A perfect score and a 0 or the biggest defeat. Let's rush up. The only one who can be our opponent is ourselves. There is no word abandonment in our dictionary, goal fury first. Oh, with the president's encouragement, the guild members cheered enthusiastically. One by one, they are arguing about fighting with people. For a while, the small tavern was messed up by the Fairy Tail group. Who's next? Come and cheer me up. Natsu stepped on the table and shouted. Several guild members lay at their feet, apparently having been brought down by Natsu. Interesting, I'm here to fight with you. Gajeel was about to move forward and fight Natsu. Lagosas over there quickly persuaded, stop it. You fight with Natsu, then it's not a matter of playing. Gajeel said something different, reached out and patted Lagosas on the head in surprise. Oh, how did you become so sensible, Lagosas? Stop it now, Gajeel. Levy hurriedly pulled Gajeel. Seeing this, Freed couldn't sit still and said,
You be asterisk 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 D. What are you doing to Lagoses? You have trampled all our glory. Lagosis guards Thors. Assemble. Very noisy. Dieter also took a glass of wine after eating. Looking at the overturned tables, chairs, benches and the messy ground, I found a clean corner and sat down in a daze. In the other corner, Kana was drinking with a strange boy. In the end, drink and lose. Wow ha 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 ha. Bacchus got up drunk and waved the things in his hands and said, "This is just a trophy for me, drink." "What the hell are you doing? You'll be killed by Gear Das." "It's back. If you underestimate our guild, Bright." Macau and Cabal stepped forward to snatch it, but it was empty. Stopped by that Bacchus backhand, he continued to walk outside drunkenly. "What's the noise, Macau and Dakaba? Won't you go to other places to sleep when you sleep?" Dieter yawned. When walking towards this direction, Macau and Lokaba also reminded. "Dieter, this guy stole Kana's things. Hurry up and come back," Macau said quickly. Dieter walked over to Bacchus, looked at him, put his hand out, and said, "Give it to me, it's all guests, that thing is a bit too much." Bacchus. Erza stepped forward and called out his name. "Huh?" Bacchus looked over drunkenly and laughed. "Kiss, isn't this Erza? Woo, you haven't changed at all, you're still a good woman." Dieter narrowed his eyes. "Ignored, right? It's kind of ridiculous. Have not seen you for a long time." Erza stops Dieter to greet Bacchus. Then Bacchus laughed in disapproval. "It is said that you have been missing for 7 years?" "That's right, you don't seem to have participated in the great demon fight, right?" Erza replied. Bacchus said, "Frog haha. This time I wanted to let the young people show more performance, but after watching the tragic scene of Vikulai, the soul of a man made me unable to stand idly by. Advertisement, so I joined as an alternate member, and my soul was shaking." After he finished speaking, he swayed Dieter away from the things in his hand and left the tavern. "What is that guy doing?" Macau complained. Erza sighed and said, "He's a Quattro Cerberus S-class sorceress. I run into him a lot at work, and I know how powerful he is." Drunk Eagle, Bacchus who hangs the hall with the drunk. "I fought with him a few times, but couldn't decide." So D. After Erza finished speaking, he also looked behind him, only to find that Dieter who was standing behind him had long since disappeared. Curiously looked at Macau and asked, "Where are the people?" Macau's face was a little weird, and he muttered, "It should be going back." In fact, he roughly guessed what Dieter was doing. But he dared not say it. Erza raised her eyebrows and said strangely, "Is it a good time to go back so early?" Outside. Dieter came out of the small alley. He stopped Bacchus head on, looking at his swaying body without being careless. "Ah, you're the one just now, right?" asked Bacchus drunkenly, as if he didn't care what Dieter was going to do. "Don't you know how to apologize when you meet someone?" Dieter asked him. "Wow haha." Bacchus smiled and pointed at Dieter. "Apologize to you? What will happen if you don't apologize?" Drink." Boom, his words just fell. The head was instantly smashed to the ground. Dieter grabbed his hair and hit the ground, crushed again twice. Pulling his hair to the river next to him, he said to him, "I will die." Monument Review. "Gollum, going fishing, but the bait is a bit big, struggling a bit crazy, splashing all over," Dieter replied. Macau immediately thought that Dieter was grabbing Bacchus and drowning in the water, who was struggling, so he got rid of him. "Kind of scary. Press his head to drown in the river." "I thought you went back. What did you do just now, and you got wet?" Macau dare not continue to imagine. After drowning him for a while, Dieter took him out and said to him, "Remember, next time you bump into someone, remember to apologize." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After hitting the stone bricks on the ground several times, he turned around and left. Hiss, hoo-hoo. Erza didn't come until after returning to the tavern. The Bacchus struggled constantly, but he couldn't break free from Dieter's grasping hand no matter what. "I'm sure I didn't ask after I fell into the river." Listen to the cryptic words. Erza checked Dieter's web body, too. Chapter 138. Dieter. Quattro Cerberus, so professional. The next day. Athletics section. Live commentator Chabadi explained. The point of this race is to be careful not to fall off the connected chariot as you race to the finish line. Guest Ajima added, "This is no ordinary racing game." Within the city. The huge carriage is constantly running, and all the contestants are chasing after it bravely. Chabadi said, "Because the chariot underfoot is constantly moving, it is possible to crash if you are not careful." Which team will be the first to reach the finish line of the Frau Dome after winning the sightseeing tour of Crocus? We will use the magic crystal to present the current game status to the audience and friends in the venue. Inside the venue. A large screen appeared suspended in midair so that all the audience in the venue could understand the current progress of the game. The chariots were connected. There are several contestants who are constantly chasing and climbing. A team scene. Why let Natsu play? Gray grumbled. Lucy sighed. As soon as you hear the competitive name of chariot, you can expect such a competition. Erza was ashamed. He was going to play no matter what, he didn't listen at all. Several people were speechless. The same thing is happening with the B team. Looking at Gajil in a disengaged state, Lagerses also asked Dieter and Mirajane speechlessly, "So why don't you stop him?" Allah, Aala Mirajane said with a smile. Gajil didn't want to say anything when he heard that Natsu participated in the competition, and he went up too, but he also got motion sickness. Dieter rolled his eyes. I want you to go, but should you go too? What will happen then? The dignified Thor boss. The dignified grandson of Fairy Tail president. The dignified S-class wizard is Karsick. Lagosas blushed. Suddenly, he didn't dare to speak, and kept scolding Dieter in his heart. Which pod is not opened and which pod is lifted? Chabati continued with the live commentary. Natsu of the Fairy Tail team, who is far behind the leading team, is already in a state of disengagement. Not only that, near him there is Gajeel of the Fairy Tail B team, and even Sting of the Swordbite Tiger is in a state of disengagement. What the hell is going on here, Mr. Yujima? Yujima replied. These three should have something in common. On the chariot. Gajeel's face was also ugly, he never imagined that he was also carsick now. Advertisement, I knew it wouldn't work this way. When I go back, I will definitely be laughed to death by the Dieter guy. Damn it. From the live report. Okay, let's take a look at the leading players. Lens transitions. A few members from the last position to the forefront. Chabati reports. The competition here is heating up. Leading the way is Raventail's Kurhebi. It was followed by a knight in blue Pegasus, Yuka in Scales of the Serpent, and Risley in Mermaid Heel. The camera is aimed at several contestants. Immediately afterwards, the camera came to Quattro Cerberus member Bacchus, and the air was quiet for a few seconds after seeing the appearance of this participating member. Chabati said professionally. Okay, a little further away is Bacchus, an alternate to Quattro Cerberus. It can be seen that Quattro Cerberus takes the game very seriously. Even if this alternate member's head is wrapped in white bandages, he still has to participate in this competition, which is indeed very professional. I just don't know what this member did, it would hurt like this. Viewing seat. Macau on the guild side also laughed awkwardly when he saw the person. How lucky this guy is still able to participate, Macau muttered. Kina asked. Macau, what are you talking about? This guy seems to be the one who drank with me last night. Why didn't I see him like this all night? Could it be that he was beaten? Ha ha ha. Macau would love to give Kina a thumbs up for agreeing with her conjecture. But hold on. At the same time, Erza of Team A also frowned in love. What's going on with Bacchus? Could it be that he drank too much and fell to the ground? What's the matter in this tragic situation? Can't he just take a rest? Erza complained. Several members felt quite right, but they would never have guessed that it was Dieter who turned Bacchus into this. Team B Dieter was dealing with Mirajane and the others, nodding his head in a false way. It's so sad, the people of Quattro Cerberus are so competitive, I'm really touched. Fortunately, Bacchus didn't know Dieter's words, for flowers. Otherwise, the table will be overturned and scolded. The game is coming to an end. Advertisement. Although the two brothers with motion sickness couldn't hold on, but luckily they got the ranking in the end. Team Fairy Tail got 2 points. Team Fairy Tail B got 1 point. Therefore, the score after the competition on the second day is no longer the first place for the Fairy Tail B team. First place, Raventail, 24 points. Second place, Team Fairy Tail B, 21 points. Third place, Tiger of Swordbite, 18 points. Fourth place, Blue Pegasus, 16 points. Fifth place, Quattro Cerberus, 11 points. Sixth place, Mermaid Heel, 9 points. Seventh place, Lamia Scale, 8 points. Eighth place, Fairy Tail team, 2 points. Although Team A is still in the bottom, the score is no longer 0, which is a very strong improvement. It's not the first place, so I hope the next battle can be won. Dieter didn't laugh at Gajeel. There is no suspense in the first battle. Although Raventail is a new guild, it has shown great strength in the competitive part. Then came the second battle. Second, so it's a rough guess. After thinking about it for a while, Lagusa felt very right, maybe it really might be a battle of girls. Because of his participation, it is really uncertain who the contestants will be. Take a deep breath. Does that mean it has nothing to do with him today? It's possible, there shouldn't be much difference. Looking at the current score is also very melancholy. It is not easy to stay in the first position for a long time. Chabati outside announced the results of the first race. It doesn't matter, it's good to win the next game. Even Toby, who successfully defeated the Scales of Snake Princess in the battle, got 10 points again. Speaking. In the 2 days and 3 games, boys will play more often, so the next battle is very likely to be played by women. If Juvia and Mira play, it will be a quick fight. Dieter, close your eyes. The others in Gajeel were also a bit slow, wanting to say something but not knowing how to say it. Mirajane consoles Dieter. Chapter 139. Dieter, glad you survived. So to get our minds back together, it's the second game of the day. It's Bacchus from Quattro Cerberus, it's against Elfman from Team Fairy Tail. Battle information is displayed. The guild's face suddenly looked a little ugly. Elfman. How could it be him? Wouldn't it be more exciting to replace it with Natsu or Erza? How can we be so unlucky? Their mood was up and down, and when it was time to fight back, Elfman and Bacchus were actually pitted against each other. This battle is likely to be more fortunate and less fortunate. Team B. Why choose Elfman? He can't beat the Bacchus, Mirajane worried. Lags aside, it seems that it is more difficult for Team A to rise. He can't, Gajeel also said. Several people felt that Elfman could not be Bacchus' opponent at all, and they all worried about the A team. After all, the current score of the A team is too small. Uncertain. 7-6-3. At this time Dieter shook his head, looked at the two players who appeared and said to several people. Elfman's strength is indeed inferior, but he is a tank with thick blood,
and his defense is strong as long as he can withstand the attack of Bacchus. Just fine. Plus the guy's head injury is obviously serious, which is more beneficial to us. Legusa nodded. That's right, thanks to that Bacchus was injured, otherwise it really wouldn't necessarily win. Thank you, my stupid brother, I have worked hard for you to win, brother-in-law. Although I didn't expect Bacchus to still be able to compete, he will definitely not be too strong now. Watching Elfman appear, Dieter muttered in his heart. He really didn't expect Bacchus to play after being injured. If he had known, he would have attacked harder last night. In the field. I said, let's bet something like those two just now, Bacchus said. He stretched out his hand to cover his head and said, your elder sister and younger sister are all beautiful women. If I win, I will lend them to me for one night. Two people together. I must make the guy who hit me regret it. With blue veins on Elfman's face, he said angrily, as a man, I will never forgive you and break you. Wow, ha ha ha, Bacchus laughed loudly. That means the bet is established, right? Then I'll accept your bet, and I'll let that guy know and beat me to the end. Elfman rushed up and started to attack. You may not know how terrible Brother Dieter is, he will swallow you raw. Pung, there was a fierce battle on the scene. Team B is here. Dieter folded his hands in front of him, bowed his head and said nothing. Dieter, don't you watch the game? Mirajane called. Dieter raised his head, put on a smile and shook his head. I still believe Elfman will win, even if he gets a little injured, he will still win, it's just me, I want to kill. After speaking, he turned around and did not know where he was going. What's wrong with him? Mirajane doesn't understand. Advertisement Gajeel looked at the speech of Dieter who had gone away. Our Dragon Slayer's hearing is better, I heard that Bacchus say the bet, sisters. Dieter's hearing is better, so he should be listening more carefully. Both Lagosas and Jelal looked at Gajeel. Mirajane browsed blankly. Is it really good to say it? Lagosas murmured softly, apparently being a Dragon Slayer who also heard the exchange on stage. But it's kind of bad to say it, on the battlefield. Elfman was beaten with no power to fight back, and no matter how hard he tried, he failed to cause any injury to his opponent. The battle continues. The spectators around were also horrified. Neither the A team nor the B team can bear it, mainly because Elfman was beaten too badly. End. Elfman uses Receive Magic Lizardman, and uses the spikes on his body to defensively knock Bacchus down. Add 10 points to the Fairy Tail team, the third and fourth. Dieter never came back and didn't see anyone until the end of the game. Placed to rest. Mirajane dragged Erza to repeat the story. I'm a little worried about Dieter, Mila said. Erza is also aware of the dangers of this matter, stating the facts. Dieter, he can do it. Instead of worrying about whether Dieter will kill, it is better to worry about whether you will be found, and our guild may be disqualified from the competition when it is reported to the kingdom. Erza added. Mirajane. Really, what nonsense is that Bacchus talking about? Both women were in trouble. I don't want Dieter to kill someone for this trivial matter, and I don't want him to take advantage of it. The dim lights of the city sit in the streets. Bacchus, who lost the game, sat on the edge of the river drinking and drinking. Now the guild has changed its name to Four Puppies. The whole guild is full of resentment. Stab, stab, streetlights were affected for unknown reasons. From a distance, a figure dragged in bright red was reflected, and Bacchus looked over in puzzlement. He was stunned when he saw the man. Drink, drink now. Yo. Dieter slowly placed a large vat of wine in front of Bacchus. What are you doing? Bacchus said. Dieter patted the wine in the vat and said, isn't your strongest posture showing after drinking? I'll give you a chance. You're sick with this guy. Bacchus was angry. Dieter grinned. Drink, let's make a bet after drinking, as long as you beat me, then you can live, but if you can't beat me, then you will die here today. Damn. Bacchus suddenly rang out what the guy said after his failed fight with Elfman. Advertisement hope the stakes aren't heard by Brother Dieter or die. It wasn't to scare people. This guy actually heard and wanted to kill here. Do you think I'm big? Bacchus immediately shot and hit Dieter, wanting to strike first. What? Dieter sneered and kicked Bacchus on top of him. Gappa. Bacchus only felt that there was a huge force coming, and his body was instantly thrown out, smashing on the ground and rolling down, smashing the stone bricks on the ground into potholes. With your rubbish strength, how dare you take my woman as a bet? Dieter's voice came from behind Bacchus. The latter was just about to fight back when a fist surrounded by a white halo swept over. Hum. Cough cough. Bacchus coughed up blood. That force entered his body and tore his internal organs. The skin feels that it has reached its limit, and it may be torn apart by that force at any time. Gah. Bang bang bang. Bacchus' body was knocked out again, smashing the surrounding walls. Don't you like to be obscure? Then as a price, I will tear your body into pieces and let you live to your last breath. In the process, you will see your arms, legs, and liver being shattered into pieces. End. You will regret what you said, cry, die in despair. Hum. Space shatter. He is angry, don't dare to say anything cruel. I regret it now. The 1.1 bricks on the ground shattered and rolled over towards Bacchus. Hands and feet are also warm. Bacchus immediately dodged away, staring at Unique with cold hands and feet. He needed a good rest and would go back, and he also decided that he would never bet again. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You should be glad you survived, Dieter muttered and disappeared. Then Bacchus was relieved when he saw that he had left, and touched his face. In addition to the blood flowing from his nose and mouth, there was also a lot of cold sweat. Bacchus lied down. Dieter was about to speak when he heard Mirajane and Erza's shouts, and fell silent. Dieter. As for what, I'm just joking, it's really dangerous, how can there be such a monster in this fairy tale? Cough cough. He was really hurt by that punch, and he didn't even have to think about it to know that his body must be full of scars now. Chapter 140. The Fairy Queen, Erza, Day 3. The live report announced, the great demon fighting martial arts has entered the middle stage, and the third day of the competition is finally ushered in. Our guest today is Mr. Rahal of the Magic Council. Mr. Rahal is the brigade leader of the Forced Supervision Unit. Rahal said hello and said, yes, so I will not allow injustice in the game. Chabati said, on the third day, the competition in the competitive part is the Temple of Demons, and each guild will send one person to participate. Team B. I heard that Natsu broke into the Swordbite Tiger Guild to fight last night, Lagosas asked. Gajil said, why didn't Damid take me there, I also want to fight those two guys. Yes, it seems that because of a girl, Allah, Natsu has also grown up, Mirajane replied with a smile. And after hearing the announcement of the start of the game, several people also plan to discuss who will play. Dieter, who was sitting in the corner, opened his eyes and said, go Lagosas, if there are no accidents, just leave the next few games to me and Lagosas, and you can just watch the show. Mirajane and the others all looked at the Unique a bit unexpectedly, and they didn't seem to expect him to say such a thing. But no one asked. 25, good, of course Lagosas had no objection, got up and walked outside. In the field, the personnel selected by each team are ready. Mr. Pumpkin appeared in time and said, sorry, I had a holiday yesterday, so now I'll explain the rules of the game in the Temple of Demons, Pumpkin. Rumble One, a behemoth, rose behind Mr. Pumpkin. The palace stood tall behind him, and just looking at him gave people a feeling of powerlessness. This is the temple where evil monsters live, said Pumpkin King. At this time, Bila asked curiously, where does the monster live? Pumpkin John immediately explained, it's just set like this, Pumpkin. There are 100 monsters in this temple, but those monsters are actually created by us with magic, they will not attack the audience, please rest assured. The combat power of monsters is divided into 5 levels, D, C, B, A, and S. The specific quantity distribution is 1 head of S grade, 4 heads of A grade, 15 heads of B grade, 30 heads of C grade, and 50 heads of D grade. By the way, let's see how strong the D-rank monsters are. The picture in the air turned. A giant steel monster appeared, and it roared and attacked the surrounding buildings unscrupulously. Advertisement in the end, the giant statue was torn to shreds with a single leap. Mr. Pumpkin continued. There are 100 monsters as strong as this or stronger than this wandering in the demon temple, Pumpkin. Every time the level increases, the combat power of the monsters will be doubled. Even S-rank monsters may not be able to defeat even the 10 great demons, Pumpkin. After hearing these words, everyone was a little nervous. At the same time, I'm also very curious and don't know how to play the game next. Is it necessary to go in and defeat all the monsters inside? Pumpkin-kun explained. You choose the number of monsters you want to fight in turn, which is called the right to challenge. If you choose 3 monsters, there will be 3 monsters in the temple. If the player successfully defeats 3 monsters, the player will get 3 points. And the next player chooses the right to challenge from the remaining 97 heads. Repeat this until the number of monsters is 0, or when your mana is exhausted, the competitive game is over. After hearing Mr. Pumpkin's explanation, everyone was constantly combing. It's like a counting game, Miliana said. Pumpkin Jun affirmed. That's right, so every time it's your turn, it becomes crucial to judge the number you choose. But as I said earlier, monsters are graded. No matter how many players choose, the monsters that appear at the end are randomly assigned. So we need to devise a strategy not to run into S-rank monsters, Lagosas said. Or it's impossible to develop such a strategy at all. You are wrong. As long as probability theory and my ancient documents are there, some strategies can still be formulated. Mr. Pumpkin continued. The score you get has nothing to do with the monster's level, it only depends on the number of monsters you have defeated. Once inside the temple, you cannot exit unless the challenge is successful. Okay, now please come over and draw lots. A lottery box came out. Several members were drawn quickly, and Erza looked at the number 1 lottery in his hand. You're lucky, the number 1 will have more turns, and I've drawn the number 8, Lagosas said. Erza took a breath when he heard it. He said to himself, I thought the outcome of this game was all about luck. Mr. Pumpkin was puzzled. The lottery? No, it's not just the lottery. In this game, the control of the rhythm and the ability to judge the situation are more important than the order of the battle. Erza, however, laughed. She stepped forward and looked at the demon palace in front of her. Announcing his challenge rights. No, it's not a competition anymore, I'll deal with 100 monsters. My challenge right is 100. Shocked, several other players were stunned. Advertisement. Staring at Erza with wide eyes seemed to doubt his hearing. And Mr. Pumpkin also persuaded. It is impossible to win. We have never set one person to destroy all monsters. Erza walked towards the Devil's Hall. It's okay. Laughed. Lagosas smiled and shook his head, but he didn't expect this. But if Dieter were to play, he would be the first, and he would definitely make that choice. After all, wanting to get full marks is indeed an annihilation.
It seems that it is impossible for Team B to get 10 points, but I don't know how the follow-up games will be arranged, Lagosa said. Team B. Allah, really fits Erza's style, Mirajane said. 763 Gajil complained. Isn't this really scary? Is it really good to deal with all monsters alone? Juvia felt like he could be number 1 with 51, Juvia said. Dieter yawned. I went up and announced that I was going to deal with 51 heads, and I lost my momentum all of a sudden. Erza, the Goblin Queen, would not do that. 100 heads were directly dealt with without giving any other opportunities. That's good, Dieter said. The Fairy Queen is here. It's a big win without a doubt. Amazing. Who is she? Live report Chabadi's heart-wrenching cry. Fairy Tale as Erza Scarlet won a landslide victory. Defeat all monsters with one enemy. Cheers. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She is like a crimson flower that is in full bloom. Tell everyone with strength, this is the true strength of the strongest guild 7 years ago. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. The deafening cheers never stop. She is Fairy Tale's strongest female wizard, Erza Scarlet. The Fairy Queen, Erza. Even though it was covered in bruises and wounds, the fairy who was about to fall was still dancing. The audience enjoyed it so much. Shout out to the bruised Erza on stage. This day, Natsu and others also rushed towards Erza happily, caring for her enthusiastically. Chapter 141. Future Lucy, Dragon King Festival. It's really no match for her. Little Elu is indeed the strongest. After seeing the strength of those monsters, she went to heads up. There's really a fool like her. It's really frustrating. The other contestants were completely speechless to Erza. Obviously, this method is unacceptable to her. If you are a little careless, something big will happen. I really like to mess around. Team Fairy Tale gets 10 points. Mr. Pumpkin appeared in time. Well, after discussion, we decided that the remaining 7 teams should also decide the ranking. We arranged a simple game, although it was a bit boring. It is the Magic Power Meter MPF. As long as you attack the qualified device with magic power, it will show the power value of magic power, and we will use this value to determine your ranking. After hearing the rules of Mr. Pumpkin, many players were helpless. The main reason is that there are too many strong people in these competitions. It is impossible to get a high ranking, so after hearing this method, I was thinking about what to do. Team B, Allah, will Lagosas be second in this case? Mirajane asked. Gajil said. The Holy 10 is still there, so it's difficult. As the Holy 10, Jura's magic power is definitely very strong, and it is not easy to get the second place. Juvia also did not express her opinion. Dieter, who was sitting next to him, propped his chin and watched the game outside. Shaking his head. If we really want to fight, Lagosas may be able to defeat Santa 10 Sarah 777, but the test of magic value is not good for him. Dieter didn't disparage Lagosas too much. If Tiara really wants to fight with him, then it is appropriate for Lagosas to win. The purpose of Fairy Tale has always been not magic as its own responsibility, but the bonds of faith and companions. In the case of Rage, the strength of the fairy magician can be doubled. This is also the reason why Natsu and Grey Erza are not strong enough. In normal state, it is difficult for Lagosas to surpass Santa Sarah in mana. So we're going to be number 3? Mirajane concluded. Dieter affirmed. It's okay, isn't there a fight part? We still have hope of reaching the top? Several people nodded. The following games were all played by Dieter and Lagosas. Then it's really not that hard to get to the top. The magic value test on the field has arrived in Lagosas. After looking at Saint Tanjura's value of more than 8,000, he also gave up competing for the first position in the magic test. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. He didn't use the strongest Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, because he didn't want to consume too much magic power in this part. According to the organizer's temperament, he might be arranged to fight with Raventail. Advertisement of course. That's what Dieter said while waiting in the morning, and he found it very beneficial. Compare. The score is rising, and it will soon surpass the Tiger of Swordbite, but it is impossible to surpass the Holy 10. Congratulations to the Fairy Tale B team for winning the 3rd place in the 3rd day of the competitive stage. Then it's about to start our battle part today, Pumpkin-kun announced. All the players present came off the field. Lagosas also got off the field, and he didn't feel any bad about this ranking. Welcome back, good work, Mirajane greeted. Dieter also nodded. Raventail will definitely cheat, you have to be careful. Not necessarily, although Lagosas said so, but also very much hope that this is the truth. Soon the sound of the announcement was heard. The Big Devil Day 3, Battle Part, Mermaid Heel Miliana vs 4 Puppies Sems. Prickly, winner Miliana, second match, Rufus vs Blue Pegasus, Eve Telm. Instant snap, the winner is Rufus of the Tiger Bite, he is really strong. Justin cheers. Finally welcome to the 3rd game of the 3rd day of the battle section. Pumpkin-kun announced. The 3rd game will follow, Pumpkin. They are Lagosas Dolia of Team Fairy Tale B vs Alexei of Raventail. Loud noise. Many people on the court know what the feud between Fairy Tale and Raventail is, CFBB. I didn't expect this to be their battle. In an instant, countless people were boiling. Lagosas, you have to do your best. Mirajane smiled and cheered. Gajil muttered, no need to worry about him at all. But Juvia has a bad feeling. Juvia worried, and Dieter also got up and said, go ahead, prepare for the worst. Their cheating will definitely not be seen by other people, so it is likely that only you can bear it.
Lagoses walked outside with his clothes on. "Ah, I get it. No matter how they cheat, I will definitely win." "Appear. Mr. Yajima, this is another father-son guild showdown after the first day," said Chabadi, a live report. Yajima nodded. "Yeah." Advertisement. Then Lahal, who was approaching the other side secretly, asked in a low voice, "Lahal, do you have a soldier with your troops here?" "Huh?" Lahal didn't understand, but nodded. "Bring some people, after all, this is the rule." Yajima hurriedly said, "You have to monitor Raventail's movements at all times, and if they do something improper, immediately stop the game." At the same time, Makarov also immediately arranged for someone to monitor Raventail at the designated location. Even the B team is here to watch the field. It's useless. The way Raventail cheated is definitely not easy, so you can't see it. Dieter stretched and walked outside. "Where are you going, Dieter?" Mirajane asked hastily. Dieter waved his hand. "There will be some problems later, but it's not a big deal, I'll withdraw first." "People go." Mirajane. Several people thought Dieter was strange. "Really, didn't he stop him from killing last night, and he's still having S**X, Mirajane muttered. The game continues. Dieter has left the scene. "I was thinking about whether to meet Lucy in the future. After all, the Dragon King Festival will start soon, and getting familiar with him seems to be a good suggestion. Dragon King Festival, killing a dragon with my current strength should be a bit reluctant, and I need to wait a little longer," Dieter thought to himself. Wait until night falls. The third day of the game has ended, and after returning to the hotel where he rested, he also learned the current game score. First place. Team Fairy Tail B, 47 points. Second place. Sword-Bite Tiger, 32 points. Third. Mermaid Heel, 32 points. Fourth place. Team Fairy Tail, 27 points. Fifth place. Scales of Snake Princess, 21 points. Sixth. Blue Pegasus, 17 points. Seventh place. Four Puppies, 13 points. It stands to reason that the B team has now used the second place score difference of more than 10 points. Basically, you can pay homage to become the first. But Dieter knew that their B team would be disbanded when Raventail was dropped. I don't know how tomorrow's team will be arranged, Dieter thought to himself. He still wants to continue the competition, because the skill points obtained in the competition are definitely more than those who rescue Lucy, but the specific method still depends on the arrangements for tomorrow. Forget it. Let's rest early, Dieter muttered. Dieter gave up on meeting Future Lucy. Chapter 142. Minerva's Absolute Domain Magic. On the fourth day, the Great Demon Fighting and Martial Arts. The live report announced the rules of the competition. For part of the competition, each team will send one player to participate. Announcing the game. Each random team starts to discuss who should choose to enter the field at this stage. Team B, Juvia is best for naval battles, Dieter, Mirajane said. Juvia also looked at Dieter, hoping to play. However, Dieter shook his head directly. The person sent by the Sword-Bite Tiger today is a woman named Minerva. This woman possesses the magic of the absolute domain, and no one is invincible within her range, and they still have a personal feud with us. The guild will definitely target it deliberately. So just let me play, and you can rest well. Dieter got up and walked outside. Although several people felt that something was wrong, they still decided to follow Dieter's plan. Players appear. The guild spectator. How did Team B let Dieter play? Juvia should be the most suitable for the naval battle, Kana wondered. Makarov shook his head. Maybe Dieter has some ideas, it would be nice to have him on stage. Team has sent Lucy, and it looks like they are going to be ashamed, Mikau said. All teams are on the field. In the middle, a huge water polo appeared, and all the members entered the water in turn. Live report Chabadi said. Now the players are all entering the water one by one, and the rule of the game this time is that the player is out of the game when he is hit by the water polo. The last one is the winner. However, when there are only 2 players left on the field, a special rule will be added to the game. It's called the 5-minute rule. The timer starts when there are only 2 players on the field, and the player who is out within 5 minutes will be the last player. Inside the water polo, there are only 2 men out of 7 contestants. Naturally, it is the first choice to be attacked, and several girls from the guild attack them. Boys, let's go first. The mermaid heel contestants hit the 4 puppies as they spoke. The members of the 4 puppies couldn't dodge in time and were directly knocked out, instantly eliminating one member. It's only you now. The members of Mermaid Heel attacked Dieter, obviously intending to eliminate Dieter. The naval battle should affect Dieter, his abilities should be limited, Makarov thought. Mikau complained. So it would be great to have Juvia play. I don't understand why Dieter has to play. This kind of game is obviously suitable for Juvia. Who knows? It'd be a joke if Dieter got shot. Kana was drinking. Advertisement Team A and Team B are worried about Dieter. Afraid that he will go wrong at this stage, inside the water polo. Dieter said. Fortunately, after the system upgrade, the weakness of the devil fruit's fear of seawater disappeared, otherwise I would not dare to come. Look at the attacking opponent. Dieter crossed his hands in front of him, and a white halo wrapped his fists together. Also not far away. Minerva stroked Tai Chi with both hands as if planning to use magic. Dieter was obviously much faster than her, however. He laughed wildly. Give me all the way out, hum. Double fists suddenly used. Dieter hit the left and right sides, the cracks in the shattered space appeared, and the half-human high lines on both sides of the branch. Wow, the sea is shaking. All the contestants were amazed. I saw a tsunami tornado that disliked the unruly tsunami in the water polo. The huge water polo appeared strange, and both Dieter's water polo swayed in ripples. The tornado broke through the water polo like a dragon in the water. The contestants could not keep their bodies in the seawater. The seawater flowed unscrupulously, a large amount of seawater was lifted up, and roared away at the contestants invisibly. Wow, when needed, several contestants were overturned by the turbulent seawater. Countless people who saw it were stunned. So what the hell is going on with that magic, and why can it cause such a strong tsunami? Macau complained. Kana stared blankly. It's amazing, as expected of Dieter, what is it, it has such power. Both Makarov and Mavis raised their eyebrows. Row is that they couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. The contestants are almost wiped out. The live report Chabati was also stunned, and immediately answered. It can be seen that Dieter used a violent force to overturn the originally calm and turbulent sea, and countless tornadoes raged in the sea. He succeeded in knocking out everyone except Lucy from the Fairy Tale team and Minerva from the Sword-Bite Tiger, which shows that his strength is still extremely powerful. So will he knock out Minerva of the Sword-Bite Tiger next? For flowers, let us wait and see. On the side of Sword-Bite Tiger, several members were obviously very relieved about Minerva. The eldest miss is really bad. She has the ability to beat everyone out, but she just doesn't need it. Rogue smiled. Advertisement Sting looked at Dieter in the water polo and smiled. He is really strong, but unfortunately, he still has to be subdued by the eldest lady today. Let's be taught a lesson honestly. As they stated, at this moment, Minerva in the water polo is ready to make a move. Fairy Tale. I could beat you all out, but that's too boring, try this trick. Minerva was talking about shooting two things that looked like space. Slowly hit Lucy and Dieter, seemingly unconcerned about hitting both of them. Brother Dieter. Lucy was busy calling and didn't know what the water polo was. People could breathe and speak, and they could also transmit sound. Minerva smiled and waited for the magic to work, however. Space magic. Ah, Dieter laughed. The fist contains a white halo, and it blasts out suddenly. Hum. The hanging fist shattered the space in front of him, and the crack was still spreading. Seeing that Minerva's attack was about to hit Dieter, the attack suddenly cracked open. Meow. The attack was shattered after a sound, immediately. Minerva's face changed drastically, looking at Dieter with a puzzled look, not understanding how he broke his attack. Impossible. How could you? Minerva's face changed greatly. She thought of a possibility, but felt that the possibility was almost zero. Your so-called absolute realm is useless to me because I can shatter him. Shock. Dieter's words made Minerva's scalp tingle. No one has been able to beat since she had this kind of magic, and this one can break it. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. She doesn't believe it. Reach out and wave to try to knock Dieter out. Hum. At this time, a white halo appeared around Dieter's body, and the shaking fruit ability was wrapped around Dieter's body, trembling all around. Space hanging cracking hanging. Minerva's attacks were ineffective. Second. Chapter 143. Lucy who was played to the ward, shocked. Shocked. The group of Sword-Bite Tiger found that their eldest lady's attack seemed to be ineffective. All were pale. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth in fear, and wanted to smash his teeth into pieces. It's impossible. Mrs. Magic is invincible. Why is it invalid for that guy? Rogue can't believe it. No. This must be fake. If the eldest lady's magic is invalid, then isn't he? Sting can't keep thinking about it. The two cats were also very worried about the eldest lady, and seemed to be afraid of something. In water polo, Minerva attacked again, but unfortunately it was still shattered by Dieter. Too weak. Dieter shook his head regretfully. Get out when your body wants to. That Minerva immediately used magic to stop it in front of him. But Dieter's strength is that she can easily stop it. The fluctuating space in front of her is shattered, and Dieter's shoulder hits 777 against her. At that moment Minerva just felt a huge force hit him. The body was hit and flew backwards towards the outside of the water polo in an instant, and it was about to fall out of the water polo. At this time, Dieter's body instantly came to the edge of the water polo. The white halo on the right hand shrouded it, and it shot out in an instant, and the cracks were distributed. The fist slammed into Minerva's back, causing her to vomit blood immediately. After the blood spilled, her eyes widened, the whites of her eyes rolled over and she fainted. The body fell from the water polo freely, and the Tiger of Swordbite was eliminated and won the third place. Beautiful. We can all see that Dieter of the Fairy Tale B team beat the sword-biting Tiger out of nowhere, and the scene turned into a civil war between the two Fairy Tale B teams. Now that the 5-minute countdown has begun, let's see if both sides can survive 5 minutes. Shimbati, who was reporting live, cheered loudly. Everyone's attention to the sword-biting Tiger shifted to the water polo. Anyone with long eyes knows that the most dazzled person at the moment is the Fairy Tale. Even if they haven't become Fiore's number 1, no one can think of anyone who can stop Dieter's attack. Not good. Lucy, don't say 5 minutes, I'm afraid he can't even last 5 seconds, Macau said hurriedly. Kana slammed his drink and muttered, Dieter shouldn't shoot Lucy, doesn't that mean the A team will get 0 points? Makarov pulled his face. I knew that Dieter had beat Lucy out first, and now it would be unacceptable to let the two of them stay in there for 5 minutes. Makarov was helpless. Team A and Team B are suffering. They can't imagine what to do at this moment. Is it really hard to fight Lucy? The audience also looked at the water polo curiously. I don't know what kind of battle will come next, inside the water polo. Brother Dieter,
How about we wait 5 minutes? Advertisement. Lucy paddled from start to finish and got to this point without even taking out the celestial spirit key. I hope we can live in peace now. However, Dieter grinned and replied, how is it possible? I'm very professional, and it's so boring to be here, so. So what? Lucy was terrified and put his hand on the key pouch, ready to attack. Hey, my brother will take you to fly. Hey. Dieter's arms suddenly became longer and immediately wrapped around Lucy's body. Waiting for Lucy to react, Dieter jerked. Lucy's body spins instantly. Ah, Lucy screamed in horror. The body is constantly spinning in place, and I can't stop if I want to. It's not cool, Dieter asked curiously while grinning at the spinning Lucy. Ah, I'm so dizzy, I want to vomit so much, please stop me, Lucy shouted. That won't work. After rejecting Lucy, Dieter watched her go around in circles. When he was about to stop, he reached out and pulled Lucy's hands up, pulled her and started to let out the wind. Let the wind fall. La la la. Dieter dragged Lucy to run around in the water, and Lucy's shouting never stopped. Everyone. Confused, the audience is stunned. Even Chabati, who was reporting live, didn't know what to say at the moment. This scene. It's really embarrassing. Lucy, beat him, take out your celestial spirit and beat him. A team here. Natsu watched Lucy call, making her fight back quickly. Erza and the others next to them sighed and shook their heads, covering their foreheads, really not knowing what to say. Dieter is really childlike, he. After thinking about it for a long time, Makarov could only give Dieter such an opinion. After all, this scene really made people speechless. And Mavis looked at the water polo with little stars in his eyes. Seems to be interested in this behavior. Inside the water polo, Lucy's body was weak, dizzy and uncomfortable. Happy or not? Dieter put Lucy down, came to her and asked. Advertisement, I'm not happy. Of course Lucy wouldn't say anything happy, here he retorted. Well, let's fight, Dieter smacking his lips. Throw Lucy up again. Don't wow. Lucy cried out miserably, unable to keep going no matter what. Since we don't fight, let's continue to play, it's fun, don't worry. Dieter's body moved rapidly, continue the touch out and catch. 5 minutes passed quickly. Seeing that the time was up, Dieter yawned and pulled the dizzy Lucy to the edge of the water polo. The hand controlling Lucy hit Dieter. Dieter fell out of the water polo, ending the game. Shocked. Fact report Chabati was astonished. Lucy from Team A pushed Dieter out of the water polo while Team B wasn't looking. Could this be Lucy's plan? It's unbelievable. In this naval competition, the first place winner was Lucy from the Fairy Tale team. Wow, the audience applauded uncontrollably. It doesn't really matter who comes first. Lucy's body wobbled back to his senses, and even though his head was still very slow, his eyes were full of wonder. And Dieter shrugged. There are currently 7 teams, it is impossible for the host to let this continue, 80% of them want us to merge. Ha. I can't let me or her be the last, Dieter replied with a smile. Unexpectedly, she was the one who won the first place. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. With a suspicious look, I went to find the A-team assembly. Inside the ward. Both teams are assembled here. President Makarov came in from outside. Both Lagosas and Gajil looked at Dieter contemptuously. Several people love browse. They never thought that Dieter would toss Lucy in the water polo for 5 minutes. The rest were also speechless. Creak, although Lucy was not injured much, but after being teased by Dieter for so long, his head was also dizzy and lay on the ward. Allah, I didn't expect D1.1 to give up the first place. What happened? Mirajane replied with a smile. Going to ask later. Team B, Dieter, you really know how to play. Got Lucy in the ward. Gray complained. Chapter 144. Defeat Xuanlong. Are all members of Team A and Team B here? Makarov came in and asked. Everyone turned to look over. Makarov continued. I just received an order from the organizer to merge our A and B teams together. Merge? Why did? It's really merging the 2 teams? A group of people reacted differently, and several people in Team B didn't seem to think there was any problem. But the A team is very strange. Makarov was a little surprised by Team B's reaction. At this time, Dieter said, I analyzed it for them, and because of the Raven Tail Zombie competition qualification, the participating teams became 7 teams, which is not convenient for grouping in the battle part. Therefore, the merger is certain, and if the guess is correct, it is impossible for the organizer to arrange the scores according to our team's high score. The team with the lowest score will definitely be selected. That's why I gave Lucy a 10. The A team felt very surprised. All looked at Makarov, and Mikalo nodded his head. Yes, our 2 teams need to be rearranged into a 5-man team, and the score is indeed 37 points for the A team. Unacceptable. Team B's score is enough to beat other teams, and now it has to be deducted. However, since this is the organizer's request, it can only be complied with. It's okay, if we think about it from another angle, we can also form the strongest team. At this time, Gray said, however, even if 5 players are selected now, the only remaining competition is the next 2-person battle, right? No, after tomorrow's rest day, there should be a 5-man battle on the last day, said Ms. Bolusika. It's better to choose carefully. Everyone was speechless. At this time, Makarov swept over the people in front of him before starting to line up. Lagosas, Gajil, Natsu, Erza and Gray, the new team consists of the 5 of you,
Makarov said. Everyone around was a little surprised. In terms of strength, Dieter is the best choice, but why let Gajil or Lagoses? Dieter actually had a bit of an issue with this arrangement. But after thinking about it, it seems that none of this group of people can play, and it is good not to play. Dieter is too strong, take a good rest and give Natsu Gajil some chance to play, Makarov said. Everyone nodded in unison. In a sense, Dieter's strength is indeed a bit too strong. Okay, I'll make those guys understand how miserable it is to defend our fairy tale. Natsu was quite excited. Gajil also grinned. Goff finally got a chance for me to play. Several people were talking. Advertisement Mirajane walked up to Dieter and said, if Dieter is boring, how about we go shopping? Damn it. Erza stared immediately. It's a pity that she is a player and can't give up, so she can only watch Mirajane leave with a unique arm. Battle scene. Fact sheet Chabati announced. The Fairy Tale Squad has completed its reorganization, and the combat portion of the fourth day is finally about to begin. This time the battle group has been announced in the battle table in advance. Blue Pegasus vs 4 Puppies, Mermaid Heel vs Snake Princess Scales. Sword-Bite Tiger vs Fairy Tale. After announcing the duel, Chabati said to the two guests next to him. The most anticipated match should be Fairy Tale, who is on the verge of breaking out, versus Sword-Bite Tiger. Yes, the new number 1 and the old number 1 are about to collide, and many people are very concerned about it, Yujima said. Chabati announced. Okay, let's get the new Fairy Tale in. Hulala, clap clap, shouting, shouting, countless spectators cheered and cheered, as if they were welcoming the upcoming Fairy Tale with enthusiasm. The 5-man team slowly stepped forward. In the auditorium, a group of guild members were silently observing. The strongest team appears. Let these opponents see how strong Fairy Tale really is. Victory is in sight. The match was extremely lively. Even Mirajane and Dieter in the city could hear the cheers. It's so fun. Mirajane smiled. Dieter yawned. Let's go back and buy some snacks. It's a guild game anyway, so I can't help but watch it. Okay, Mirajane responded. The two walked into the alley and started to buy snacks. By the way, I entered a hotel and rested for an hour before heading towards the venue. Come to the viewing area. At this moment, the first 2v2 games have ended. Are we here? It looks like the time is just right. Dieter and Mirajane came up and saw Chabati, who was reporting live, giving an enthusiastic commentary. You guys are back. Going on a date? That smell. Kana looks over while drinking. Advertisement. It was a little surprising to get close to Mirajane and sniff it, but she could smell it. Full of alcohol. Mirajane glanced at her and shrank back with a smile. The logos of both guilds have been hung in the arena. Known as the strongest guild 7 years ago, the fateful confrontation with the current strongest guild. Fairy Tale's Natsu and Gajil vs Swordbite Tigers Sting and Rogue. And all 4 of them are dragon slayers. You can use the magic to fight the dragon. Wow, the applause continued, and the audience shouted heart to heart. Look forward to the collision of these 4 dragons, and wait for the battle to come. The battle begins. Natsu and Gajil showed their 777's powerful strength, suppressing Sting and Rogue without a fight. But Sting and Rogue actually activated the power of the dragon on their own. Turn the tide in an instant. Rumbling, the ground of the arena cracked, and the 4 dragons fell into the ground and continued to fight. Unfortunately, sometimes strength alone is not enough, especially against the protagonist. How strong can you still grab the protagonist's halo? Dieter muttered. Only 1 step away from reaching the top, and now it is about to fail. It's so frustrating, damn it, this level is indeed very weak. The people in the guild realized that Natsu might be lost. Everyone at the scene could only watch through the magic crystal screen, and the 2 powerful rogues were losing ground. Silent. Natsu defeats Sangyong by himself. It's not that he looks down on Dragonslayer. Natsu can't they win? It's basically several grades different from when Natsu exploded the power of the dragon. It is no wonder that some people say that the weakest is the so-called 3rd generation Dragonslayer. Natsu-san. Stand up, Fairy Tale again 10 points. Everyone is not reconciled. Fallen, dragon power, that's pretty cool, but is that all they have? Dieter muttered. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Mainly because the magic of Sting and Rogue exploded to this extent. Chapter 145. Dragon's Graveyard. The past 400 years ago, 1 by 1. Competition is over. Everyone left here with laughter. Dieter was also bored out to hang out, and tending to look around. Ding. Congratulations to the master for winning the Sea Battle competition. The reward is 5 skill points. Now there are 10 skill points. Do you need to add more points? The cute voice of the system assistant sounded in my mind. Add it to the Shake Fruit ability, Dieter agreed. Little Cute said. Okay, now the Quake Fruit ability obtained by the master has grown to level 4, please make persistent efforts. Dieter disagreed, continued to wander around the city. It is soon discovered that Gajil is walking towards a place with Natsu, Lucy, Wendy and Gray and others. Where are they going? Dieter was a little curious and hung silently behind him. A certain underground mine. Gajil, what the hell is going on here? Wendy asked. Natsu also asked curiously, why did you only call us here? Gajil said, don't ask, just follow quietly. The 3 cats behind him were also curious. Is it related to Dragonslayer? Maybe. Having said that, the people watching the fun also followed. After. Gray and Lucy grinned and followed. Especially when Gray asked, "Who are you talking about?" "Because we care a lot," Lucy replied with a smile. Behind the crowd, Dieter also leaked an expression of sudden realization. It turned out to be here. The Dragon King Festival is about to begin, but unfortunately this plot has nothing to do with me, and I am not a dragon slayer, so I'm still a bit far from killing dragons or something, Dieter muttered. He is not interested in killing dragons either, but he is a little curious if killing dragons will reward skill points. So the mighty Long Shao said that he would also be rewarded with dozens of points, right? Followed to the deepest part, and also saw the destination of this time, that is the skeleton of Yi Fulong all over the ground, swearing that there was a very tragic war here. Front. When they saw the scene in front of them, the group was also shocked. What is that? Animal bones, but what bones are so big? Several people looked at this scene in horror. Corpses are everywhere. The big bones were all over the cave in front of him, and the eye-catching scene made several people's scalp tingle. Dragon bone. Natsu murmured, "This is the dragon's tomb." Several people were surprised. These are all keels? This place proves that dragons are real. What the hell is going on? These keels are. Who knows? Natsu said solemnly. What the hell is going on? There are so many dragons. What the hell happened here before? Lucy asked. Happy, behind him blurted out. Maybe Iganil is in this pile of keels. Sorry. Realizing that he had said something wrong, Happy immediately closed his mouth and apologized. Gajil replied. Our dragons have disappeared for 14 years, and their remains should be older. Galaxy. Wendy suddenly spoke up. Busily said. The Milky Way is one of the profound meanings of dragon slaying that Granny Belushika told me. Advertisement. When he said this, Wendy dragged his chin and murmured cutely. Connecting to Tianchuan, listening to the voice of the dragon soul. I thought it was an attack-type magic, maybe it's actually used that way. Several people do not know why. They all looked over and waited for Wendy's words. Wendy said, the Milky Way may be the magic to listen to the voice of the dragon soul. If I can hear the voice of the dragon sleeping here, then we may be able to know what is going on here. Maybe even more news about our missing dragon, immediately. Natsu and Gajil's eyes widened, breathing a little too fast. Surprisingly, this statement is very surprising. Urgently want Wendy to start the magic of listening to the voice of the dragon soul. Wendy stepped forward and started writing and drawing on the ground. Natsu wondered, Wendy, what are you doing? Several people waited silently, watching the magic circle that Wendy drew on the ground. After Wendy draws, standing in the magic circle, he began to sing. Dragon soul wandering here, let me listen to your voice. The sky is shining. The stars are twinkling, and the scenery is quite charming. Softer, those bones on the ground were shaking and they looked so oozing. Hoo-hoo. A huge dragon appeared, startling Natsu and the others. Even Dieter, who didn't know when he came behind the crowd, sighed, but it was a dragon, even his soul state was quite imposing. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the sound of the dragon's roar was deafening, and several people who were frightened suddenly shivered. Ahahaha, the expressions of humans when they are frightened are always funny. My name is Kilkonus, also known as the Emerald Dragon, and it is the magic of the dragon that awakens my soul. Where is the man who performed the magic? Kilkonus looked around only to find Wendy, the smaller and cute one on the ground in front of him. He immediately tilted his head and fell down and said, how cute. Was this little dragon slayer the one who woke me up? Natsu immediately scolded. Hey, you stay away from Wendy. Kilkonus refused. No, I'm going to eat this little girl. You be ****************. D. Natsu fumed. Kilkonus laughed wildly. It's just a joke to hear it, humans are really stupid. As he spoke, he deliberately shook his head and demonstrated. Look, the ghost can't do anything, ah ha ha ha. Gray and a few people behind him also complained. What is this unruly person doing? It's not a man, it's a dragon. It must be a ghost. For this new dragon, Gray and others expressed their confusion. Or a few cats over there are more reliable. Sha Lulu asked, what happened here? It's all dragon bones, asked, Happy. We awakened your soul in order to know what happened here in the past, explained Poncelli. Immediately, Kilkonus' Tsunere turned his head. I have no comment on human beings, so get out of here. Happy, retorted. I'm a cat shouting. That Kilkonus also realized this and said, that's right, that was more than 400 years ago, and the dragons used to be the kings who ruled this world. Gray complained. This dragon is really casual. Kilkonus continued. It was a glorious moment that we were free to soar over the sky, over the land, and across the sea. And everything in this world belongs to us dragons, humans are just our food, puff haha. Having said that, Kilkonus' face is not very good. He said, however, among the dragons, there are stupid people who question the rule of the dragons, and they advocate the creation of a world that coexists with humans. So war broke out between the dragons in favor and opposition. Advertisement. I've been in it as an opposition. I hate humans, but I like humans as food. Gray and others were heartbroken. It is conceivable how miserable human beings were 400 years ago. And what happened to that war? Dieter asked. At this time, everyone realized that Dieter did not know when to appear behind him. Huh? When did Brother Dieter come? Lucy asked hurriedly. Gray murmured, don't you think that's the same as this, that's why you followed me? Dieter shrugged. Well, keep listening, Nikilkonus said. The two sides of the war were evenly matched, and the battle between dragons destroyed several continents, and soon the dragons who favored devised a foolish strategy, and they taught mankind the magic of destroying dragons. Let human beings participate in this war. Dragon Slayer magic. Is that the origin of Dragon Slayer? Kilkonus continued. Dragon Slayers are extremely powerful, and they choose dragons that coexist with humans, and their victory is imminent. But then something happened that they didn't expect. Dieter continued. They started killing those dragons that coexisted? Kilkonus lit the dragon's head. Yes, the Dragon Slayers have become too powerful, and they have even begun to kill those dragons who seek human coexistence. And among the human beings, there is a man who has been contaminated with too many dragon blood. I feel scared just mentioning his name. That man killed many dragons, and his body was constantly infected with dragon blood. In the end, the man's skin turned into scales, teeth turned into fangs. Its shape changed to that of a dragon. Lucy shrank behind Dieter in fear and said strangely, humans turned into dragons? Kilkonus said, that is the consequence of excessive use of dragon-slaying magic, and the dragons that sleep here all died at the hands of that man. Although he was a human, he became the Dragon King, and the war that gave birth to the Dragon King is the Dragon King Festival. The Dragon King's name is Akulonoia, and it is a dragon with wings of darkness that other dragons do not have. When needed, everyone present was shocked. That dragon, Jiao Jiao Jiao. Originally human. How is this possible? Everyone panicked. That Akulonoia turned out to be a human. Dragon King. Dieter Qingmei. He vaguely remembers that the one who taught Natsu seems to be the Dragon King. Is it the king of this breed of fire dragon? Always felt like I knew something amazing. Gray was ashamed. It's possible. Here it is. Natsu asked worriedly, does it really turn into a dragon after overusing Dragon Slayer magic? After he finished speaking, Kilkonus's soul was broken inch by inch, and it disappeared. Not necessarily have that ability. Hear them. One of them is the dragon's energy, which can only become due to excessive use of dragon-killing magic. That would be nerve-wracking. Gajeel worried too. ZZ. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It took Dieter a long time to think that the first point was more plausible. Wendy panicked. What should I do? I can't help but use Dragon Slayer magic. Kilkonus said. It killed almost all the dragons, which is what happened here more than 400 years ago. Zareth is very powerful, that's natural, but the black dragon Akulonoia is a natural disaster. Or is it that Ignir was once also the king of dragons? Dieter is very confused. In fact, he doesn't understand whether the excessive use of annihilation magic really has that hidden danger. He remembers that there are two theories in the original book. The other is that Akulonoia became a dragon because of Zareth. Chapter 146. The price of disobedience, that is impossible. At this time, there was a sound from outside the tunnel below, and everyone looked over there in alarm. Soon a figure appeared. I have heard all your conversations, and our research is indeed consistent with historical facts. Do you know the demons in the Book of Zareth? The person who came was the leader of the Sorcerer Knights, the Crocus garrison of the Kingdom of Fury army, Alucardios. Leon Pull. Gray immediately woke up and turned to look at the person coming. The other people also looked at Alucardios vigilantly, and it was impossible to guess who this person was. Akulonoia is very similar to those demons. We speculate that Zareth turned a Dragon Slayer into Akulonoia, which means that the culprit of everything, Zareth, is the first step to defeat Akulonoia. Alucardios explained to several people, and the expression on his face was a little weird, which made people feel malicious. Who are you? Down with Zareth. Yukino, several people questioned immediately. And Sha Lulu became nervous when she saw clearly. White Knight. It turned out to be the man in the white armor in the prophecy. Alucardios introduced. I am the commander of the 777 Sorcerer Paladins of the Crocus garrison of the Kingdom of Fury army, and my name is Alucardios. Yukino next to him also introduced. I am a temporary sergeant of the same Knight Order, Yukino Agria. Everyone was surprised. Unexpectedly, the royal army would come here. And listening to his words, it seems that there are some unknown secrets in it. Alucardios replied. We are secretly working on a plan that requires the power of the Celestial Spirit Sorcerer, so we need to borrow the power of the Yukino Sergeant. Wendy said. Celestial Spirit Sorcerer. Wait for me. I don't understand what you're talking about at all. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Natsu asked angrily. Dieter's eyebrows, who had been fighting next to him. He really couldn't understand why Natsu was so anxious. He obviously borrowed Yukino's power. Nothing to do with Lucy. Still licking his face, he asked, did this ignorant fall into a trap on purpose? You are Natsu Dragneel. Your battle just now was really exciting. Alucardios smiled and turned around to signal, come with me. Etc. Advertisement at this moment, Dieter drank the crowd who were eager to follow. Alucardios also stopped and looked at Dieter strangely, not understanding what he wanted to stop for, CFBB. Dieter stood up and walked up to several people with his hands behind his back. Staring at Alucardios, he said, I'm sorry for the leader who looks like a bad guy. Our guild is not interested in what you said. We don't want to go with you. We still need to prepare for the reception. Come down to the game, please do it. Brother Dieter. Dieter, they want to borrow the power of the Celestial Spirit Sorcerer. Why can't you follow along and listen? Several people didn't understand, and immediately retorted and asked, obviously feeling ruthless towards Dieter's words. Dieter asked in a calm tone. Even if you borrow the power of the Celestial Spirit Magician, what does it have to do with you? They borrowed the power of Miss Yukino. What are you doing? Natsu wanted to object. Lucy and Wendy wanted to say something too. Sha Lulu murmured. Yes? This matter has nothing to do with us. Why should we follow? What if he has bad intentions? Sha Lulu. Happy. Also called softly. Several people didn't know what to do for a while, and they should learn more about this matter. But Dieter is not without reason. Opposite Arukadios said in a heavy tone. You're Dieter. You performed well in the game, but I hope you don't care about this matter. Pung. As soon as he finished speaking, Dieter stepped forward and kicked him. While Lala Alucardio's body was instantly embedded on the stone wall, his blood was surging, and his chest was a little sore. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, otherwise he might be seriously injured. Do you know what you're doing? Alucardio demanded. Dieter replied with a smile. Of course, I seriously doubt that you are pretending to be the head of the Kingdom of Fury. After all, that kind of person should always protect the king, but you came here alone, considering that our guild members have been kidnapped before. Yes, I have the right to take you first. Hear these words. Natsu and others were also vigilant, and there was no result about Lucy being taken away. Now what Dieter is saying makes a lot of sense. Everyone is ready for battle. Lord Lucy, I can testify that Alucardios is indeed the army of the kingdom, and at the same time, please, if this plan is successful, we can defeat Akulonoia and Jeff. Seeing the stiff situation, Yukino immediately stood up to understand it and moved it with emotion. As expected, Lucy hesitated after hearing Yukino's words. Dieter, I think I can trust Yukino. She gave me her celestial spirit keys. Lucy helped. Natsu was also curious to know what the purpose of Alucardios is. Why don't we go and see? Gajeel said. Advertisement. After hearing the words of these people, Dieter knew that it was impossible to stop them. He sneered and sneered. Then go. I explained in advance that if you are arrested, as long as you don't die, don't expect me to save people. Ga, disappear. After Alucardios relieved his restless blood, he sighed in relief. Dieter, aw funny. Come with me. The group followed the pace and quickly arrived at their destination. Hotel Inn. Dieter was sitting in the room, next to Erza, and there were Lagos's, President Makarov, and others. Pung. Natsu and the others rushed in, busy saying, Sir, Lucy has been captured. What did you say? Makarov widened his eyes. Gray repeated everything he had heard before. Erza pondered. Lucy was captured by the royal army because she was related to some unknown clan? Lagos's repeated. That is, if we didn't win the great demon fight, wouldn't they plan to let Lucy back? Ah. Dieter's cold joke rang out. The laughter was full of mockery for Gajeel and the others. It seems to be saying something silently. Dieter, what else do you know? Makarov asked. Dieter shrugged. Master, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I was there at the time, and I have clearly told them not to follow the royal army. They are disobedient, and now people are holding the handle. The guild I have lived for all these years turns out to be such a waste. Dieter, Lagos's reprimanded. Silence. Dieter's words silenced everyone. It's ironic that the fairy tale guild will be threatened one day. Don't blame me for speaking badly, the old saying is good, good words are hard to persuade a ghost, and they all said don't go with it, if you don't obey, you deserve to be arrested. One by one disobedient to the other celestial spirit wizards to find their own way. Curiosity killed the cat. This is great, not only was caught, but also threatened by the handle, disgusting. Dieter speaks rather sharply and shows no mercy. Uncover the scars of Gray's people, layer after layer, and make them lose face. Chapter 147. Let her tremble. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Go and save people. Natsu said that he was about to rush out. The matter has come to this point, no matter how much explanation there is, it is useless, it is better to hurry up and save people. Pung. Makarov immediately smashed Natsu to the ground, rubbed his chin and thought. The opponent is the royal army, we can't act hastily. They shouldn't deal with the people casually. Are they going to hold Lucy hostage until the Eclipse Gate project is aborted? Gajeel felt very strange, but, I still can't figure it out, we know the state's secrets, why did they let us go? Maybe it's because it's possible that we can testify in order to convict a man named Alucardios in the future. Sha Lulu reminded. Aren't they afraid that we will leak the information out? Makarov said. Our family was arrested, we were still in the mood to enjoy the festival, and our mood was also very sad. However, this time, we can't rush over recklessly as usual, after all, the opponent this time is not easy to deal with. He added. However, we at Fairy Tale are not timid enough to sit still. Dieter. Dieter sitting over there sneered. I won't go, the disobedient younger siblings need to be punished. The Wongojin can't kill people, let someone else save them. Makarov frowned. He was a little unhappy, but he gave up anyway, after all, Dieter had persuaded Natsu and the others not to go there. Getting caught and threatened now really makes Dieter unhappy. They simply arranged otherwise, telling. Then Mirajane, Natsu, Happy, Wendy, Sha Lulu and Ponce Lily sneaked into the palace to save Lucy. Dieter at this time Dieter said again, don't be happy, don't play, let Juvia play. After speaking, he got up and walked outside. Impressively, he has already decided to have a temper and just sit back and watch. Makarov said helplessly, Juvia will play instead of Natsu, and tomorrow's game is up to you. Everyone immediately organized to prepare to leave. Erza sighed, I'll go find Dieter, on the street.
The great demon fighting and martial arts entered the final stage, but even so, the atmosphere of the festival in the city did not disappear. Citizens are still immersed in a cheerful atmosphere. The streets and alleys are full of discounts for activities, and countless people are attracted by various jumping-off sales. Advertisement, Dieter, who was walking, suddenly felt a stare at him. Looking up at the rear, on the high floor, I saw a man in clothes looking at him, and he didn't dodge even if he looked at him. Future Lucy. Dieter wasn't sure, walked into an alley and used the Navy 6 several times to get behind the man in the cape. The man was wearing women's sandals, indeed the future Lucy. Who the hell are you? Why are you in the fairy tale guild? Future Lucy asked. Dieter understood instantly. In the future, Lucy will not have his presence on the timeline, let alone join fairy tale. I am afraid I have never seen him. Because I'm an S-rank mage in the fairy tale guild, Dieter disagreed. The future Lucy immediately retorted. Impossible. There is no Dieter in my memory. There is definitely something wrong with you. Did you also travel from the future to sneak into the guild? Having said that, in the future, Lucy took off the hood on his head and stared at the unique with his wide and beautiful eyes. He seemed to be waiting for his reaction, but Dieter's performance didn't come as a surprise, and she seemed to have known her identity for a long time. Future. Dieter raised his eyebrows. In a sense he was an unknown visitor, but of course he wouldn't say. I don't know what you're talking about, and I've been around since almost 15 years ago. Join the guild. Future Lucy, who loves good-looking brows, seems very puzzled by Dieter's reaction. You have to trust Natsu. Although he is a silly straight man, he will still protect you. What kind of dragon is not Natsu's opponent at all? You can just wait, Dieter replied. In the future, Lucy's pupils were slightly condensed, and he was more certain that the Dieter in front of him must have come from the future, otherwise how would he know these things? He hesitated in his heart whether to inform the guild or not. In the future, Fairy Tale will face the attack of another continent, when the tragedy is about to occur, and the entire non-Oli kingdom is in disarray. Countless people died in that battle. Natsu, Lucy, Lagos's, President Makarov will all die. Dieter thought for a moment and came up with the perfect explanation. Full of expression, Lucy explained to the future about a devastating destruction. How can it be? The future Lucy certainly wouldn't fully believe, staring in disbelief. For flowers, Dieter sighed. Hey, that's 15 years later, Fairy Tale is on the verge of extinction. I was the president at that time, and to prevent that catastrophe, I could only come through the Eclipse Gate. Advertisement, it's just that there was a little time difference. It came 15 years ago, so I had to sneak into the Fairy Tale Guild and silently wait for the turn. Future Lucy looks at unique expressions and content. I also believed it a bit. If there is such a catastrophe in the future, maybe I really should come back to rescue. Take a deep breath. I see, then I understand. I can't believe it. What Dieter said was very true, and made it quite clear when and where Lucy would come in the future. This information is only known to future Lucy himself. So there is no doubt about Dieter's words. So in your memory this Eclipse Gate project will be successfully stopped. Will the danger be stopped? Future Lucy asked. Dieter nodded immediately. The particularly professional Bin Shishi continued. Yes, the dragon that appeared this time was controlled by the future, so Natsu and the others will stop it. Then you will safely return to your future world, and Natsu and the others will also appear by your side. Flickering the future Lucy has nothing to do with him. Anyway, this is indeed a fact, and there is nothing wrong with irrigating the identity of a future person. Ah, I wish you success too. Lucy couldn't think of any language problems in the future, so he had no choice but to encourage Dieter. Dieter. Erza called not far behind. In the future, Lucy quickly put on the hood again, turned around and ran away, and now she can't be seen by the people in the guild, so as not to affect the future situation. Erza looked strangely at the fleeing man and came to Dieter's side. Curiously asked. That should be a girl, right? Dieter replied with a smile. Yes, who asked you to be my wife? These girls insist on dating me, so helpless. Erza rolled her eyes at Dieter's mischievous words. It didn't deny it. After asking a few questions about the girl, he didn't care anymore. Blow the wind with Dieter. From time to time, we talk about two warm and thought-provoking words. Dieter also took Erza's hand and looked around, followed by Erza's ticklish flesh, causing her to tremble. Chapter 148. The last day of the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts. The last day of the Great Demon Fight, all combat. This last battle is about to start, and all teams are ready. The cheers from the audience were overwhelming. This battle is a battle of all members, and the only remaining guilds have sent their strongest members to participate in the battle. With the appearance of Fairy Tale Guild members, other guilds could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Rogue saw several members who appeared, and his heart couldn't help falling. He said with emotion, Fairy Tale didn't send Natsu and Dieter, this is probably our only chance. Next to him, Sting frowned and remained silent, but he was somewhat relieved to see that Dieter and Natsu were not dispatched. The eldest Miss Minerva raised her eyebrows, recalling Dieter's terrifying strength, and she was not in a good mood. Muttered. Did Fairy Tale think he could beat us without Dieter? How bold, 777. Humans are strange animals. They are afraid of terrifying powerhouses, but feel underestimated when they don't see people of that level. Minerva at the moment is this state of mind. I feel that Fairy Tale despised her and made Fairy Tale regret it when she decided to fight. The battle begins. People from each guild are randomly placed in different locations and start looking for enemies. The guild is here. Makarov and others were not so happy. Alas. If Dieter is on the field, it doesn't matter who the enemy is, Macau sighed. I don't know what the president is thinking. With a cigarette in his mouth, Kaba asked, and Natsu, President, where did they go? If it were them, they might have won a long time ago? The original Mavis looked solemn. It was a bit of an accident that Dieter didn't show up. The plan was a little dangerous. Several necessary and important enemies were difficult to deal with. If he was there was no need for any battle plan at all, Mavis said. Makarov muttered speechlessly. Dieter is more casual, he is really not in the mood to participate in the war in this situation. The behavior of the royal army makes Dieter unhappy, and he may be disgusted. The latter words did not go on. Although Fairy Tail is never afraid of anyone, it might be a little tricky if Dieter really wants to trouble the royal army. He didn't even come to watch the fight. It was rare for Kana not to drink alcohol. Standing in the crowd and observing, she was a little curious when she couldn't find Dieter's figure. No one answered, because they didn't know where Dieter had gone. Advertisement now. Natsu's group, who infiltrated the cell to rescue Lucy, also confronted others. Did you help us by annihilating the king's army in one fell swoop? Why do you feel like you've changed? Why did you cross over here? In front of the group is Rogue, who has traveled from the future. The difference is that the rogue in front of them feels different to everyone, but they can't tell what is wrong. It's to open the door. In the future, Rogue spoke softly about his destination. Lucy hurriedly asked, you mean the Eclipse Gate? In the future, Rogue explained to everyone. There are two ways to use the Eclipse Gate, one is to travel through time and space, and the other is to use as an offensive weapon, the Eclipse Gate cannon. This is also the only way to defeat 10,000 dragons. The words of Rogue in the future make this kind of person feel weird. Defeat 10,000 dragons. Future Lucy was surprised, but also more skeptical about the future Rogue. That's a good thing to say, you are our comrade. Great. I can defeat the dragons, you can save the future too. Everyone believed in Rogue's words in the future and did not have any doubts, as if they really believed in him. No. It's not that simple. At this moment, the future Rogue said with a serious expression and began to tell his story. I came from 7 years later, and the world 7 years later was ruled by dragons. And less than 10% of the human beings survived cruelly. Of course, the Gate of Eclipse is not as powerful as it is now. If the dragon group is not eliminated now, the world will perish. After listening to the future Rogue's words, several people felt hopeless, did not expect that the world will be ruled by dragons 7 years later. Natsu immediately said, then let's open the gate and fire that cannon, isn't it easy? Future Rogue sighed and shook his head, but 7 years ago, and now, there's someone trying to stop the door from opening. Because of the guy's obstruction, the door didn't open and we couldn't fire the Eclipse Gate cannon at the 10,000 dragons who led the world to destruction. Shocked, several people immediately realized the problem. And the future behind everyone. Lucy's eyes trembled, a terrifying sense of crisis shrouded. Advertisement. She gritted her teeth and thought quickly. The future Rogue continued, and I came here to kill that man. Sha Lulu retorted softly. Your idea is too extreme, as long as you tell the person the whole story, he should not interfere. Pasolili also agreed that there was no need to kill at all. However, Rogue shook his head in denial. In the future, at this important time point, words cannot control people's behavior. Even if that person is persuaded now, that person will definitely close the door in the end, everything is doomed. People cannot escape the arrangement of fate, the living will live, the dead will die, and that person is destined to close the door, as long as the person is alive. No matter what happens, the door will be closed by that person, said Rogue in the future. Natsu murmured impatiently. What you said is really hard to understand, who is that person who is in the way? Future Rogue's eyes widened immediately. Drink it, it's you, Lucy Heartfilia. Gah, in the future, Rogue throws a black shadow, and the attack turns into a sharp blade. Catch it towards Lucy. Lucy. When required. Future Rogue's eyes widened, with a strong sense of vigilance. Who are you? I don't know Fairy Tail or your character. Brother Dieter. Natsu and the others suddenly exclaimed, their faces filled with endless smiles. Dieter. Turning his head to stop, but Rogue's attack speed in the future is definitely not comparable to what they are now. Sudden. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I'm Fairy Tail Guild's S-Class Sorcerer. The sharp blade was hit hard in an instant, and it was covered with cracks. Seeing that the sharp blade, 1.1, would run through Lucy's body. A figure flashed in front of Lucy, his fist wrapped the white halo and blasted towards the sharp blade. Natsu and the others suddenly widened their eyes. Cracks appear. It's Dieter. Pung. The sharp blade is broken, and the shadow is also shattered. Dieter yawned, and moved his neck to look at Rogue provocatively in front of him. Hey. How dare you hurt our Fairy Tail's comrades with the mere scraps of a sword-biting tiger? I want to die. Chapter 149. Shocking fruit ability full level. The voice fell. Dieter immediately rushed forward and attacked the future Rogue. Wait, brother Dieter, is there any misunderstanding here? Lucy called. Dieter pouted and retorted. I don't care about any misunderstandings, since you called me brother, then I will never allow anyone to do anything that threatens your life. In the future, Rogue had to bite the bullet and fight back. Always be ready to find another opportunity to kill Lucy. And behind the crowd, future Lucy stepped forward, took off the hood and retorted, I didn't close the door, and I wouldn't do that. And now Lucy nods and promises, yeah, I'm definitely not going to do that.
And Rogue's pupils clenched across from Dieter's stiff future. Looking at the identical Lucy, he exclaimed, "There are actually two Lucys." Then his face darkened again. "You didn't realize that you closed the door." Lucy immediately reprimanded. "What the hell, I would never do such a thing, but you." Future Rogue said, "You guys don't do that now, but in a few hours you'll close the door. As long as you are still alive, the door is destined to be closed by you. Your words are not credible at all, everything is arranged by fate. Shadows are condensing. In the future, Rogue will try his best to beat Dieter out, so that he can continue to kill 2 Lucy." Shit. Dieter, who knew the plot well, laughed, and the white halo on his hands kept bombarding the future Rogue. It was absolutely impossible to kill Lucy in front of him. Buzz, the ability of the Junjen fruit is level 4. Although it is still unable to overturn the river, it is enough to smash the scene of the battle. That vibrating ability blasted future Rogue out. At the same time, the ground in front of him was smashed with rubble, so Rogue would not be Dieter's opponent at all in the future, and no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to break through Dieter's defense. Humph. In the future, Rogue snorted coldly, and the figure suddenly turned into a shadow that was moving rapidly on the ground. Ah! Dieter snorted and threw a punch with a little force. The shock breaks the air. Plant root-like cracks spread in front of him. Boom. The ground shook violently, and the walls, ground, overhead, and stone bricks in all directions were smashed. Countless gravel landslides let out a roar of ruin. The future Rogue who had turned into a shadow also suddenly showed his figure under this blow. Advertisement blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. There was a strong difference in his eyes, and he was surprised that Dieter had such strength. Behind him, Natsu and the others had gold stars in their eyes. So strong, they were more and more shocked by Dieter's strength, and it really was outrageous. Dieter waved. "You guys go first, just leave it to me here." "Amazing. I'm burning." Natsu was ready to move, and could not wait to rush forward and fight alongside Dieter. "Natsu. Let's go, you'll be punched by Dieter." Happy immediately grabbed Natsu's collar and turned to run away, and the others immediately followed. They all knew that it was absolutely unnecessary to stay. Instead, Dieter will be tied and left without any worries. Where to escape? In the future, Rogue didn't have time to check the injury, and once again turned into a shadow and rushed towards the 2 Lucis strangely, and he was bound to kill them. "Are you ignoring me?" "Chew," Dieter said coldly. The veins of his right fist rose, and he suddenly bombarded. "Wow." Cough cough. In the future, Rogue's figure was instantly punched out, and the state of vomiting blood dropped again. The power of this punch was stronger than the previous one. No matter how strong Rogue is in the future, it can't bear it. He fell to the ground and covered his chest with a pale face full of helplessness. "To be honest, I really want to kill you, but I'm always a generous person. Why don't you admit your mistake and let you go? Of course, the premise is that you don't chase Lucy." Dieter asked with a smile. "Killing the future Rogue is too bad. It is better to stay and wait for the dragons to appear, and then go and learn some tricks with the dragons. In the actual combat experiment, how strong or weak is one's own strength against the dragon?" Do you dare to let me go?" In the future, Rogue sneered. He deliberately provokes so that Dieter can let him leave carelessly. Just wait for the dragon to appear, then he must be the victor. Pung! Dieter stomped on his face as soon as he heard what he said. In the future, Rogue grabbed Dieter's legs with both hands and continued to struggle, feeling very confused. Why doesn't this person play cards according to the routine? Shouldn't he be a strong person at this time and let him leave? How could it come suddenly? Although I know your purpose, but I still decided to let you go. I just want to compete with the dragon for nothing else. Dieter's hanging product stepped on the 2 future Rogue and kept squeezing and breaking the stone bricks under his feet. He continued in a very flat tone. "Then you can live with that small sense of expectation. When the time comes, I will let you understand that your so-called reliance is nothing more than that." Hey, advertisement. Dieter also calmly left here after speaking. And that future Rogue's gloomy thinking did not understand what Dieter said before he left. It always felt as if the man knew exactly what his plan was. After thinking about it for a long time, it was useless. I stood up and patted the dust on my body and muttered, "It doesn't matter, as long as my dragon appears. No matter who the enemy is, it will be enough to crush it. Dieter, the hurt you've done to me will soon be doubled." Ding! Congratulations to the guild that the master is in for winning the first place in Fury and rewarding 50 skill points. Do you need my help to add more points? The voice of the system assistant echoed in Dieter's mind just after leaving. Suddenly Dieter's eyes widened. 50 points? He didn't expect to reward 777 so much. Master, please don't be surprised. The grand ceremony of the great demon fighting and martial arts has spread to the entire continent. It is absolutely terrible to be the first in Fiore's reputation, and it is very normal to get 50 skill points. Little Cutie answered the question. Take a deep breath. Although Dieter was a little surprised, it was very powerful for him after thinking about it. Simply add a little more, no matter how much. Add it all to the shake fruit ability, Dieter ordered. The little cutie did so immediately. The surging power poured into the body. The extreme strength instantly boosted Dieter's strength a lot. To put it simply, the current Dieter can completely slaughter his previous self, and even because the ability of the shock fruit has been raised to level 9, he can already cause landslides and tsunamis, and he can also do it by setting off waves. It's so powerful. Dieter is addicted to the power in his body. I can't wait to find a dragon to fight one-on-one immediately, but fortunately he held back in time. Ding. Signing into the Dragon King Festival at the Gate of Eclipse will reward you with 10 skill points. Do you want to add more points? Sudden. The little cute voice echoed in my mind again. Dieter was ecstatic, immediately commanded, "Ga ga ga." Moment. The ability of Quake Fruit has been increased to full level. For a while, Dieter was even more excited, and the feeling of increasing strength is simply great. Then just wait for those dragons to appear. Dieter took a deep breath. Extremely looking forward to it. Chapter 150, The Gate of Eclipse. Kroka's City, Central Square. King Fury is speaking. Thomas E. Fury said, "So I am very sad that we cannot bask in the joy of the end of the great demon fight. Now the country is facing an existential crisis." The king told all the guilds present about the 10,000 dragons. "You said that there are 10,000 dragons to attack? Akulonoia alone is enough to keep us out of the way. Even if it's more special than other dragons, but 10,000 dragons also. No matter how hard we try, we can't kill 10,000 dragons." Everyone was terrified. The number of thousands of dragons is more than the members of these guilds, and it is necessary to resist these dragons, which is probably countless times more difficult than destroying the Dark Guild. Almost all guilds want to leave quickly. Naturally, the king could see the hidden meaning of the major guilds, and immediately added, "Now the castle is preparing to implement a large-scale battle plan. That is the Eclipse Gate. The purpose of this plan is to annihilate 10,000 dragons in one fell swoop." 10. There are too many dragons, and we speculate that a few or hundreds of them will survive, so everyone in the Mage Association, please give us a helping hand. I hope that I can use your strength to eradicate the surviving dragons. Please save this country. Listen to this. All the guilds hesitated for 2 seconds and immediately agreed. That's natural. We won't be defeated by monsters. This country that advances with magic is our country. Of course, no problem. From 10,000 dragons to a few or a few hundred, this is definitely a blessing for the major guilds. The thought of escaping from here was immediately put away. They don't need to be afraid of just a few dragons or hundreds of dragons, and they'll just do their best at that time. Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild nodded in agreement. Hurry up and contact Unique. If there is anyone else in the guild who can fight against the dragon, it is only him. Erza. Where did Dieter go? Makarov immediately looked for it. The other members of the guild also hurriedly searched nearby, trying to find Dieter. Dieter. Erza Manmei is also looking for traces. It seems that he didn't come to the final of the Great Demon Do Yunwu today, and he doesn't know where he went. Advertisement. Which river should we fish in? Erza's answer is not so sure. If you can't find it on the spot, then it should be fishing. The other guild members nodded. Fishing was Dieter's self-reliant skills when he was a child, and it also created Dieter's unprecedented interest in fishing. I usually go fishing. Are you looking for me? Dieter squeezed in from the crowd and came to the president and Erza and the others. Dieter, good thing we found you. We got first place. Erza immediately cheered. Dieter nodded with a smile, swept over Lagosas and Gajil and other contestants and praised. Very good, you are doing very well. The guild is proud of you. Makarov hurriedly said. Dieter, a dragon will appear soon, and then you need to fight hard. Don't run anymore. It's time to show people your true strength. Makarov's words seemed to imply something. All right. Dieter silently agreed. The Navy's 6th style full level, the rubber fruit ability is full, the tricolor domineering is full, and the shock fruit ability is full. These things give Dieter a lot of power. But the possibility of killing the dragon is still a little small. After all, the dragon has a very strong magic immunity. Although his power is not released by magic, it is probably weakened by dragon scales or something. Come on, in addition to Dragonslayer, I am afraid that only a master of your level can defeat the dragon. Macau said. The others were busy obliging, apparently confident in Dieter. I will try my best. Dieter didn't say it all, he could beat it, but he had to fight to be sure. He also looked forward to the appearance of the dragon. I don't know what happened to Natsu, if Lucy has been rescued. Erza worried. Dieter hurriedly said. Don't worry, I have seen it there before, and they have been rescued. They should prepare at the Eclipse Gate now, no need to worry. Everyone's eyes lit up. Kana immediately cheered. Ha ha ha, I knew Dieter, you would go over there to see, saying that you don't want to worry about it, but in fact you still pay attention to it. Yes, you are duplicitous. It's okay to be the eldest brother of the guild's peers, and he really won't let it go. If you do well, as a big brother, you should lead by example, even if your younger brother and sister make mistakes, you can't ignore it. The guild members immediately teased Dieter. Chairman Makarov also put on a smile, and was very happy that Dieter was able to take care of Natsu's situation. Nodding his head and complimenting, very good, it's you. Advertisement Dieter just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Eclipse Gate, huge hang. The steel gate is opened. A mysterious and ominous magical wind swept over everyone. The door of victory is about to open. What a powerful magic, maybe it can really annihilate the dragons in one fell swoop. Gathering such powerful magic in one place can save the future. A group of people couldn't bear the excitement. Lucy felt the magic power, his eyes turned into empty unconsciousness, and his body couldn't help walking towards the huge Eclipse Gate. Lucy, Natsu, Wendy and others are wondering what Lucy is going to do. That door is so dangerous and still heading there. No, the door cannot be opened. The door must be closed immediately. Lucy whispered unconsciously. Keeping moving forward, it seems that the door of the solar eclipse is really close. Future Lucy also widened his eyes. Looking at the slowly opening door, I also had a bad feeling that the door should be closed. It can't be opened. This door must not be opened by Zhao Zhao Zhao, and quickly closed the door. Can't open that door. Both Lucy called out, anxiously watching the eclipse door being opened wider and wider. Immediately, many people present widened their eyes, especially Natsu Wendy and others. At the same time, the words of future Rogue will be heard, and she will close the door. It turned out to be true. The princess of the kingdom immediately stopped. No way. This is the only weapon that can fight against dragons. If the door is closed now, the Eclipse Gate cannon will not be able to fire. Lucy retorted immediately. The future Lucy also said, there is no Eclipse Gate cannon. That gate is a gate that can connect time and space. The princess argues. Unleash its stored magic and that's the Eclipse Gate cannon. Lucy denied, no, it's not a weapon at all, that door is connected to the time and space 400 years ago. Chapter 151. 7 Dragons. One long, shocked. The violent vibration sounded, it seemed to be the sound of the ancient giant beast stepping on the ground. Roar, the dragon's roar came from the door of the eclipse. The king's army, the princess, and the others all widened their eyes, their scalps tingling, and they felt shivering. How come? What is that sound, and why did it come from the eclipse gate? What is it? Countless people are in confusion. All the people looked at the door in unison, as if waiting for something. Long. The huge dragon claws appeared, and the stone bricks were shattered when they stepped on the ground. The princess narrowed her eyes and said in horror, the dragon actually came out of the door. Roar, the dragon's roar. The sound wave overturned the soldiers of the king's army in front of him. The ground and nearby buildings were completely shattered by this roar, and it was as dilapidated as the end of the world. Bearing the brunt of the dragon raised its claws and slammed to the ground. The ground cracked in an instant, and several hideous cracks extended into the distance, shattering countless buildings with just one blow. Everyone like Natsu couldn't resist. He fell to the ground in embarrassment, covering his face and looking at the giant dragon. After a dragon came out, another dragon claw stepped out behind him. It was also the body of a giant, feeling terrifying despair. Another one. 793 inches. What the hell is going on here? He came out of the door again. Why are these dragons here? The soldiers of the king's army were paralyzed on the ground. The power of a dragon was so powerful, and now there are still so many dragons coming out of it. How could this possibly be something they could deal with? In the future, Lucy immediately grabbed the princess's shoulders and asked, how can I close the door? Tell me quickly. The princess swallowed. Countless cold sweat oozes out of his face, and he stiffly raises his arm to point not far away. On the pedestal over there. After hearing the answer, the two Lucy rushed over there, desperately rushing over, ignoring the scars that the dragons caused him. Advertisement tears fell from the princess's face, and her body trembled as she said, 10,000 dragons came through this door. Wendy over there was busy asking, Sister Lucy, how did you find out? Lucy rushed over and replied, I didn't find it, but Grandpa Crew has been investigating. Just now, he finally completely parsed this door. This is a device that combines the magic of the Book of Zareth and celestial spirit magic. It could have been used to specify time coordinates and move in time and space. But only today is different. That moon interferes with the magic, so the door is out of control, the same way it was 400 years ago. In other words, the era of dragon survival is connected. Lucy's words shocked countless people. The princess was crying with remorse, her body trembling uncontrollably. Others felt a deep sense of despair, especially when they saw the dragons file out. The destructive force made them feel the end of the world. Guild office. All the people stared at the shattered building in the distance. What was that just now? Come yet, over there at the castle. Those dragons actually appeared in the direction of the castle. Countless people looked at the distance, and the terrifying power made them feel outrageous. The dragon has appeared, so the next thing to do is to start. Dieter looked in the direction of the castle, moved his body and walked over there. Dieter, stay safe. Seeing that Dieter was ready to fight, Erza quickly cared. You too. Dieter waved his hand and came to the eclipse gate in the direction of the castle faster and faster. Looking at the 7 dragons flying in the sky, they also want to fight. Soon came to the side of Natsu and others. It's all about you, Lucy, Yukino. Just when Dieter arrived here, the future rogue also appeared above board with a proud smile on his face. But 7 dragons are enough. To be honest, I can't control 10,000 dragons, future rogue said. At this time, Mirajane, who appeared with Yukino, CFBB, was also alert. What do you mean? The princess said. It was the Lord who told me about the future. The future Lucy is standing in front of the present Lucy, saying, did you come for this from the beginning? Advertisement. Listen to me, you idiots. The future rogue opened his arms and embraced the sky and said recklessly. Now, the era of humans is about to end, and from now on will be the era of dragons. Dieter scratched his ears and asked, is the speech over? Can we start typing? The wanton smile on Rogue's face condensed, and he pulled down his whole face and sneered. Ah, Dieter, you shouldn't just let me go, I'm not the me I used to be. Isn't it the secret art of manipulating dragons? What is it called? F***K Zhonglong magic. The name is really ugly, it looks like you sing. Dieter shrugged. Future rogue love. I don't understand why Dieter knows this kind of magic, it stands to reason that no one knows. It doesn't matter, first of all, let's kill all the wizards on the street. In the future, Rogue said that Dieter actually understood his own magic, but he thought about it and ordered it directly. Those dragons rushed in different directions immediately, ready to eradicate all the mages. Let's get started. Dieter wouldn't care so much, and Rogue's strength in the future would be just that, not enough to make him vigilant, so he was ready to rush over to kill him. Etc. At this time, Natsu stepped out and reached out to stop Dieter, who was about to rush over. His fists were raging with flames, and he ordered, "This person asked me to come, in order to protect Lucy." Mira-Jane and Lucy and the three cats all looked at Wendy at the same time, and the meaning in those eyes couldn't be clearer. 7 dragons, dragon-slaying magic is the most effective attack, so. Taking 2 steps back didn't deny Natsu's request. Dieter patted Wendy's small shoulder and pointed to the emerald dragon in front of him to give hope. They all expressed their thoughts, but they all felt that it was the most appropriate way to let Wendy on at this time. Wendy is indeed a dragon slayer, and it's just right to deal with dragons. Dieter thought for a moment. Dieter swept over each dragon. Come on, Wendy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But Wendy is too young to deal with it, why don't we go together? Can I really? Each of the 3 cats spoke. Seeing this, Natsu immediately rushed towards Rogue, and after a while, the 2 of them fought on the dragon. I think it's fine, Wendy is a dragon slayer, He looked at the emerald dragon next to the eclipse gate, and then looked at Wendy. Wendy shyly twisted her footsteps and said in a glutinous voice, a little less confident. Chapter 152, The Power Burst, Hurting the Emerald Dragon. Actually, if I can give others the magic of adding dragon power, I can kill this dragon, but it is obvious that the dragon's scales are very hard and have a certain degree of immunity to magic. So general attacks may not work at all, so Wendy is up to you, Dieter regretted. He just wanted to tease Wendy, not to let her go alone, facing a dragon. Allah, let's go up together and help Wendy resist this dragon, Mira-Jane said hurriedly. She still knew Dieter, however, he still helped to speak in time, and didn't want Dieter to continue to tease Wendy, so as not to be hurt by. I will try my best. Wendy took a deep breath, clenched her fists to cheer herself up, took a deep breath and watched the huge emerald dragon in front of her also prepare to fight. Ahahaha, the emerald dragon Kilkonus in front of him looked funny at the little guys in front of him, laughing wildly. It's so funny that a small human dares to resist the dragon. Opening the mouth of the blood basin, the exhaled airwaves stirred up the gravel on the ground, which is not weak. My magic can defeat dragons, and I'm up. Wendy took a deep breath and rushed towards the emerald dragon very seriously. The small body was in sharp contrast with the huge dragon. Dragons roar. Taking a deep breath, sucking the surrounding air into her stomach, Wendy let out a lowly growl. The dragon's breath swept toward the emerald dragon. Boom. Damn, it's human. Dare to resist the great dragon, I will eat you. The emerald dragon was hit and suddenly shouted. The smoke dissipated. The emerald dragon was not in serious trouble, instead he blew at the few people in front of him. The clothes on both Lucy's bodies suddenly. Wow, that's great, Dieter sighed. Dieter. Mira-Jane immediately ran over to cover Dieter's eyes and glared at him pretending to be angry. Humans are, yummy, but clothes are unpalatable, so I'm going to eat next. Emerald Dragon smiled and grabbed Lucy and prepared to stuff it into his stomach. At this time, Mira-Jane immediately transformed. They attacked the Emerald Dragon, trying to rescue Lucy. Pung. Mira-Jane's attack was very powerful, but it didn't hurt or itch for the dragon, and continued to stuff Lucy into his mouth. Wendy right now. Advertisement. Mira-Jane knew that she could only rely on Wendy's dragon-slaying magic, and immediately called her to attack. Not to be outdone, Wendy used Dragon Slayer magic to attack. Boom. A loud bang. The emerald dragon was hit in the neck, and it hurt immediately. Without a word, he threw Lucy out of his hand and grabbed Wendy with a smaller body. 4th gear, Elastic Man. Dieter knew that this claw would be seriously injured, so he immediately entered the 4th gear. The body changes instantly. The right fist shrunk into the body and catapulted to Wendy's face. Armed color dirty. Rubber Great Ape King gun. The arm continued to blow air, and the pattern of the devil fruit on the body became more intense. The shrunken arm was even bigger. Dragon claw attacks. It has a strong bloody smell that makes it hard to breathe. The dragon claws had a sharp sense of tearing. As if to shred all the space, he directly ignored Dieter's unstoppable claws. Come on, let me see how powerful the dragon is. Dieter's body sank, his feet inserted directly into the stone brick once to stabilize his body, his torso was tense, and he twisted his body to hit the dragon's claws. Hit hard with all your might. Dieter's eyes flashed red at the dragon's claw. Boom. The 2 hoists meet the hoist 1 together, and the ground will be broken when necessary. The ferocious cracked traces climbed all around in an instant. The earth trembled. The shaking of the earth dragon turned over, causing the surrounding buildings, the ground, and the air to tremble. Hoo-hoo. The wind blows. The aftermath of the collision between the 2 was like a 12-level typhoon, which instantly overturned the surrounding people. A large amount of gravel blasted out like a chamber. Boom boom boom. Those rubble smashed into the ground, embedded in the building, and the surroundings were in a mess. The storm made everyone have no time to watch, either grabbing the surrounding buildings to resist, or being blown by the wind to nowhere. The sonic boom is coming. Countless people looked at the colliding nodes in shock. The storm disappeared. The scene also became clear, and everyone looked towards the center, wanting to see the results. Advertisement: several deep scratches were spread on the gravel ground. Right in the center. The deep crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters is like a trace left by a meteorite impact, and the scratches extend from the deep crater. For flowers. Da. The end of the scratch is the body of the emerald dragon. And the sharp claws that the jade dragon swung out had broken a finger, and blood dripped on the ground. Roar, the dragon's roar sounded, and the strong wind blew up again. The emerald dragon roared. The mere humans dared to hurt the great emerald dragon. You have successfully angered me, kid. Injured. Countless people were shocked, and their faces changed from the initial panic to cloudy. From cloudy doubt to ecstasy. The dragon was successfully wounded. Marvelous. It's too powerful. The strength of a person can be so strong. He was able to injure the dragon. Which finger did he break? It's amazing. Who is this person? My god, the despairing dragon is actually injured by us humans. We have hope and hope to win. Mirajane et al. Are also quite different. Sha Lulu also panicked. Is Dieter really human? B. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. They admire the 5 body cast to the ground. Ponsalili also couldn't believe that it was really possible for a human to injure a dragon. He was too thoughtful. Countless people shed emotionally moved tears, looking at the figure in the middle of the deep pit with incomparable enthusiasm. Wendy was also shocked when she saw the dragon's broken claw. He thinks that he is powerful, but he will definitely not be the opponent of the dragon. Hey, it's true or false, that's a dragon. I originally planned to find trouble with Dieter, but now that he was able to injure the dragon, I immediately gave up the thought in my heart. For Dieter no longer dared to look down on or provoke any plans. This kind of terrifying enemy is definitely not someone he can fight against. Shocked, Alacardios, who was next to him, couldn't believe it, but he still replied. It's Dieter, the S-rank mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. This man is so powerful that he can smash a dragon. Ecstasy. Brother Dieter broke a finger of a dragon, which is more powerful than Dragon Slayer magic. To deal with dragons, only dragon-slaying magic should be effective, but now he was injured by Dieter, which is incredible. Alacardios was knocked out in the dragon's tomb, and the princess opened her eyes and asked curiously, who is he? Which guild's president can actually hurt a dragon? Chapter 153. The ability to shake the fruit is powerful, and the breath of the dragon is smashed with one blow. The pit is in the center. Half of Dieter sank into the ground. He sucked in the cold air and shook his hand. The force is mutual, and the hard blow against the dragon is also quite uncomfortable. It stands to reason that he should not be afraid of attacks due to the ability of the rubber fruit. But in fact, it is not that the attack can be ignored. It seems that the magic is so powerful that it can cause damage to him. He heard the words of the people behind him clearly. To be honest, he wasn't very proud, because his nearly full-strength blow only broke one of the dragon's fingers, and the gap seemed a bit too strong. Fortunately, the shock fruit is many times stronger than the rubber fruit. Dieter pulled his body out of the ground. The power of the rubber fruit is limited, but the shaking fruit is really strong, and it should be able to move the dragon. Softer. Human, you succeeded in angering me. The emerald dragon waved its wings, and its body slowly leapt up, bowed its head and opened its mouth, and the rich dragon breath condensed in its mouth. Run. The dragon's breath is about to be released. 793. Going to die, really going to die, run away, it's over, the world is really going to perish. Countless soldiers called out in horror. The joy just now was no longer seen, and the dragon breath was different at first glance, and wanted to destroy the world. Now only escape, desperately escape from here. Her Royal Highness, retreat quickly. Others immediately said this, to leave this place of right and wrong, the dragon breath will destroy the city, leaving only death. Dieter. Let's run. Mirajane also called out immediately. Dieter is very strong, of course she knows, but the terrifying thing of dragon breath is definitely not something ordinary people can resist. This reminded her of the scene of Akulonoia on Sirius Island. That desperate breath instantly enveloped the whole body. Wendy and the 2 cats did the same, looking at the dragon flying high, they were also extremely frightened. Dragon breath. The dragon's breath that is enough to destroy an island is really about to appear. Interesting. Dieter stretched out his arms to move his muscles and bones, watching the dragon's breath that was about to roar. You back off, don't let this dragon spit out the dragon's breath, otherwise the whole city will be destroyed, Dieter said. Wendy quickly persuaded. Brother Dieter, let's go, the dragon's breath is not something we can handle. It's a Dieter, even if this dragon is not as good as a Kuronoga, it's definitely not a giant dragon that we can deal with. The most sensible thing is to retreat temporarily. Ponsalili analyzed. Sha Lulu also said, yeah, let's run away now. Several people were very nervous. The longer the delay, the more dangerous it is, and it is better to flee now. Even temporarily is better than staying. Dieter. Mirajane was extremely nervous and wanted to continue persuading. Dieter raised his hand and waved, and replied with a smile, trust me, you should step back. Advertisement. Mirajane hesitated for a moment, but obediently led Wendy back, and came to the back of a broken building to hide, her eyes locked on Dieter's body, and she was extremely worried. Bring it on. Dieter's fists were covered with a white halo, and the ability to shake the fruit at full magnitude was urged to the extreme. Bruises on face and body. The emerald dragon staring at the sky with extremely solemn eyes. The light blooms. The emerald dragon exhaled a terrifying dragon breath, and the beam charged towards Dieter on the ground with a destructive aura. Break it to me! Dieter roared and blasted his hands into the air. Cracks appear. Countless cracks spread out around the two fists aimed at, and the cracks extended uncontrollably. That moment, the people hiding behind them all looked over at the same time. The dragon's breath seemed to be frozen in an instant. Instead of continuing to cover Dieter, they stopped in front of the crack, as if confronting each other. Taste. Rumbling. The roar was deafening. The ground on the entire scene sank a lot like a knife, and the broken stone bricks and various buildings exploded in an instant. Immediately crushed to shreds, shockingly, it can be clearly seen in the eyes of everyone. There was a crack in the dragon's breath beam. Not only that, with the appearance of the first crack, more cracks are spread on the dragon's breath beam. Out the crisp sound of shattering enters the eardrum. When it was necessary, the cracks quickly extended towards the emerald dragon in the air, and the dragon's breath was instantly covered with cracks that could be broken at any time. Sudden. The emerald dragon in the sky is a masterpiece. The flickering wings instantly stiffened, and the body staggered and fell from the air toward the ground. Like being hit hard. The dragon's breath beam also shattered, turning into magic power and disappearing in front of him. The city that was about to be destroyed was saved by Dieter's blow. Okay, so strong, isn't this strength a bit too terrifying? Fairy Tail is the #1 guild in Fury, and it has such a terrifying existence. It's no wonder that even after 7 years of decline, it can return to its peak. It's so powerful that it's outrageous. Humans can actually do this. I accept it. I can't do it if I don't accept it. You must not offend the power of the annihilation level. Advertisement, the soldiers exclaimed. Everyone looked at Dieter with numb scalps, and the strength of Dieter was beyond their imagination. It is also impossible to easily accept that the power of human beings is so strong. One blow shatters the dragon's breath, even wounding the giant dragon. This strength is not at the same level as those players in the competition. It can be so strong. The princess was also stunned. In her opinion, the dragon's breath would definitely destroy the city just now, but it was actually smashed by a magician, and even the dragon was injured. This strength is too terrifying. His eyes were full of curiosity, eager to learn about Dieter's experience. What made him so powerful to such a terrifying extreme? Gollum. Alucardio's was even more cold sweat dripping from his face, and he was countless times more timid towards Dieter. Frightened, I wish I could slap myself a few times. To even want to take revenge on a guy with such strength afterwards is simply daring. At the same time, he also decided in his heart that when the matter is over, he must not show any disrespect to him in the slightest, and when necessary, he must listen to his words, and he can completely abandon his dignity. Offending such a person will definitely lead to a tragic death. Same. Mirajane and a few people are even more pity. Mainly because he was deeply shocked by Dieter's strength, and the power of that blow was entangled in his heart. Impressive. Lucy was kicked out, Happy chased away, and Lucy hadn't left in the future. At this moment, seeing the strength shown by Dieter can be regarded as a complete admiration. When I remember that Dieter said he was the future president of Fairy Tail, I still didn't believe it, but now I completely believe it. Such power. It is impossible not to be the guild leader. Such a powerful existence is definitely a guild leader level existence. Dieter is so powerful. Mirajane is also completely confused by 1.1. It was the first time she had seen Tay use this level of power, and she immediately knew that Dieter could be so powerful. Hard against dragon breath. Is that something that humans can handle? Posilily's hair stood up in horror, and he had a thorough understanding of Dieter. He is so powerful. I originally thought that Gajil's strength was already very strong, but now, compared with Dieter, it's like a sky and an underground. Posilily sighed. Sha Lulu also nodded dumbly. Dragon Slayer magic is the best against dragons. Ordinary magic is almost ineffective against dragons, but Dieter's strength can actually do this. I feel like Dieter is better than Grandini. Wendy was also amazed. It was the first time she had seen a human being able to smash the breath of a dragon, and she felt that even Grandini who taught her would not have the ability. Simply awesome. Chapter 154. Overturn the earth. The most powerful power of the quake fruit. Call. Dieter let out a sullen breath. Looking at the place where the dragon fell, he also retracted his gaze. The power of the dragon is very powerful. Even the dragon's breath is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Fortunately, there is still a little gap compared with Akulonoia, otherwise he might also be injured. Dieter. Are you alright? Mirajane and the others rushed up behind him, pulled Dieter to look up and down, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was not injured. Brother Dieter, you are amazing. Wendy also exaggerated in ecstasy, her eyes extremely hot. Pang Shalili and Sha Lulu's eyes were also quite shocked, and they were stunned by his strength. I'm fine. Dieter smiled and waved his hand. After this blow, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. Although it is still a long way from defeating Zareth and Akulonoia, there is no need to worry about the lack of strength for Tartaros. That dragon should have been injured. Although dragon-slaying magic does damage to dragons, it is still relatively difficult to defeat them. I went elsewhere to see if I could find a solution and couldn't. You guys have a good rest here. See and smell the use of color. Dieter also immediately noticed that the others were in very poor condition. I also know that now is not the time to chat, and we must hurry to support others, otherwise it will be too late to regret it. Okay. You pay attention to safety. Mirajane agreed without a word, and the reason she was worried before was because she was afraid that Dieter would be defeated by the dragon. Now that I saw Dieter's strength, I was completely relieved. In the future, Lucy also looked at Dieter affectionately and silently told him that he must help. Dieter nodded and walked away from here towards a certain location. Abandoned ruins somewhere. Ultir slumped on the ground and looked at the gray sky with deep regret in his eyes. I gave up. Didn't kill him, but that's not the problem. But I actually wanted to kill someone who didn't have any sins. I am extremely arbitrary in trying to take people's lives, and I still haven't changed. What about the witch's sin? My sin can't be eliminated at all. I'm no longer qualified to live. Da-da. Footsteps were heard not far away. With tears in his eyes, Ultir looked in the direction of the sound. What are you talking to yourself about? Dieter sat on the rock, eating some snacks he got from somewhere, watching Ultir ask vaguely. Advertisement with a hint of relief in Ultir's voice, he said, I originally wanted to atone for my sins, but I haven't changed at all. I'm still the witch who kills without hesitation. I'm no longer qualified to live. Dieter continued, so what? Ultir replied, if sacrificing my life can bring the world back to the way it was, I'm willing to give my life. Clap clap. Dieter kept applauding and nodded in satisfaction. He concluded, so it turns out, sacrifice is everyone's freedom, but I don't think you deserve it. Ultir looked at the unique inexplicably, not understanding the meaning of this person's sudden appearance. Dieter got up from the rock. Walking up to Ultir, he reached out to hold her chin and lifted her head, his eyes were cold. Your life is not yours, I saved you, so yours is mine, now it's time for you to repay, Dieter said. Ultir's body trembled slightly. Depressed, self-deprecating. Really, but the world is about to be destroyed, how do you let me repay? Only by sacrificing the ultimate magic of the Arc of Time that I use can restore the world. Dieter shook his head. Release Ultir and turn around to pull away. Reach out and throw, take off the jacket and throw it to Ultir. He took a deep breath with his hands clawed, his eyes very dignified. Then I will stop the world that is about to be destroyed. Raise your hands and grab. As if grabbing the air, an unprecedented power erupted from his body. Anyway, this city is already shabby, so I'll make it even more shabby, and it's all over. Dieter jerked his arms. Moment. Ultir felt the ground shaking, and it seemed that something particularly terrifying was about to happen. Get up and look over. Immediately, his eyes were filled with horror. See you. The ground of the whole city began to undergo a strange change, and the ground cracked. The ground of the city is cracked with gaps, and the gaps are bottomless, as deep as leading to the abyss. Not only that, the ground of the whole city is no longer flat and deformed into land with different angles. Countless people were amazed. People in the whole city fell into madness. They grabbed their hair and screamed, watching the apocalypse-like scene paralyzed to the ground in despair. What exactly is going on? Look at the ravines formed by the entire city, and the scene where the ground is lifted up. No matter how hard Makarov tried, he couldn't calm down. The earth cracked. The whole city was completely ruined. Could it be that the dragon did this? Advertisement. Erza held the ground, shaking violently in disbelief at what his eyes saw. This is the end of the world. The rest of the guild also gritted their teeth and looked at the ruined land, sweating coldly. If dragons have this kind of power, they can't beat them at all. No matter how hard you try, you can't do that, at the same time. Gray and other people who were fighting also fell to the ground because of the shaking of the ground. Boom. At the moment when he fell to the ground, a beam of light passed through his face and hit the ground. Suddenly Gray was more than afraid. Touching his face, he said, if it wasn't for the ground, I would have died from the blow just now. He did not know who made the shaking and cracking of the earth. But he knew that this state would save his life in disguise. If it weren't for this situation, he might have been pierced by the beam of light and died in this 793. Not just Gray. Also, Macau and others were rescued by the sudden deformity of the earth. And at the same time, the huge eclipse gate also cracked open, destroying it directly. A time. The dragons of the whole city and the future people are wrapped in light, and they are about to disappear. Dieter sighed. The cracking of the earth did not last long, and the deformed ground quickly recovered. I'm so tired. Dieter sighed in relief as he watched the ground recover. Under the perception of seeing and hearing, although the group of people who appeared in danger suffered a little damage, they did not die, and they also shattered the eclipse gate. It's the perfect solution to the crisis, but fortunately there was no trouble. Puff, Dieter fell, but instead of falling to the ground, he was supported. He also felt something very elastic in his head, and when he looked up, Ultir's face was in front of him. So it's you, you're so handsome. After seeing the person, Dieter also fainted due to exhaustion. This is the first time he has used all his strength. The power system of the fairy tale world is very high, and the earth is also full of huge magic power. It consumes a lot of power to crack the earth and lift it up with his power. Even if he is very powerful, he has already run out of fuel to achieve this level. It's just a very good situation. Fortunately, it fell into the arms of the beauty. Chapter 155. The little girl does not understand moderation. Eclipse Gate. Looking at the broken door, many people were stunned. The Eclipse Gate was destroyed. Could it be that someone knew our plan and helped me? Her Royal Highness the Princess whispered softly. The future Lucy said, it's unbelievable, it broke the gate made of super magic alloy. She clearly knew. It must be Dieter who caused all this, because only Dieter could have done this.
I also admire Dieter's strength even more for being so powerful. What will happen next? Asked the princess. The future Lucy looked down at the light on his body and replied with a smile. The eclipse gate is destroyed. The gate of the future will not be able to be used. We will not be able to come to this era. It is time to go back. At the same time, she also has some regrets. The eclipse gate is broken, so should Dieter also go? Until now she hadn't found out that Dieter was lying. It's all over. Future Lucy closed his eyes and his tense nerves loosened. A breeze blows. On a golden wheat field, Lucy woke up, and looking at the clear sky made her unable to react for a while. Lucy. There was a call from the hillside, and Lucy looked over. I saw where Natsu and the rest of the guild appeared, looking at her with a smile. Natsu ran over, stretched out his hand and smiled and said, "Let's go on an adventure." Moment. Lucy burst into tears. Yeah, the city is in ruins. The destructive power caused by the 7 dragons is not very strong. Although it is in a mess, the entire city is destroyed in a violent shock, and no one knows what is going on. Only understand that because the shock destroyed the eclipse gate, the dragon and the future people disappeared. Although the city is dilapidated, people are still alive. The carriage carried a group of people walking towards Magnolia. Dieter bro doesn't look very comfortable. In the carriage Lucy asked curiously, watching Dieter lying on Erza's lap. Yes. Erza smiled and stroked his unique hair. She couldn't help but think back to Dieter who took it from Ultir's arms, and Ultir's words made her wonder what happened. I owe him another life, which I will repay in the future. Erza didn't know what this sentence meant, but she knew that Dieter's Chengju must have something to do with her. Maybe something happened that no one knew about. It feels a little reluctant. Sigh, that's disgusting. Don't sit on the horse, run back to me. It feels like a long time in Crocus. Gray and others on the carriage also chatted, and these few days really seemed like a long time ago. Magnolia. It's back. They're back. Everyone, come and see. Finally come back. Countless people on the city streets cheered enthusiastically, expressing a warm welcome with passion. People in the city announced, "Everyone, let's welcome the winning guild of the Great Demon Fight with the warmest applause. Advertisement Fairy Tale is back in triumph. Wow lala." Applause broke out, and the faces of the residents who looked at them were filled with laughter. The warmest applause to the members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Very noisy. Dieter, who was supported by Mirajane and Erza, straightened his brows, slowly opened his eyes and looked around at the muttering speechless. Dieter, are you awake? Dieter, you have nothing to do. Do you need to go to the hospital to check your body? Both Erza and Mirajane offered their condolences quickly. Dieter smacked his lips, stretched out his arms and hugged the 2 girls with a smile and replied, "Don't worry, I just used a little too much power. I'll just rest for 2 days, and you all took care of me along the way." "Allah, it's fine," Mirajane replied with a smile. "You're really worried about me for a while." Boom. Erza then smashed his unique head against his armor. "So hard." Dieter rants. Hoo-hoo. The inhabitants of the city warmly welcomed them, so that they could not chat, but moved forward to enjoy the cheers of the victors. A lot of people. It seems that residents of the cities around Magnolia have also come. The guild members were also pleasantly surprised when they saw the crowd of residents around them. The people around them kept waving at them. He greeted the familiar people with a lot of tongues, and also praised the excellent performance of the players during the competition. The people in the guild are also very honored. Lively greet people and respond to every question. Well, now, I have asked Mr. Magnoliashi to present them with souvenirs. Foremost. She appears on the way home from the guild members. Chairman Makarov smiled embarrassedly. Souvenirs, you don't have to worry so much. Chief Shi guided and said, "Everyone at Fairy Tale, please come this way." Everyone in the guild was very curious about what souvenir Mr. Shi was going to issue, and they even had to go there in person, and this direction was still the previous address of the guild. Soon, everyone came to the original Fairy Tale site. A towering building came into view, and everyone stared at the huge building in front of them with wide-eyed exclamations. "Fairy, the tale is the pride of our city, so we repaired the guild and want to give it to you," Shi Chong announced. Immediately, everyone in the guild has this infinite light in their eyes. The guild has returned to its original state. Natsu was the most excited, raising his hands and cheering enthusiastically. Chairman Makarov held Shi Chang's hand with both hands, and said gratefully, "Shi Chong, you are such a good person." Shi Chong laughed. Where? This guild was completed in a few days by the residents of the city. It is a congratulations to you for regaining the first prize of Fury, and I hope to make persistent efforts in the future. Of course, Makarov agreed, cheering. I love this city the most. Within the guild, Dieter organizes his fishing gear and prepares to go fishing. Dieter went fishing. Advertisement, ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I saw Dieter fishing. After all, 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yeah, I've been sealed even if I thought about it, so I can still stay young. Macau, what you want to say is that when you get old, there will be no girls to chat with you, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, the guild was very lively. The new guild is a great battlefield for its members. So fighting is normal. I haven't fished for a long time, and I don't know how the price of Magnolia's fish is. I hope it doesn't drop too much, otherwise I'll have to work again. Dieter walked outside with his fishing gear. Although the body is still a little tired, but the overall problem is not big, just relax. Just to go fishing to adjust the mind and body. Incidentally, selling fish to earn some living expenses so that you don't have to go out and entrust tasks everywhere, and it is Dieter's favorite thing to be at ease. If you want to go fishing, I will accompany you. Erza Bay Dieter was going out fishing, also said a word and followed. The two quickly came to the fishing spot, and Erza also looked at Dieter as they prepared the tools and seemed to have something to say. What's wrong? Dieter asked, looking over. Erza asked suspiciously. When picking you up, what did Ultir say that he owes you another life? What does it mean? What secrets are there between the two of you? She was like a jealous little girl who kept asking questions, desperate to know what Dieter had done. Listening to this, Dieter is a little lost. After hanging the bait with the fishing rod, he threw it in and sat down and said, Ultir, the first time we met was on Galuna Island, when she pretended to be Leon's collaborator to trouble us. Treating enemies is generally ruthless, but I spared her life at that time. After hearing the explanation, Erza also suddenly realized, and then asked in a strange tone. You are so soft on women, do you have any bad ideas? Shocked, Dieter's eyes widened. I'm not, I think too much without you. Deny the triple. Dieter's brain quickly revolved. The second time we met was on Sirius Island, she was a member of Grimoire Heart, and I let her go, thinking that her magical future might be useful. It's actually very useful, because with her magic, Natsu and the others can open the second source of magic. Zhao Nuo is good. Erza understands after hearing this. It has to be said that Dieter's mercy was indeed a great help to them at that time. Actually not. God, you little girls don't understand moderation. My God, I'm a wounded man. Erza raised his head sharply and asked, what did you and Mirajane do when you were alone in the great demon fight? Did you do bad things behind my back? Taking a deep breath, he didn't ask any more questions, but accompanied Dieter on the shore fishing. Dieter was speechless, wondering if the topic jumped a little too fast. Erza pulled her face and walked towards the city without a word about her unique collar. She said she owes me another life for this reason, Dieter explained. Huh? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What is the injury? I'll just take the initiative. The second source of magic created the victory of the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts competition. Erza nodded. After that, there was the Dragon King Festival. At that time, everyone was useless to the dragon. She planned to use the forbidden magic to restore time to the time before the Eclipse Gate was opened. However, I was not optimistic about her at the time, so I advised her to give up the idea of suicide. Follow me to the hotel and do it again when you and Mirajane do it, no, 3 times. Dieter bites the bullet and says no after a long wait. Chapter 156. One of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Ishgar. The guild is back on top. Therefore, a large number of commissioned tasks came one after another, and the guild members took the tasks enthusiastically and took action. The originally lively guild was also deserted. Dieter yawned and entered the guild from the hotel outside, looked at the hall where there were few people, and turned to walk on the street. Erza went to work with Wendy after tossing around Dieter. It stands to reason that he should have returned today, but it has nothing to do with Dieter. He has come to his senses. Women are nothing but pink and pink skeletons, and staying away from women is the secret to longevity. Dieter. After awakening, Dieter was about to go shopping, but suddenly he heard someone calling his name, and immediately looked over. Oncoming are Erza, Wendy, Lucy and Sha Lulu. There is a saying that there are 3 women in one play, and a cat is added. One play is not enough for them to sing. You must stay away from them, especially when you enter the empty door. Erza, are you shopping? Dieter forced a smile to say hello. I decided to find an opportunity to leave. It is absolutely impossible to accompany women shopping, especially when there are many women. No, Gray and Natsu went out on a mission and didn't come back for a few days. We're going to check it out. Erza said. The eyes were very expectant, as if waiting for Dieter to say something. And unique indulgence. Looking at the people who were full of anticipation, they also said, then 793 is. His eyes were getting brighter and he seemed to know that Dieter was going to agree, and he was getting happier. Be careful. Of course Dieter wouldn't follow her face, so she turned around and left immediately after telling them to pay attention to safety. Huh? Suddenly several people were stunned. Or Erza reacted fast enough, hooked him by the neck, and said, it's great, it would be best if you had Dieter with you. What the hell? I didn't promise. I'm going to catch 100 pounds of fish today, Dieter retorted. Erza nodded. I knew that as the guild eldest brother, you are still quite worried about Natsu and Gray, and you are willing to take the initiative to come with us. That's good, we'll go. Ah, you were forced. Dieter resisted desperately, but Erza couldn't let him leave, dragged him away. In a mountain range. The forced Dieter and Erza and the others come to the location where Gray and Natsu were doing their quests. A huge monster fell in front of him, so big, advertisement. This is the monster written in the power of attorney. Looks like they solved it a long time ago. Several people were emotional. At the same time, it's even better. CFBB, strange, the monster has been removed. Why haven't the task been completed and left? What's going on? Sha Lulu. Save me. At this time, Happy came out holding a branch and supporting the embarrassed body. Oh, Happy. You haven't eaten in a few days. You look so ugly, Dieter joked. Happy also immediately said the matter again. Then they walked towards where Gray and Natsu were with a few people. Before they could even see it, Gray and Natsu were both facing each other miserably. Don't mess with me again, you stinking flame. Gray's entire face was swollen, and he yelled at Natsu across from him. I should have said that,
You pervert. Natsu's face was also swollen like a big fat man, and even so, he still did not show weakness. It's all your fault that you are always in a mess. It's all because you're always dawdling. The two of them started fighting again, and they looked very energetic. After a few people saw it, they also breathed a sigh of relief. It's still the same, I'm still worried about them. Ah, Sha Lulu over there asked curiously, did they fight for 3 days? Happy said. They go back and forth, but they eat and sleep normally. Sha Lulu burst out laughing. Iya, this way of fighting is really cute. Dieter cupped his forehead. Step up to stop it. Hello, it's time for you two to stop. When needed. Gray and Natsu immediately turned their heads and shouted, shut up. At the same time, he raised his fist and punched Dieter, apparently already red-eyed. It didn't matter who came to stop him. Pung. Dieter rolled his eyes. He raised his hands and squeezed the fists of the two, his eyes filled with malicious intent. Oh, a fight? I'll accompany you, Dieter said, sharply. Gray and Natsu were a little flustered. How come Dieter is here? Advertisement. Why is he here? Dieter's mouth twitched. Come on, two little guys. Rip off. Clap clap. After a random pickup, Gray and Natsu's faces added injuries again, but fortunately they have calmed down. Back to the guild. The members laughed at them unsurprisingly when they learned about the two. I really can't take the two of you. You are not children anymore. How interesting. Natsu frowned. I'll never go to work with him again. Gray didn't show weakness. Idiot, I can't ask for more. There. Dieter sat at the counter eating Mirajane's egg fried rice, not interested in their conversation at all. And Mirajane came from elsewhere. Holding several documents in his hand, he greeted President Makarov. President, I just received an urgent power of attorney. Makarov looked at it. Huh? Reaching out his hand to take the document in Raja's hand, he checked it and muttered, after the great demon fighting and martial arts, there has been a lot more power of attorney for appointing a certain magician to complete the work. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Makarov looked at the power of attorney again, and immediately widened his eyes when he saw the client. This is. Here again. Everyone in the guild widened their eyes. The client is one of the 10 great demonic paths. Why would such a powerful person send a power of attorney? And this time Makarov's expression was quite serious, and he said to the two, no, you have to go this time. And you must not make any mistakes for me. Shock. The same goes for Gray, don't touch me, I don't want to. At the same time, Erza is also quite curious. What is it? What's up? After reading it, he called out to the two who were still arguing, Natsu, Gray. This power of attorney is for the two of you again. Natsu was speechless, and Gray was reluctant. What's the matter with you, old man? I don't want to go with this guy anymore, Natsu said. What? Lucy suddenly realized, so that's what happened, that's why the two of them went to work together. Erza said to the two of them, it's rare that someone entrusts the two of you. This time, let me get along well. The name of the client this time is Ward Sequin. He ranks 4th among the 10 holy demons, and is one of the 4 kings of Ishgar. Chapter 157, Eternal Flame. It's so peaceful here. Blue sky and white clouds, countless pigeons pass by happily from the sky. Hey, the air is so fresh. Lucy stretched his waist comfortably, showing off his proud figure. The wind is also very comfortable. Erza took a deep breath, reached out and brushed her long red hair, and a fresh scent wafted in the wind. It feels like we came out for a picnic, so happy. Yes. Happy, and Sha Lulu take a leisurely walk on the side. You ate my meat. Who wants to eat your food? You put on my clothes first. The color of your hair is too eye-catching, quickly change it for me. Behind a few people, Gray and Natsu were still arguing. At the back of the line, Dieter took his fishing rod and looked around to find a fishing spot. Hearing Erza and Lucis' words, he couldn't help but complain. By the way, this commission is for Gray and Natsu, so why do you have to come along? Erza turned his head. It's rare to have a chance to meet such a big man. But I don't want to see Dieter grumbled. However, Erza directly ignored his words, looked at Gray and Natsu who were arguing, and said, don't make trouble, we are going to meet a person of high status now. Lucy explained in a timely manner. We are worried that the two of you are coming here too late, but looking at the situation, the prospect of the mission is bleak. Brother Dieter, the 10 great demons of the Holy Spirit are the 10 best wizards in the continent selected by the council, aren't they? Wendy asked curiously. Dieter nodded. That's right, our president and Dinla of the Scales of Snake Princess are both one of the Holy 10. In addition, Jose and Jelal of the Phantom Lord have both had this title. In fact, the top 4 people are the great wizards known as the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Wendy wonders. Ishgar? Erza explained. It's the old name of this continent, and it may not be easy to assign Gray and Natsu to such a powerful character. Everyone was very curious. What is the mission of such a character? Arrive. The last Dieter speaks. Everyone looked towards the front. There was a wooden house in the distance. Where is the location? Is this the home of Ward Sequin, who ranks 4th among the 10 great demons? Advertisement. Looking at the simple wooden house, Lucy was curious. Shouldn't such a person live in the most honorable and prosperous city? Slightly different. Pushing in, Erza took the initiative to introduce. Is there anyone at home? We are the wizards of Fairy Tale. Front. The clothed old man was washing with water. Shish, don't talk, grass and trees like silence. After you understand this, close your stinky mouth for me. When asked, Lucy quickly closed his mouth. Several other people also have extremely solemn expressions, and this big man seems to be difficult to speak. Compare. For a moment, the sound of Warod's watering remained in the house. Peeved, Warod suddenly laughed. I'm all yours. I'm joking. Grass, flowers and trees like human voices the most. Speechless. Several people pulled down their faces and were unable to complain. What is this old man doing? Is he really a big man? How can it grow like a tree? Warod didn't care about everyone's complaints, but warmly welcomed him. You are finally here, the wizards of fairy tale, who are Natsu and Gray. Glancing at everyone, he stretched out his hand to hold up the two cats and said, Oh, you guys look more like cats than I thought. Happy, Sha Lulu. After putting the two cats down, Warod continued to hum. Just kidding, kidding, wow ha ha ha. This old man is really self-sufficient, Lucy groaned. Erza seconded. Well, yeah. Warod twisted. Oops, I'm thirsty. He raised the water bottle he had been watering in his hand and poured water into his mouth. Grumble Erza took a deep breath, interrupted Warod's self-deprecating behavior, and asked, Excuse me, but are you Mr. Warod Sequin of the Holy 10 Great Demons? Warod stopped his remorse and admitted, Exactly, I am Warod Sequin. Seeing that everyone seemed to want to continue talking, Warod quickly said, Just kidding. Everyone is stunned, this old man seems to be too. That's weird. Advertisement. Seeing that everyone continued to ask questions, Warod said quickly. Holy down. Lucy and Wendy fell to the ground, their eyes filled with resentment. On the table outside, everyone sat down and waited for Warod to explain the mission. For flowers, Warod really wasn't joking when he got down to business. He said, I have been working on the greening of the desert since I retired, and I use my green magic to prevent the expansion of desertification. To put it nicely, it is charitable activities. In fact, it is just my own interest. So I have been walking in deserts all year round, and not long ago, I found a wonderful village. According to the literature, that village is called the Village of the Sun, and that village has the eternal flame as their patron saint. Here flames. Natsu suddenly became more energetic. Eternal flame? Warod continued. Yes, but the village is now frozen, whether it was a natural or man-made disaster. People, animals, plants, buildings, rivers, and even the eternal flames that guard the village were frozen. Warod said, The villagers are still alive, but they are frozen in ice and I can't ignore them. I hope you can save the village. That's my mission. At this time Erza wondered, Please forgive me, Mr. Warod is such a powerful wizard as you. This matter should be solved by your own power. Frozen people are still alive. Warod, however, shook his head. No, that's no ordinary ice, and your strength is indispensable. Said here. What happened? Natsu responded. So it is? Then things will be easy. Just melt the ice with my flames. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Looks like you guys have misunderstood. Warod said, Even the Holy 10 Great Demons are not omnipotent. We are only 10 people who have been arbitrarily assessed by the council. What? After listening to the commission, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Erza, Lucy and others all looked at Dieter. Second. People say different. Then I shouldn't be needed, Gray said. Warod looked at Dieter, who had been silent, and said, For example, this little friend. I feel that he is very powerful. There are countless mages who are stronger than me on this continent, and I am just a small existence outside this continent. Warod continued. Although it is not clear what happened to the village, the villagers who were frozen in ice are still alive. Chapter 158. Nature Department Burning Fruit Ability. The client, Dieter, was a little stunned. Why was the old man teasing him? But seeing everyone around him looking at him, he was a little speechless. Reaching out and scratching his hair, he said modestly, Mr. Warod likes it, I'm just a small character. Warod laughed. No longer obsessed with this topic, actually, I know almost nothing about attack magic. If the young people are equal to the force, I have no confidence that I can win. Erza wanted to say something more, and Warod shook his head. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Those who complement each other's strengths and weaknesses are companions, and in other words, the guild. Dieter and the others jumped to their feet, involuntarily put on a knowing smile. We've accepted this request. By the way, where is that village? Natsu asked. Warod replied. The village is about 2 kilometers south of here. It's really far. 793. Warod got up, pointed to a spot and said, Don't worry, let me help you this way to the village. You all stand there and don't forget to take your luggage. Everyone doubts. Once in position, Warod said, Turn right. People turn around. Dieter rolled his eyes to keep up, and twisted, happy, in the wrong direction. Just kidding. Suddenly everyone rolled their eyes again. Warod's body was surging with magic, and he was chanting an unknown spell in his mouth. A tree grew on the ground, and it was visible to the naked eye that had dragged the crowd up and became bigger and bigger. Gah, the branches grew extremely fast, rushing towards the direction of the village. Impressive. The tree is moving, it's amazing. It's like a means of transportation, Dieter yawned. I have to say that some magic is really very showy, and the visual sense is simply bursting. It would be great if he could also magic. Village arrives. Everyone jumped down and saw the village not far ahead. The ground is frozen, and the range is a bit large. Advertisement. Dieter looked at the ground. The village in front of him was a little far away. From this, it could be seen that Gray's father, the Ice Demon Slayer, was still very powerful. Go ahead. When I came to the village, I saw a piece of snow-white ice crystals. Whether it's buildings or anything else, it's really frozen, Lucy said. Wendy affirmed. Something must have happened here. According to what Mr. Ward said, the people in the village should have been frozen too, but they don't seem to see anyone, Erza wondered. The crowd moved on. Soon they saw a huge soul, and the group looked up. So big. Seeing the giant-like powerful ice sculpture suddenly exclaimed. Is this the village of giants? Natsu looked at the tall and strong ice sculpture in amazement. He didn't expect the people in this village to be so huge. Erza was surprised. I didn't think there would be such a huge person in the world, it's amazing. Even the dog is huge, Wendy said, pointing to an animal that was significantly lower. Anyway, we have to rescue them as soon as possible. Natsu took off his luggage, set his hands on fire, and placed them on the huge statue. Look at me melting the ice with flames. However, Natsu kept raising the temperature, but still couldn't melt the ice even a little bit. Gray reached out and put his hand on the ice, feeling the strange ice and saying, the tree grandpa said that this is not ordinary ice, and sure enough, I felt a magic power that I had never felt before. Can't you melt the ice with your magic? Erza asked. At this time, there are enemies. Dieter turned his head to look at several figures that appeared on the cliff. Erza and the others immediately looked over vigilantly. Who? Seeing the three figures that appeared, they questioned directly. On the cliff, several people directly introduced. Treasure Hunter Guild, the Labyrinth of Wind Spirits. Ding. Signing into Eternal Flame is successful. Congratulations to the owner for getting a chance to draw a lottery. The probability of this lottery draw is 78% for nature, 21% for superhuman, 1% for animal, whether to draw a lottery or not. The voice of the system assistant came through Dieter's mind. To Dieter's surprise, to be honest, at this stage, he has given up hope for these unimportant plots. After all, the scale of the subsequent episodes is quite large. Advertisement in the matter of this Eternal Flame is not too important, but I didn't expect to be able to sign in and get a lottery chance. Pick it up. Although it is unexpected, he is still very concerned about strengthening his strength. Looking at the probability of this lottery draw is also a little surprising. After all, the ability of the natural system is still very strong, especially in terms of elementalization. It is really good. Ding. Congratulations to the master for winning the nature system burning fruit ability. The upper limit of this ability is weaker than that of the shaking fruit, and it cannot be upgraded or passively transformed into an element. The words in his head confused Dieter, but if you ask further, you will soon know what these words mean. That is to say, even if the burning fruit is upgraded to full level, it is still weaker than the shock fruit of the same full level. Therefore, for convenience, the system does not directly start the upgrade process, and directly gives him the full level burning fruit ability. Then, wouldn't all the abilities I obtain in the future be directly maxed out? After all, there is no fruit stronger than the shaking fruit? Dieter asked in his heart. The system assistant, Little Cutie, replied, it's not a kiss. For example, the flaring fruit, the wind and wind fruit, the giant Buddha of the magical beast, the fish of the magical beast, the door fruit and other space and time fruits, all of which are not as shocking after full level. The shock fruit is weak. Dieter came to a realization. I was a little surprised when I saw Fung Fung fruit and dormant fruit. But on second thought it seems to make sense. Especially the door fruit, maybe it can open the door to the world after reaching the full level, and it is not good to go to other worlds. Alright. Dieter stopped thinking about it after soothing himself. Open your eyes and feel the constant flame power in your body. I can't help but want to try my own flame to melt these ices. According to the legend, there is a devil in every devil fruit, so will I be restrained by the devil destroyer or killed by the 1.1? After all, there are 3 demons in my body right now. Dieter was a little worried. The ice that swept across the ground endured the idea of moving and looked back at the members of the Treasure Hunt Guild. Sniff. At this time, Natsu approached slowly, smelling Dieter's face, looking very strange. Lucy, come and take care of your man, he's a little off right now. Sensing Natsu's anomaly, Dieter immediately understood what he was thinking, and he was probably attracted by the power of the flames in his body. Call Lucy immediately regardless of their conversation. What the hell? Natsu is not my man, Lucy complained, ran over and grabbed Natsu and asked, what are you doing? Everyone else looked over. Natsu scratched his hair in distress and said, I feel like Dieter has a weird smell just now. Real chapter 159. Turned into a mediocre Erza. Fierce. Dieter was powerless to complain. Burning fruit is not only possible to be restrained by the Demon Slayer, but also by Gray's ice and Natsu's fire-eating ability. No wonder there is no need to upgrade. He doesn't even want such a troublesome ability to be self-sufficient. Lucy, I think you should guide Natsu in the right direction. He doesn't respond when he sees your body, which is enough to show that something is wrong with him, Dieter complained. Lucy scratched his hair and retorted. Why do you want me to guide, and Natsu, why are you staring at brother Dieter? Natsu also wanted to get closer to Dieter to find out what was going on. Seeing this, Unique immediately ran elsewhere. Over there, Erza and Wendy looked at the cliff again, and were still arguing with the Treasure Hunt Guild. The Eternal Flame is a dream flame that will not be extinguished for hundreds of years. Among our Treasure Hunters Guild, it is a super treasure of Super S grade. But the giants guarding the village are too much in the way, we can't get close to the treasure. For some reason, the giants were all frozen in a flash. So now is a great time to get the Eternal Flame. The three people in the labyrinth of Fung 25 introduced the greed that could not be hidden in their eyes. Wendy said immediately, "But I heard that the flame is the patron saint of the village and is very important to the villagers." Lucy over there grabbed Natsu, who was chasing Dieter, with both hands, looked at the three of them with difficulty, and said, "If you take it privately, you will become a thief." The three people in the labyrinth of the wind spirit looked at each other, whispering, arguing over what Wendy and Lucy said. Tukao quickly. "You mean to say that the Treasure Hunters Guild shouldn't loot treasure? Treasure was robbed, that can only be super blame themselves. Long, it can't go on like this, we have to get the treasure before the mages come to make trouble. Ooh, let's go." Boom. After complaining, the three immediately turned around and rushed out, leaving Erza et al. Messy in the wind. Gray couldn't help but say, "They probably don't know that even the eternal flame is frozen." Erza nodded, turning to look at Dieter, who was running behind him, and Lucy, who was chasing and pulling Natsu skating behind him. Dieter runs a lap. In front of a few people, he couldn't help but said, "The Treasure Hunters Guild is still a bit capable, since they dared to come, it means that they probably know that the eternal flame is frozen. And since it's a treasure hunting guild, it's normal to have moondrops. If you really want them to continue, you might be able to steal it." Advertisement, what? Gray was startled. Erzasha and others were also a little surprised, and at the same time their brains were spinning rapidly. "That's right. They probably have moondrops, and as long as we have that thing, the people of this village can be rescued," Erza agreed. A time. Everyone looked at each other and thought of the most portable plan. "Grab," Gray and Erza said in unison, and without a word, rushed towards the three of Feng Jing's labyrinth. So fast, Dieter was speechless, and the corners of his mouth twitched when he looked at Natsu, who was still chasing after him. "Run away. Lucy, look after your man." Lucy was frantic, and it was useless to argue. Can only desperately pull Natsu's clothes, let him not to chase. But Natsu seems to think this is very interesting, and continues to chase with Lucy. That's it. The group chased out. Soon, Erza and Dieter reappear in the village. It's really difficult. Dieter was speechless and followed Erza to look at the huge group of statues in front of him. "Well, I don't know why Natsu has been chasing you, but that's fine, let them go after the Treasure Hunter Guild." Erza nodded. Dieter shrugged, raised his palms, and instantly gasped because of the flames. Cough. Erza said different, looking at Dieter a little surprised. "When did you learn fire magic?" "Since I joined the guild, I have often read magic books, but I just learned the magic of fire, so the breath leaked a little, and Natsu would have the idea of eating me." Dieter's random explanation. After hearing what Erza said, he looked at the ice sculpture in front of him and said, "I'm still a little concerned. The giants are all pointing in the same direction with their weapons. What the hell happened in this village before it was frozen? And can a drop of the moon really melt the ice in the whole village?" Dieter said, "It's very simple, if there is a serious danger that is enough to destroy everything, I will keep you behind me. Therefore, these giants must be guarding the eternal flame, and they can find the eternal flame as long as they walk in the direction they're facing away from." Immediately, advertisement Erza's eyes widened. Looking at Dieter with joy, he said excitedly, "Yes, as long as you go over there, you will definitely be able to find the eternal flame, and maybe there will be a way to lift these ice blocks at that time." After he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed behind the giants. Dieter, on the other hand, froze in place. He took a deep breath and complained, "What are you thinking of at this time as a fire? Shouldn't you say a couple of love words while no one is there?" "Shake your head." Dieter licked his lips and slowly followed Erza's footsteps. In the distance is a mountain. Erza quickly came to the top of the mountain, and sighed when he looked at the empty place. It really wasn't that simple. What? Clap clap clap. Sudden, Erza's armor fell to the ground. She was shocked, and she was also a little flustered after looking at the figure reflected by the ice sculpture next to her. 810, what's going on here? Looking at the child reflected in the ice sculpture, Erza said, "I have become a child." She couldn't believe it, and immediately checked the condition of her body. That's why Dieter isn't here now. If he were there, not only would he not dislike it, but he would be quite happy. Natsu wants to compete with her and bully her weak state. I have to find a way to restore it to its original state after being killed. What exactly is going on? She was completely reduced to her childhood condition from the inside out. He suddenly fell to the ground and struggled to stand up. Erza raised his eyebrows. "I can't control physical activities smoothly. Is it because the memory of physical activities in the brain does not match the body shape?" Snapped. The bottom line is that Dieter probably doesn't like her smaller, unremarkable. Wendy calls herself a sister, suddenly rolled from the cliff to the ground. Whether it's the peaks of this ice sculpture or anything else, it's gone. Just as he was talking, his body slammed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Erza goes crazy. Stab. Erza was really speechless, reached out and took off the armor on his arm, and murmured, "Is there any armor that fits this body type? No, compared to this." After reading it, she was stunned. Touching his chin, Erza suddenly thought of what might happen. Chapter 160. Getting smaller. Erza is so cute, think. After getting up, Erza kept getting acquainted with the smaller body right there. Drive magic to summon a weapon. Clatter. A weapon was summoned, and Erza was sweating and muttering. Magic can be used. But the speed of changing clothes has slowed down. The consumption of magic power is increasing, the physical ability is significantly reduced, and the feet are so cold. She no longer dared to imagine that the dignified fairy queen would be very embarrassed to be seen by the rest of the guild with this magic. Ah, the fairy queen also has such unbearable times. Someone was talking behind him. Erza turned her head to look. Minerva, why are you here? Minerva said. I changed guilds, this is my first mission, and I didn't expect to meet you. Erza looked at Minerva's waist badge. Immediately exclaimed. That sign is the eye of the dream demon, the dark guild. Lai Niba was not surprised by Erza's reaction and replied with a smile. The little girl wants to rule the strongest guild, and it doesn't matter if the white or the underworld is. What the little girl likes is to take all the scenery from the world of the strong. Erza said with a cold face. Is the eye of the dream demon the strongest guild? This kind of guild is just a stepping stone, and the little girl has to go higher, Minerva said. Erza scolded, holding weapons in both hands. Have you abandoned your magister's pride, Minerva? She couldn't agree with Erza's claims. Tanshu stopped the topic from continuing. This is the end of the chat, let's continue the battle, but what can you do with your current appearance? Immediately, Erza has figured out who is responsible for her situation. Seemingly aware of what Erza was thinking, Minerva explained, it's because of my companion's magic, and there's a lot of interesting magic in the underworld. Erza was furious, looks like you didn't intend to have a decent fight with me. Minerva wasn't angry either. Hey, Dao has a gangster style of play, it's just a different way of thinking, you have to be mentally prepared, this is not a big devil fighting in martial arts, but a life and death fight. Damn it. Erza doesn't care so much, even if his body gets smaller, he doesn't show weakness. Waving the weapon in his hand, he flew towards Minerva. Hit the ground hard. The body leaps into the air. Sudden. His body stopped moving in the air, and someone was grabbing him from behind. Wow, small Erza is so cute. Dieter hugged Erza like a child and looked at her with immense joy. Let me go. Advertisement. Erza was a little stunned, noticing that the current posture really looks like an adult holding a child. He said quickly with a blushing face. No, you are so cute like this. Dieter certainly wouldn't agree. Ignoring Erza, he looked at Minerva in front of him and said, what kind of magic is this magic? I must study it well when I go back. Dieter. Minerva had a gloomy face. To say who she hated the most, it would definitely be Dieter, who had cast a considerable shadow on her back then during the great demon fighting martial arts competition. Are you asking for defeat again? Dieter raised his eyebrows, and without letting go of Erza in his arms, he raised his fist and threw it out. The quaking fruit is in full swing. In an instant, the cracks spread and hit Minerva. Chi, do you think the little girl will directly confront you? Your lack of long-range attack is the biggest drawback. Minerva stepped back immediately. He stopped after getting far enough away from Dieter. Cut. Dieter was disdainful, and the raging flames in his body suddenly boiled. Fire punch. The fist was wrapped in flames, and the surging flame fist roared towards Minerva. Flames are like pillars. How can it be? Minerva didn't expect Dieter to learn fire magic after not seeing him for a few days, and immediately knew that long-range attacks would be ineffective. Watching the roaring flames wave to block it, I'm thinking about what to do. Saddle. Just as Dieter was about to continue his attack, he felt Erza in his arms sank suddenly, and he returned to his original state. Recovered, let me go. Seeing this moment, Erza broke free from Dieter and said that he didn't want to be too intimate with him outside. What a pity. Dieter pouted. There is such a powerful magic, but it turns out to be useless. It's too embarrassing to recover so quickly. Ming Ove. Just as I was thinking about it, a harsh sound poured into my eardrums, enveloped by a mysterious power. Advertisement. Dieter felt the power in his body receding. After a while, he turned into a child like that, and he was stunned. What the hell? Dieter looked at the clothes on his body and was speechless. Although the strength in his body did not decrease much, the child's body was still somewhat inconvenient. It's getting smaller, and Minerva is getting smaller too. What the hell is going on? Erza had just put on the armor and turned into a little girl again, and Dieter, who looked at Jungta, noticed that Minerva on the opposite side had also turned into a child. Grandmas. Dieter was powerless to complain. Bright. Mobilizing the power in his body, he moved instantly and came to Minerva, who had become smaller, and waved his fist. Earthquake. Before Zhangxi could react, Minerva was punched by Dieter. That force poured into the body instantly, and the internal organs were shocked. Peefed. A mouthful of blood spewed out. Minerva's eyes were bloodshot, and she fell to the ground, losing the strength to resist. She saw Dieter in front of her and felt a deep sense of despair, once again defeated so easily. How powerful is this guy? Why is it that in her hands, with money, and Ben after only a few rounds, he will be defeated by a few tricks every time? She lay powerlessly on the ground, looking at the sky with humiliation flashing in her eyes. Dieter didn't feel any surprise, although his body became smaller, it didn't matter. The power of degeneration magic did not act on him much, and the power in the body was not degenerated to a too weak state. So it was good luck that his punch didn't kill Minerva. Taste. It didn't take long for her to become smaller, and it would soon return to her adult appearance. Seeing that Minerva hadn't fallen yet, he pouted and didn't go to make up the knife. After all, Erza is still here, and it would be too cruel to kill someone. Pitiful. Shaking his head, Dieter walked back to Erza. As for what to do with Minerva, I'll leave it to Erza. The latter stepped forward, standing in front of Minerva not knowing what to say. Chapter 161. So interesting, Gray looking for Dad and Natsu looking for End. At the foot of the mountain, Natsu came down the mountain with Wendy and Lucy. At the same time, Gray also ran from behind, and was chasing after a huge bird one-eyed monster. Just knock it down, Gray. Seeing Gray's embarrassed appearance, Natsu was speechless. This is not the time to waste magic. Maybe I can melt the ice in this village, Gray said. All of a sudden, everyone was surprised. Really? Raventail's flair was instantly hilarious. Big crows. Why is that guy here? Gray asked. Not wanting to explain, Natsu asked again. Just leave it alone. You can really make the ice melt. Gray nodded, not entirely sure, but I'll try my best. Okay, in that case, leave that bird to me, Natsu agreed. Immediately rushed to the one-eyed strange bird behind Gray, and let Gray immediately thaw the entire frozen mountain. Look at the huge mountain. Gray murmured to Lucy and said, I don't know what the ice covering the village is, so I can't control it and melt it, but it can communicate with my body, maybe because we're both ice. Properties. After hearing 810 Gray's words, Lucy and the others didn't understand it very well, but they didn't understand it. The body is connected to the magic of ice. What about connectivity? Gray patted the huge mountain with both hands, urging the magic of the ice in his body. Use the magic of ice modeling. Shape the ice of this village into the shape I want. Impressive. Flair was surprised, looking nervously at Gray as if expecting. I don't know if it will work, so I will use it on giants later. Let me try to melt this mountain. Eternal flame, Gray said. The magic is venting wildly. The light enveloped the entire mountain, exuding a mysterious light. What happened? At the top of the mountain, as if he noticed the appearance of the mountain under his feet, Erza was immediately alert, fearing that it was Minerva's accomplices. It should be, Gray, they have found a solution to the ice sculpture problem. Dieter said. Reaching out and grabbing Erza, they quickly jumped into the air, preventing the iceberg from disappearing and catching them by surprise. What, in a blink? Advertisement. The mountain body at the foot disappeared instantly, and the huge iceberg seemed to have never appeared. Disappeared directly in front of the eyes. Boom boom boom. Natsu's battle with Cyclops comes into view. His set of combos smashed the strange bird into the altar of eternal flame on the ground without being able to fight back. Hoo-hoo, the flame burned instantly. It was the firework of eternal flame. The guardian deity of the Sun Village was completely awakened. Let's go over too, that Minerva's gone, Dieter said. Erza frowned slightly and agreed after seeing that there was indeed no trace of Minerva on the ground. The two fell from the air and came to Lucy and the others. I haven't seen you for 400 years, son of Ignir. That eternal flame turned into a flame dragon, exuding a powerful breath and speaking. That guy is one of the dragons that came through the eclipse gate. Erza was surprised. Dieter touched his chin and analyzed, in a sense, this dragon has known us for more than 400 years. The crowd nodded. Natsu snickered and was quite happy when he recalled those years. You're still alive, uncle. Alive? The flame dragon denied. No, not so. Wendy over there immediately explained. This is the figure that appears after I use magic to materialize my soul. Its consciousness should be affected by these ices, so the memory is in a state of confusion, Dieter replied. Wendy nodded. The original remaining will is the opposite of a strong will. It is a very weak magic power. Under the effect of ice magic, it is frozen for a long time, resulting in partial memory damage. Ice, it's ice. That man turned the world into ice with just one person. The flame dragon intermittently recalled what happened in the village. These words made a group of people very curious, wondering what kind of person could freeze the entire village, CFBB, alone for so long. The flame dragon continued. That man mistook me for a demon. In order to destroy me, he froze the entire village. He is the magician of exorcism, the demon slayer. Destroy evil? It's not killing dragons, it's not killing gods, it's killing demons? Is it magic to defeat demons? The whole group is extremely curious. The world is full of wonders, and after destroying the gods and dragons, a new method of destroying demons appeared again. Gray suddenly realized. No wonder it was able to work on that guy. It turned out to be the ice magic against demons. Ice Demon Slayer. Where is he holy? Advertisement. The Ice Demon Slayer wizard made Gray very concerned and eagerly wanted to get back to who he was. Dieter looked away at him, mocking in his heart that it was your dad. Of course, he didn't have to say it now, because then it wouldn't be interesting. At this point Flair stepped forward. You are the guardian god of this village, the flame of giants. I beg you to give this village light again. Please save this village. Please. Lord Patronus Flair fell to his knees sincerely. The flame dragon froze for a few seconds. I remember, I am the creator of the village of Atlas Flame. The misfortune of my village is the sorrow of my pain village, and it is my tears. With the last light of my soul, save this village with the flame of the son of Ignir. Hoo hoo hoo. The flames were burning. The unprecedented heat made everyone present feel a strong heat wave. In no time or three, he was sweating all over his body. Sweat soaks the clothes. It was as embarrassing as falling into a scalding river. When the flame dragon was about to disappear, he finally said, I remembered, the most ferocious and evil demon in the book of Zareth, End. Ignir failed to destroy End 400 years ago. Disappear. At the same time, the giants in the village also returned to their original state. Wendy was a little lost. Atlas Flame's will has completely disappeared. Lucy comforted her, and at the same time sighed. A trace of soul remaining in this world can release such amazing power. Over there, Natsu was very distressed. Touching his head, he muttered, Igonal tried to destroy the demon end. This is the first time I've heard of it. Over there, Gray was also curious about the mysterious ice demon slayer. Both were quite confused. So interesting. Dieter couldn't help but cheer up when he saw this scene. One of the two wanted to know the mysterious way to destroy demons, and the other was obsessed with End, which made Dieter want to reveal it to them. If they knew, the mysterious wizard was their father, and the strongest demon End was themselves. It must be very interesting after such a result. Okay, the commission has been completed, we should return. Erza clapped her hands to wake up Natsu and Gray who were still struggling, and gave orders to everyone. Chapter 162. Let's go to war. And Tartaros, that night, a group of people in the Giants drank, sang, and frolicked until dawn. Almost forgot the ominous words I heard that day. Nightmare Eye, Minerva, Demon Slayer, Demon from the Book of Jelal, and Tartaros. After leaving the village of Giants, Dieter and the others went to Ward to report for work, and only returned to the guild after they were done. Inside the fairy tale guild, Mira, have a drink. Did you wink Ilisana just now? Look, what a strange bug, it should be fine to touch it. Lively as always. Groups of 3 or 5 were drinking or chatting, and they were looking for something. Minerva, the eldest lady of the sword-biting tiger, joined the Dark Guild. Although it was repaired, the possibility of reforming is very small, Dieter said. Makarov sighed. HMPH, what a stupid girl. Erza added, her father appears to be the ex-chairman of the sword-bite tiger, and his whereabouts are unknown. It is not ruled out that her father will also become a member of the Dark Guild, so be careful when you encounter it in the future. Dieter stretched out his arm, grabbed a handful of bread that Juvia had made for Gray himself, and took it back and swallowed it, reminding the president and Erza. Ah, Juvia was eaten by other men, but brother Dieter is handsome, Juvia said. Gray was speechless. But still pick up a piece of bread and eat it, it seems to comfort Juvia. On the other side, Natsu and Lucy and Wendy pester Levy to find out about End. End, although it's not written in detail, is said to be a demon who can't even be compared to Lullaby and Dailainla. Levy pointed to the book and said. Lucy was a little worried, does that mean he's the strongest demon in the Book of Zareth? Scary, Wendy said. Dieter's head stretched out from the counter at this moment, wrapped around Lucy's body like a snake, and looked at the book in Levy's hand. Timely answer. It was the demons created by Zareth, and the method of summoning them is said to be recorded in a book. Lucy pulled the unique body of Lale's upper body and complained, Brother Dieter, your magic is really a bit strange. In other words, as long as there is that book, the demon of the Book of Zareth can be summoned? Natsu touched his chin and said, Tartaros probably has the demon of that end, and Igonil wants to destroy that end. Well, I seem to understand a little bit. Several people were very surprised, but Natsu, who was very nervous, would actually use his brain. I'm going to kill Tartaros, Natsu said immediately. Gajeel popped out and said in unanimous approval, yes. Advertisement suddenly Lucy complained, I don't understand at all. Besides, Tartaros is too mysterious. You say you want to kill it, but even the council doesn't know the location of their guild, and they don't know what kind of people they are. Dieter replied with a smile. The underworld, the name reminds people of hell, maybe Tartaros is made up of demons. Dumbfounded, everyone could not believe this fact. After all, this is indeed a bit too much, how could it be all demons? Dieter didn't say anything else, and retracted his stretched neck to continue stealing Juvia's bread. Pung. Sudden. Jed rushed in from outside with the newspaper. Not good, big news, everyone's noise stopped. Jed propped his knees and panted, watching the guild members say with trembling voices. The council was wiped out by a member of Tartaros, and the whole army was wiped out. Shock. Everyone in the guild held their breath, extremely silent. What? The Senate was destroyed by Tartaros of the Dark Guild, how is this possible? Is Tartaros that strong? There are still people who can break into a place like the Senate and massacre everyone? Impossible. Everyone was clamoring, this news was harder than heaven for them. Macau swallowed. The voice trembled and said, is Tartaros so strong? Shouldn't it be, and the council will be destroyed by one person? Countless soldiers and 9 powerful senators were killed? Fankaba didn't want to believe it. This result was really beyond their expectations. The people in the guild did not speak, and they suddenly felt an unprecedented difficulty. If this is true, the strength of Tartaros, the Dark Guild, is probably beyond imagination. Wow, however, the amazing news has not stopped. Ask for flowers. At this time, a nurse from Magnolia Hospital rushed into the guild. Calling to Makarov, President Makarov, Lagosas of your guild and his thunder gods have been seriously injured and are currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Advertisement boom. The news was like a thunderclap. In an instant, Makarov rushed out and ran in the direction of the hospital. Natsu et al. Followed. Most of the people in the guild left the guild and rushed towards the hospital. Dieter sighed and shook his head. Walk at the back and help temporarily close the gate of the guild. Also came to the hospital. Polyuzica. What's wrong with Lagosas, are you alright? Makarov ran over first, and Borisika, who saw the guild pharmacist, immediately asked in a panic. Zero Polyushika replied. They are still alive, however, severely damaged by the magic barrier particles. This is originally a highly toxic, ingested very small amount can be life-threatening, and it is not known whether they will fully recover. Especially Lagosas, the pollution in his body is quite serious, and it is a miracle to be alive. Panic erupted in the guild. All the people who heard Bolusika's words also became shrewd and couldn't believe this fact. Can't forgive, it's too much, but his calm voice was filled with unending anger. Freed on the bed looked at it with difficulty, and said in a painful voice, Lagoses saved the whole city. If it weren't for him, the city would have been lost. Second. Let's go to war. Natsu clenched his fists tightly, his forehead and arms covered with thick and sinister blue veins. Father. Anger filled the hearts of everyone in the guild. Lagoses almost died. There is only the idea of revenge for Lagoses in everyone's heart. Tartaros. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I didn't expect that this group of people from the Dark Guild would do such a thing. So now. Soon. If it is the strength of the strange and thrilling Tartaros just now. From Freed's mouth, he also learned who the person who attacked them was. Makarov calmly reassured, I know, you have worked hard to bring everyone back. Chapter 163. Start the action. Fairy Tale vs Tartaros. Go to war. Come on, I'm going to kill Tartaros in pieces. Within the guild. All members returned from the hospital to discuss the incident in the guild. Natsu is the most impulsive. Shouting and shouting to start a war with Tartaros, he kept saying that he would kill Tartaros 7 in and 7 out. Natsu, calm down, everyone is in the same mood. Let go of me, F*K off. Be careful I beat you, you already beat me. Several guild members rushed forward to hold down Natsu, who was about to go out to fight, to stop him. My comrades have been attacked, how can I just sit back and ignore it? My lord, let's attack them now, Natsu called out. Makarov's tone is heavy, I have no objection to this, but we have too little information. We don't know where the Tartaros are, and even the Senate doesn't know where their headquarters is, Erza added. Everyone sighed sadly. That's right, Natsu. We don't even know the enemy's location, how do we charge? This, just ask other Dark Guilds. Where are the other Dark Guild headquarters? No clue at all. Everyone in the guild also wanted to help with revenge, but at the moment it was not clear what the other party's goal was. It's impossible to be bored and deliberately kill people, right? Dieter, what do you think? Makarov asked. Others are locked to Dieter, they all know that Dieter is very capable, and it seems that they often know some questions that others do not understand. Dieter replied. The only thing I know now is that their target is the deputies, and both current and former are their first choice. So just go to the former senator's house and they'll find the door on their own and can pry any clues about Tartaros out of their mouths. Everyone nodded their heads and felt reasonable. At this time, Mikau shook his head, however, the address of the former commentator is confidential and no one knows. Why? If someone knows the address, there will be bad people who will take revenge. There's nothing you can do, is it? However, advertisement? Dieter shook his head again, that's not necessarily, as far as I know, a famous playboy celestial spirit, but a junior who has soaked in a certain hospital, seems to be called. Before Dieter could say his name, Loki suddenly jumped out of the celestial spirit world and hurriedly covered his mouth to stop him from speaking. Immediately, Loki was locked by the eyes of countless people. There are resentment, envy, and curiosity in these eyes. Cough cough, Loki cleared his throat and admitted, I do know the addresses of several members, but not all of them. Soon Loki revealed the address and identity. Immediately someone brought the map and marked the address of the MP. According to Loki's intelligence, we know the positions of 4 former senators. First, we split up to their location to protect them from Tartaros. At the same time, try to arrest the members and ask for Tartaros' target and headquarters address. If possible, it is best to kill people and not give the other party a chance to inform them. Dieter pointed to a few specific locations on the map. Also directly named and separated several teams. Ms. Bolusika said at this time, if you encounter the person who attacked Lagoses, the one who used the magic barrier particle, take some blood samples while paying attention to safety, and maybe you can use it to treat Lagoses. They're vaccines. Everyone understands. Seeing that the tactics have been arranged, Makarov announced to the guild members. The enemy is Tartaros. It cohabits with Oracion 6 and Grimoire Harpalam Alliance. But we have broken down these 2 guilds, and Tartaros will surely regret being our enemy just like them. Makarov made a morale-boosting pre-war declaration. Our comrades were attacked, we feel the same, and our comrades have the same blood as ours. We must turn this pain and suffering into fighting spirit and declare war on the enemy. We do not stand for justice, we act according to our will. We will stake our bond and glory on the enemies of our loved ones. Boiling. All the people in the entire guild were boiling. They are not afraid of any enemy, even if the other is a terrifying and powerful enemy who can destroy the Senate alone. But for them, any enemy who harms relatives and companions is the enemy of the entire Fairy Tale Guild. No matter who it is, advertisement crush him, smash him, destroy the enemy's defenses. Let them understand the consequences of fighting against the Fairy Tale Guild. Teams set off. Natsu, Lucy, Wendy and Shaw Lulu team up with Happy. Came to the home of former Senator Mikolo. I hope to get help after explaining the situation, so please let us be your escort temporarily. We will protect you. No, we should say let us protect you. Several people were waiting. How could Mikaro, a former commentator, be indifferent? I appreciate your kindness, but honestly it bothers me. Besides, how did you know my address? Mikolo said. Happy stepped forward to comfort him. All right, we are all cats, aren't we? Michelle retorted, who is the cat? He scolded a few people in the past. I know you were a guild that likes to cause trouble, and this time, you also want to use me as bait? Sha Lulu was a little angry, and raised her waist to retort, whether we come or not, you are the target of Tartaros, cough, isn't this a bait? Cairo is obviously not so good at talking. Facing a few people, it was a severe lesson, what are you kidding? Which fool knows that he is being targeted and still waits obediently? I want to leave here, don't look for me. At this time, a girl came out of the back kitchen with a good tea in her hand. Grandpa, it's too rude to come here specially, let's cooperate with them, but all the current councilors have died. Grandpa, as a former senator, can you just sit back and watch? After listening to the words of his granddaughter Michelia in 1.1, Miccolo remained silent. But it can also be seen that he has decided to compromise on this matter. Lucy chased after the victory. Excuse me, do you know what made them target the senators? Although Miccolo was a little impatient, he still answered honestly. There are too many reasons, I can't figure it out, and it's not just the Dark Guild who hate us. Miccolo was irritable. Soon he thought of a possibility and immediately wanted to say it. Everyone jumps off, sudden. Natsu spoke violently, immediately rushed towards Lucy and Wendy, and immediately gave orders to Miccolo and Michelia over there. Boom, just as Michelia jumped down over there, the ground shook violently. The roaring explosion sounded instantly. Chapter 164. Signing into Tartaros, the new Devil Fruit ability. Whoops. I thought you were all blown away. At the broken eaves, a human-like guy with a pair of wolf ears appeared, and it was a little surprising to see the group of people who were safe and sound. Who are you? Lucy reached for the key at his waist, ready to fight at any moment. Like the current senator, Wowhaha, Jackal, one of the Tartaros' 9 demon gates, seems to be speaking to himself. Is it Tartaros? Natsu asked. Jackal raised his head, with a playful smile on his face similar to a wolf. Which green onion are you? Introducing Natsu. Natsu of Fairy Tale, I'm going to start hunting the underworld. This, Jackal laughs. I feel very funny about Natsu's words. The scene was extremely frustrating for a while. What did that guy do to blow up my house? Miccolo was angry. Staring at Jackal in front of him, it seemed that his anger had destroyed his home. He's Tartaro's man, and he's the 25 who attacked the current senator. Happy, and Sha Lulu were also wary. Lucy hurriedly said to Miccolo, you are being targeted by him, run away. I'll run away without you telling me, Miccolo replied. Wendy said, let's leave this to Natsu-san, no problem. Humph. Natsu agreed, and Jackal didn't hesitate any longer, swept his arms. Moment. A large number of houses were detonated in an instant throughout the city. Rumbling, with the war raging, the residents of the city were busy fleeing, and the sudden explosion left the residents confused. Lucy yells, why get an unrelated town involved? Damn. Natsu rushed over angrily. That Jackal wasn't a small person either, he relied on the spell to detonate in front of him with a wave of his hand. The booming explosion sounded continuously. Relying on the characteristics of heat magic, Natsu rushed up, facing Jackal with a bang. In the end, he punched Jackal to the ground, impressive. Natsu-san, it's alright. It's going too far, doesn't that guy have something to say? Advertisement. Lucy and the others hurriedly stopped Natsu from continuing. Natsu also returned to his senses. Yeah, you should ask him the address of the base camp. Michelle watched as Jackal fell to the ground, and a strong panic rose in his heart. If their destination is FE's, things are going to be troublesome. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt, sweat dripping from his forehead. Few even among the constituencies know about the White Legacy. How do those people know about faiths? No, I should think about how to hide first, Miccolo muttered to himself. Turning his head and pulling his granddaughter, he said, I'll leave this guy to you. I'm going to confirm the safety of the other former counselors. Michelia, come with me, go right away. Seeing the abnormal Miccolo Natsu, he also quickly asked, Master, if you know anything, tell us too. Miccolo immediately retorted, I don't know anything. However, Jackal lying on the ground laughed, really? After sitting up, he continued, if you can tell me any useful information, maybe I will let you go. Natsu's pupils tightened. The enemy who looked as if he was unscathed was also surprised, this guy. Miccolo immediately ordered, I don't know anything, you go ask others, I really don't know anything. Hey, you guys, he has woken up, kill him, you idiot. Jackal stood up with a smile, then you'd better die. He looked back at Natsu and replied, and you have to listen carefully when others speak. Just when Natsu didn't know what to do. I saw a lot of strange marks on the body, and they glowed slightly as if something was brewing in them. My spell is the power to turn whatever you touch into a bomb. How many times do you touch me? Jackal said. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Natsu was surrounded by explosions, and the roaring explosion sounded continuously, covering Natsu's entire being. A doomsday-like mushroom cloud rose in the city, which was caused by the explosion. Puff. The bomb exploded. Natsu fell directly to the ground, and Lucy and Wendy's eyes widened. The body is still there, very powerful, as expected of a fireball, ha ha ha, Jackal laughed. Lucy gritted his teeth and looked at Jackal with hatred. Jackal looked back at Miccolo again, as long as you tell me the information, I promise that I will only kill your granddaughter, don't worry, I will kill her very gently. Wow, Michelle turned and ran away in fear. Even the granddaughter gave up directly, it can be seen that Jackal's power completely broke him. Advertisement, I won't let you escape. Jackal immediately chased after him. Lucy and Wendy immediately used magic to get in the way of Jackal. Roar of the dragon. Open it, the door of Scorpio. Boom boom boom, Jackal detonated the air in front of him with a wave of his hand, and the hurricane generated by the explosion instantly blocked the two attacks. Ha ha ha. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention one more thing. What we Tartaros uses is not magic, but conjuration, and it is more advanced than magic, and a mere wizard can't beat me. Jackal said, arching his body. The arms swept 180 degrees, forming a spiral hurricane. Burst spiral. The spiral exploded in an instant, surrounding Wendy and Lucy, and instantly defeated them. Goodbye. After finishing Wendy and Lucy, Jackal immediately chased after Michaelo. 823 The injured Wendy and Lucy were very embarrassed. It's amazing, are all Tartaros people so amazing? We can't beat it at all. Wendy and Lucy propped up their bodies strongly, looking at Jackal who had gone away, and their hearts were extremely desolate. They were no match for Jackal at all, if only Dieter was here. Yes. The two women propped up their bodies and planned to continue chasing them. Even if they knew that they were not opponents, they still had to chase. Boom, as soon as the two of them took a step, they saw a person flying in the air, instantly hitting the ground behind them, and instantly breaking a big hole. It's Jackal. Really? Yeah, how could he fly over? Michaelo is a master. Happy and Shaw Lulu were shocked when they saw the figure in the pit. Wendy was also a little surprised. He seems to have been beaten back. Could it be that there are no masters in this city? Really, Lucy was also surprised. The two cats and the two women are very curious, and they don't know what kind of masters there are in this city. I just said why I didn't see you, so I was defeated. Even Natsu was defeated? Sounded. Wendy and Lucy burst into smiles when they heard the familiar voice. Looked over. It is Dieter who is walking towards this direction from the city. Chapter 165. Animals, Fish and Fruits, Illusory Beasts. Brother Dieter. Why are you here? It's Brother Dieter. Shouldn't you be protecting the other ex-senators? The two girls are happy. Dieter shook his head. Go one step late, you're already dead. Yes. Dieter didn't deliberately hide nearby, but just came over. After arranging the plan, Dieter also went to protect a certain senator, but it was a pity that he was still a step behind, and the person was already dead in the past. I had no choice but to come over to Natsu. When I came here and saw Jackal, I knew that Natsu might be defeated, so he beat Jackal back in a panic. Ding. Sign in to Tartaros and get a chance to draw a lottery. The probability of this lottery is 45% for animal, 40% for nature, 15% for superhuman, whether to draw. Sudden. A little cute voice sounded in my mind. Dieter then remembered that now that he has entered Tartaros, it is indeed a sign in. Lottery. Glancing at the probability of each draw, Dieter didn't pay much attention to it. Now that his strength is enough to defeat most of the enemies, no matter what he draws is the icing on the cake. Ding. Congratulations to the master for obtaining Animals, Fish and Fish Fruits, Illusory Beasts, Blue Dragon Form. 666 Dieter was delighted that he actually got Kaido's Devil Fruit. This ability is a bit lost. Especially the fairy tale world, Dragon, is supremely powerful. I am afraid that this ability should be greatly improved, and it is quite possible to upgrade to the full level not weaker than the Shock Fruit. Saddle, Ka. Ability to absorb, power up. Physical strength. Body becomes stronger. Dieter found that he couldn't transform now, probably because the level hasn't reached yet. Cough. Jackal's cough woke Dieter. He stood up from the big hole on the ground and looked at the person who suddenly appeared with an ugly expression. Who are you? Jackal asked. Dieter smiled and replied, Fairy Tales class wizard, Dieter. Ah. Jackal sneered, those inhuman pupils staring at the unique fist. Lucy immediately thought of a question. Busy calling, Brother Dieter, be careful, if you touch this guy's body, it will be engraved with a mark and it will explode. It's too late. Jackal exulted, gone. The light wraps around Dieter's arm and blooms in an instant. Advertisement boom, there was an explosion, and the place where Dieter was standing was instantly detonated. The powerful heat wave is coming, smoke and dust scattered. The surrounding area of Dieter was blown to pieces, and Dieter stood there with his arm. How come? Lucy closed his mouth in horror, watching the scene in front of him. Wendy said quickly, Brother Dieter, don't move around, I'll treat you right now. Dieter, your arm it's gone. The two cats also had tears in their eyes. Ha, it's great, it's so good. Jackal was also ecstatic. That unique although did not make any screams. But his arms are already young, and even half of his body is being burned by the flames, looking extremely miserable. What are you laughing at? Dieter raised an eyebrow. Looking at Wendy and others, he smiled and said, It's okay, I'm fine. Mutations protrude between speeches. I saw Dieter's burning half of his body slowly growing until the entire disappeared arm was covered by flames again. Not only that, the burning flame on his side slowly disappeared, replaced by a shape that was intact and even his clothes were not torn. How is that possible? Why did your body recover again? Jackal's eyes widened. Looking at the recovered arm, he was extremely shocked and said in horror. What exactly is going on? The arm that was obviously exploded will grow back. What type of magic is this? It's really okay. How on earth did this happen? That arm is clearly visible. This, my god, Dieter, why did your arm suddenly recover? We saw your arm get blown off with our own eyes. The two cats and the two women were similarly stunned. Looking at the intact half of the body, I can't figure it out. Could it be some kind of magic that can regenerate? But why even clothes can be reborn? Even if they can, it stands to reason that rebirth and recovery should consume a lot of physical or magic power. But why does Dieter look so relaxed and don't feel any consumption at all? Dieter, how on earth did he do it? The flame will not go out, even if there is a trace of flame still burning, then I can still recover. Dieter disagrees. With his flaming fist, he charged towards Jackal. Advertisement, I will never lose. Jackal was also unwilling to be outdone, and he also slammed over with his explosive fist. Bang bang bang. The battle between the two instantly made Michael's house more and more messy. Stone bricks, land, buildings. Everything around him was overturned by the sound of the explosion, and every time Jackal's fist slammed it exploded. And the unique body will always enter the elementalization at that moment. No matter how violent the explosion was, it couldn't hurt Dieter. It could only blast his burning body open, but it couldn't cause any real damage. How could it be possible? Jackal roared, losing his mind more and more. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't cause any damage. Even if he tried his best to detonate it, those bombs could only fail. I watched the bomb detonate, and then my body turned into flames and recovered. He doesn't understand. Obviously, conjuration was more advanced than magic, but he encountered two magicians who restrained him one after another. The former can devour heat energy, and it took a lot of effort to defeat it. The enemy in front of him is even more exaggerated. Immunity to explosions, as if his bombs just explode some flames, and the flames can recover on their own. How is this possible? He felt helpless like never before, and it seemed that there was no use in continuing to fight. Instead, you will be dragged to death. Nothing, impossible, good for the money. You're trying to kill me, it just can't be done, Dieter laughs. Body back. Instantly opened a certain distance with Jackal. The right fist was folded and placed on the waist, and the raging flames wrapped the fist. Fire punch. Moment. Dieter's arm turned into a huge flame with extremely high temperature, burst out like a roar, and devoured it towards Jackal. Fast as lightning. The scope of the flames covered the entire Miklo house. The raging flames scorched the ground into deep ravines. The fire fist is like a meteorite falling from the sky, and the body is hot due to the scorching high temperature. Devour. The flames swallowed Jackal, and the strong impact was not blocked, carrying Jackal's body toward the distance. Crash the buildings. More powerful than the explosion caused by Jackal. The terrifying scope spread to dozens of buildings in half the city. Destructive power is superb.